all alone. Your eyes match the weather, raining under pressure. Oh, you say you wanna go, yeah. So let's get away from here. Let's get away from here.
Don't pause, press play. Don't pause, press play. Don't pause, press play. Don't pause, don't pause, press play. Press play, 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 press play. Don't pause, press play. Play. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Don't pause. Press play. 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 Don't pause. Press play. Press play.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Rocket League Championship Series presented by Verizon. This is the Mobile One Mountain Classic. We had a bit of time off. There was still some Rocket League action sprinkled in the past week, but we're back here with North America, and I got some friends to help me out, talk about what we're going to see today. I'm Leaf. Alongside me, we got Gibbs, we got Stacks, and we got Jorby. Stacks, are you prepared to deal with Jorby today?
You know, I am. You know, Jorby is actually a swell guy. You know, just don't run into him in any fast food joints and you're fine.
Yeah, never.
But my day one homie right here side by side with me, I'm ready to go.
Just don't be platinum in Rocket League. That's all I gotta say. When you're around Jorby, don't be platinum.
Jorby,
I'm watching the leaderboards at all time. I will know when you hit that rank. Just remember, stay out of platinum.
The rumors are true, it seems, confirmed by the man himself. But yeah, it's going to be exciting. We got a lot to preview about things that have happened and things that are going to be happening in Rocket League coming this weekend. We're on to day 2. But I also want to remind you guys that NASCAR is returning to Rocket League later this year. And to celebrate the Mobile One Mountain Classic, we're giving you a sneak peek of their 2022 Mustang in the hype chamber all weekend long. This thing is looking clean. If Wave was here, I'm sure he'd be going crazy.
I can hear him screaming in my head right now. He's going, wow, oh my God. Something like that.
That sounds pretty accurate.
Yeah, it's so convenient, too, with the number 4. We got 4 teams in the run-in for the major spots right now. Mobile One, this car looks beautiful.
Really does.
As a Dominus main, I approve of this.
I love it. I love that faint red glow on those brake lights. Those look so good. And the matte finish on the decal also just really nice. Yeah. So it just looks so sick.
I think the only 2 Dominus players I know are you and Achieves. Now, Stacks. Do we have any?
Pretty much.
Do we have any Dominus mains in the chat? Okay, Gibbs, nobody asked you. Nobody asked you. Dominus mains in the chat. Spam whatever car you guys prefer to use in the chat. I want to see, actually. I'm going to keep an eye on that. But we do have to talk about what happened. I mentioned we're on to day 2. What happened to day 1? That was yesterday. Of course, if you didn't catch it, let's try to get you guys wrapped up. We start off with groups. Before we get into this bracket we're going to see for the next 2 days, let's look at those groups and what happened there, Gibbs, because, some of these teams don't make it out.
Yes, we talk about, though, major spots and who's clinching when. But there's a lot of teams that could have clinched yesterday. 2 of them did. FaZe Clan and G2 with 3-0s in the group. FaZe Clan, a little bit tougher of a road, 2 game 5s, but they won them both. G2, though, on the other hand, they went 9-0. So they look clean yet again. They won the last regional. They look like maybe NA's best team right now.
And you know what team really, it warms my heart to see them play well again? Complexity.
Yes.
That was a tough group with Space Station. I think most people were expecting Space Station to win that group, especially with how Complexity had been performing lately. But they looked rejuvenated and not anything like the last 2 regionals. So I'm excited to see them in this final bracket.
Speaking of warming our hearts, though, I'm looking at that Group A, Stacks.
Yeah, Group A, by the way, an absolute bloodbath. NRG goes 1-2, and who is the lone top dog standing at the top? Version 1 on a weekend where, to feel really secure about their chances, they might need to win this whole thing.
Yeah.
They're boot camping together. They go 9-0. They dominated Group A. They dominated a group with NRG in it, and they took down Shopify Rebellion, dashed their major hopes. Tell you what, V1 came to play, rightly deserved in the upper bracket.
Yeah, let's break that down a little bit, Stacks. That's cool. I think everybody's been wanting to see this team for a while, and just against every single team, they were showing up. And do you think they've found the answer now?
Well, I think they found the answer in just getting support from their org. They're all boot camping, they're all playing together, and we've seen how that org support is far more valuable than just anybody's ability to just hit the ball. It saved G2 from relegation several seasons ago. It elevated vitality to the RLCS X European Championship. It made Endpoint one of the top teams in all of Europe back in the fall. When these orgs put their support behind the players, they perform, and version 1 has absolutely been performing. Beast mode has been amazing, but you know what was great for version 1 yesterday? Calm was absolutely clutch, and
yes,
his confidence at times has been shaky. He popped off against Shopify Rebellion. He's been very reliable, and if that continues, V1 might find their way to LA.
That was what I was hoping the move with Beast Mode would do. It would help make Calm more comfortable on this team and help unlock his potential a lot more. We hadn't seen Calm elevate himself to levels before, but now he's getting back to that point. Another team, they didn't win their group, but they still looked pretty impressive in the lower bracket yesterday. Oxygen, that team, man, wow. LJ is something else to watch, but he's not the only player on this team. Sure, he's going to show up on this highlight reel a lot, but Toasty doing all of the dirty work, winning a lot of 50s. I didn't count the seconds of Toasty being on low boost on his own half, but I swear every save he was making, he was on 0 boost. Gimmick was coming up with clutch save after clutch save, and then LJ was just the breakout player to make it happen. Space Station, they were battling in this series. They threw the whole book at Oxygen to try to get by them. They knew that if they won that series, they would qualify for Los Angeles. They wanted that so badly, and so for Oxygen to beat them in that moment with everything on the line for Space Station, with destiny in their hands, what a statement from Oxygen to try to make a play for the major.
And I'm a little worried because Daniel's my Iceman, but Space Station, they were 2-0 in their group. They could have just won the group outright. They lose to Complexity, then go to the lower bracket and lose again. It was a tough draw. They did get Oxygen, who had a miserable group stage, but they showed up when it mattered most. Now, Space Station is sitting on the sidelines, just hoping for things to go their way to make it to Los Angeles.
For all the talk about all these off-season acquisitions, Atomic to G2 and Daniel, the second coming going to Space Station, Gimmick to Oxygen has been a pretty darn good move.
Oh, yeah.
And low-key, one of the biggest moves in any region this offseason.
It's actually crazy. Just as a final note to that, because everyone was happy that Gimmick was able to find a new roster, but nobody really knew how he was going to perform in place of Krasix. And early on, they didn't really impress that much. They were still struggling at the same level. And all of a sudden, now Regional 2 happened. They popped off. Yeah, Gibbs.
Yeah. We talk about Oxygen. They made one regional in fall. That's it. They're 14th in RLCS points. They're like, all right, you're bringing in Gimmick. Maybe they'll make all 3 regionals, is what most people were like. All right, they'll make all 3 regionals. They'll probably come in last in their groups. But no, now they're showing up every single regional. And that's a team we've talked about a lot with Oxygen, where 1 regional per split, we'll see them show up on a weekend. Now they're showing up on all 3, which is huge for them, and they could make the major.
Of course, that SSG Oxygen match was during the bracket part of it. So let's take a look at that, because we did dive into that first round of that lower bracket stacks. And that's where it gets scary, because you're like, okay, we made it out of groups, but we still have to win another match to make it into day 2 here. And a team I've been looking at, stacks, is a Randoms. They're pushing further than maybe a lot of people might have thought they would have.
Yeah, I mean, Randoms had, let's face it, a historic day yesterday just in their series with NRG alone. They dropped a 6-ball on them in game 4 of that series, beat them 6-1. They only conceded 3 goals throughout the entire series. These are things that do not happen to NRG, even against the most elite competition. It happened here. This is the first time NRG had lost to a team outside the top 10 since November of 2020. It just does not happen to a team of this caliber. And Randoms absolutely showed up. 2-piece Knight Chronic, they showed out in Group A, and look, they earned their spot to this stage of the tournament.
Randoms, they definitely impressed with how they performed. I would say I'm also happy to see Torrent get this far. I still think that they look shaky at times, but Torrent have had they just have not had a good go of it this season. I mean, they swapped in Kinsey for Percy, and ever since they made that roster change, they've had trouble just making it into regionals. And then when they do, they bomb out in group stage and can't actually perform in the lower bracket. And so while Torrent's path to get to this point still around the same level of teams they've been playing the whole time, and like the Sonics, the X-Sets of the world, and still kind of trading with those teams. But it's exciting to me to see Torrent finally get farther than lower bracket round 1. And while you got to go up against NRG now, it's promising, I think, for Torrent for the future for them to improve on.
But we gotta dive in a little bit more here. I like, you know what it is. I like these highlights, but I really, really love the best plays. So we're going to get you guys involved. Chat again. I saw before, by the way, guys, there's like 1 Esper. in chat. So you're alone now.
Hey,
basically alone out there.
That one Esper is my mom. Thank you, Mom. Appreciate it.
But chat, we're going to get you involved again here. That was just a warm up. We're going to show you a bunch of plays here. And when at the end, not at the beginning, guys, wait to the end. We're going to show you these plays, and then you are going to type which play you thought was the best of them all. We're going to see who you guys maybe agree on. But it's time now for the 7 plays that took it to 11. Remember, wait till after it's done, guys. Starting us off, though, Justin. You know it's got to be Justin. A redirect
Always is.
versus Shopify Relay. This thing is smooth. There ain't no smoother than that, Jorby, at all.
I think we're going to call that, or we're calling that the Ahmad special now, I think, with that kind of redirect. That was so nice. But look at LJ. He was doing this kind of stuff all day. It's just a simple air dribble. That nice little pop. You see, using his dodge to get that ball up in a little bit into the air. Great play from LJ.
And then a 0-point play. I love these plays. Arsenal, the double demo coming out, cleaning up the field. The janitor.
So fast.
That's
I didn't
what
know
Space
Rocket League
Station
had
does,
auto
man. Demo, all the time.
He is so fast, but you know what? There's no more iconic duo than Justin and 0-second goals. He came up with another here. Made it look good as well. Justin, number 4.
Yeah, sir. But what's a top plays without a double tap and without first killer, right? You got to have both of them together. How he finds these angles, especially on that straight down, I can't get it.
And
that was the put away goal, by the way. That put that series out of reach.
You know, there's something about double taps that I just can't get enough of. And when JNAP sinks them like that, it's great. More double taps, please.
And then the big 3, it's like, yeah, let's just all pass together. First killer's like, I'll just sit in the box because I know my teammates. I trust them to make these passing plays happen. It comes back to them. The little pop in, FaZe, another Game 5 clutch goal, and they won both Game 5s on day 1.
Chat, it's time to get involved now. You can start spamming. I'll read them out for you guys again in case you've forgotten. And analysts, get your whiteboards all warmed up there because I want you guys to write yours down as well. Which play you thought was the best? Let me read them out again. So number 1 was the Justin redirect versus Shopify Rebellion. Number 2 was that LJ goal off the backboard. Number 3 was the Arsenal double demo. By the way, that was after they got scored on by a demo. He was angry. Number 4 was Justin's 0-second goal. 5 was first killer's double tap to seal the deal. Number 6 was the JNAP's double tap on that tight angle. And number 7 was the overall 3-man play with FaZe. Get them spamming there. We'll start tallying them up. I want to find out. I think we know Gibbs' answer already, and I might agree with him if it is his. But let's get the flips. If you guys are ready in 3, 2, 1. What do you guys got? We got, it is there. Okay, you didn't agree. Number 7, you like team plays then, Jorbs.
I love the team play by FaZe. It was so great, well executed. And even when the defense had actually recovered, so to defend they could have defended that initial shot. So to hit it right into first killer for the pass, I mean, that was great stuff. I always love passing plays.
And then we had the agreeing on the 5 there.
Yes, first killer, man. It was a clutch goal, so it meant a lot. And it was an awkward double tap, and he still made it work. It was a fantastic shot.
Yeah, they were under so much fire from Rogue, and the criticism of FaZe has been they don't have the ice when it matters most. No, they put Rogue away, first killer. That was incredible.
I'm disagreeing with all you guys. I love that double demo. I love the destruction out there. I know so many people hate demos. I love them. And to get 2 in a row that accurately, it's good. But chat disagreed with all of us. They're going with the JNAP's double tap, number 6.
Okay.
JNAP's double tap team. Hey, to be fair, that angle is tight.
I mean, that's nasty.
I can't do that. That's for sure.
Well, not in an S.
Like,
you don't leave
because it hit the ground. It hit the ground, so you lose points.
No. It's called style, Stacks. Learn a thing or two from JNAP too.
We need him to be a judge on every goal. But like, nope, that touched the ground. That wouldn't happen in 0 seconds. It does not count.
Yep. Following official review, no goal.
But JNAP has been on fire, man. He's been great.
Well, there have been your 7 plays that took it to 11. We got to move on, though, and talk about what is on the line now for these teams because we're nearing the end of the winter split, which means spots are getting scarce out there. There's 2 spots left for that LA LAN and 4 teams in the running for it. Let's get some winter points on the board to get you guys a little visually adjusted to what is going on, what's on the line. Gibbs, break it down for us.
This is why I get paid, only for these regionals. We're talking about major scenarios. Top 5, go to Los Angeles. That's where everyone wants to be. Not only do you play on an international land, there's double points there as well. So it's very, very important for the overall leaderboard. Right now, Oxygen's in 5th, Space Station's in 4th. Those two teams are not clinched yet. FAZE is in G2. They clinched in group stage. Energy clinched in regional 2. So what Oxygen needs to do is they need to be around version 1. They can't be 2 places below version 1 and they'll be fine. Space Station has to hope for a lot because they're not here at this point. So they need Oxygen to not finish at least 3rd, because if Oxygen finishes 3rd, they clinch because they will pass Space Station. They also need version 1 to not make the finals. If version 1 makes the finals and they lose, it could be a tiebreak between version 1 and Space Station for that last spot. And we know Space Station has not been good in those tiebreaks lately. And then if version 1 wins, they will clinch as well, just outright at that point. But there's one other team, Complexity. They're a little bit further down. They need a win to this entire thing, but they also need a lot of help as well. So Complexity, an outside shot, but they have a shot.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I feel like they could do it.
That's
Space Station might
It's the perfect
end up,
storm.
They might end up in another
Okay.
tiebreaker.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
What I want to do for you guys real quick then, I want to see who you think are the 2 teams that are going to grab these spots, because there's 4 teams in the running. Chat, I love you guys getting involved right now. I want you to tell us as well who you think are the 2 spots. And I'll just keep an eye on those. But write down on those whiteboards. You got them warmed up before. Let's get them. 2 teams can grab those last spots there. Which are those 2 teams? Yeah, it's tough because I mean, some teams are just looking onwards, like SSG. They got no control over their fate at this point. And other teams need to do, like Complexity, need a win in this regional.
Just to clarify, Gibbs, just to clarify, if version 1 and Oxygen both make top 4, then
so Oxygen has to make 3rd. So Oxygen has to make 3rd to pass Space Station, and then V1 has to make the finals to at least force a tiebreak or at least beat Space Station by winning the whole thing.
My answer's changed in the last like 24 hours. coming into this, I had a much different outlook, but
all right, I'm ready, Leave. I'm ready.
Surprisingly,
for mine,
chat is just there's not a lot of hope for Complexity in chat right now. I see the other 3 being spammed, but
there's too much. There's too much
because we got math majors there, man. That they're smart.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's see. Let's get your flips. Let's just do it all at once. Here. Let's flip them in 3, Jarby, 2, Jarby. 1, Jarby.
There we go.
And go.
1 Mississippi, 2 Jorby-Sippy. All right.
You yeah.
Oh, we're all
V1S.
You guys are so lame. You guys are so. I should have picked Ox.
You're lame too.
I should have picked Ox. No, dude. I had the opinion. I wrote it down before all you had it. I was just trying to flip my phone around and I kept dropping it.
But
you guys clearly screen
that does mean though
before you put your boards up.
No Johns.
We all have version 1 in the finals. Because that would pass a Space Station. So version 1, I think a lot of us are thinking they could make a pretty far run here.
I think they could. I believe in this version 1 team. I think they're the real deal. I would not be surprised if they, like whoever comes out of that FaZe G2 game, I think version 1 are going to give them fits, and they're gonna surprise people today. I would not be surprised to see them in the finals.
Let's widen the scope a little bit here. Let's take a look at this season as a total. Because obviously now some teams aren't making it to the major, but they're still in the running for those world spots, right? You still have your eyes. There's still another split after this, Gibbs. So this is where we stand as of now in the season in total.
Yes, World Championship spots are a little bit different. So NA is guaranteed 3, and right now they have 3 teams in the top 8 from international play. So they would get 3 additional spots. So right now Team Envy would have that last spot. Now these numbers are obviously going to change because one of these teams, like version 1 or Oxygen, very likely making a major, then they're going to get a lot more points coming up because, you know, there's a lot of points on the line there. So right now, Envy's in that spot. They're very likely will drop out before spring split starts. But I want to talk about, we have another roster window coming out, and we made some rule changes where you can make as many roster moves as you want. 1 roster move per transfer window now. So it used to be just 1 transfer window the entire year. Now you can do it in both. So what do these teams do? Teams like Envy, teams like Complexity, teams like Rogue, who have that aspiration to make it to the World Championship, do they make moves or do they hold out and try and just have a better spring split?
Yeah.
For me personally, like I think the only team that shouldn't make a move is Complexity. They have a lot of points right now.
Really?
But they're also like on this journey. They all come from Sam. They all move together. Like I think it's hard to take someone out of that and then bring someone new in. Like, I think that they have team chemistry there. They just have to grind. They have to grind. Like, if they don't make major, they absolutely cannot take a break. They know they need a really good spring split to make sure they make it to the World Championship. I think they stay together. Everyone else, I think, is unclear. Because I think Rogue...
I thought you were saying they need to make a change.
No.
Oh, okay. I'm like, no, what are you talking about?
Like, so it's hard because I feel like Team Envy's in a decent spot. I think they're warming up to Drees, but like if I'm missed, I would not be happy right now because like Atomic wanted out. There has to be morale issues on this team. So if I was missed and there's an opening on a top 5 team, which is probably unlikely, but I think Mist would be like, yes, please.
Well, to me,
get me out of here.
Yeah, to me, you should be looking at these, like if you are an Envy or even if you are a Rogue, you should be looking at a roster that can compete internationally. Envy did not perform well at the fall major. And then when the swap happened, I don't know, even if this team did make the major, if they wouldn't have this same exact performance as they did in the fall. So you have to think internationally when you think about these roster moves. Rogue, they had a chance at the major. I think they have to look more long-term. I do think a roster move is on the table for them. Aqua has been a great upgrade to this team, and they could build something on this Rogue squad, but based on what I've seen, a roster move would probably help you. A lot of other teams are moving around. I think Torrent should make a move. I think a lot of these A-tier teams, there should be a big roster shuffle in North America. I think a lot of these teams haven't worked out. Xset hasn't worked out. Vibrance, they've disappeared. All those teams like on the they weren't really in the points leaderboard or anything, but just thinking about roster moves in general. I actually like Oxygen. I don't think they need to make changes. I think they have something good they can build on. They could make a change, but who do you swap out? It really depends.
Right now you can't, right?
Yeah,
like after this split going so well. But I do feel like we saw that in North America. We saw like all these roster moves happen. Most of them happen at the top. A few happen like down below, and like we'll see if they work out. But I think Rogue, like you have to build around Aqua at some point. Do you do it now, or do you give them one more split to see how they do? Because they're very likely not making World Championship no matter what at this point.
It's either that or someone's going to pluck Aqua off the team. So you have to build around
on this real quick, and then we got to move on.
Yeah, so like Rogue and Envy are probably the two with the most money available to just go out and buy whoever they want, right? And if I'm running those teams, I want someone like LJ who has significantly increased his stock with his play here, how good Oxygen has looked. And if I'm Oxygen, I'm going, we got to turn over some couches here and find some extra dollar bills to feed to LJ because they absolutely have to make keeping him a priority when some of these bigger orgs, probably with deeper pockets, come calling saying, hey, we need somebody.
Well, matches are coming our way in a few moments here, guys. Let's quickly glance at that bracket one more time just to get you guys prepped for what's coming up here because we have 2 matches before we come back to the desk. Quickly, just wanted to tag on what that second match is going to be. NRG versus Torrent. NRG, Jorby, you're not the strongest day yesterday. Torrent, we were just talking about them, though.
Yeah, Torrent, they got here. And to me, that was the most important thing because this is the farthest they've gotten in any tournament this season, I think. That is, the placement absolutely matters for them. NRG, look, they had a bad group stage. NRG are allowed to have a bad day at the office. Stacks talked about the historical significance of losing to randoms, but NRG are one of the most resilient teams in the world. I don't expect them to fall apart again. I more so expect the series we got against Shopify Rebellion in the tiebreaker, I believe, was it, when they stomped them like 7-1 and scored like 10 goals within like 8 minutes. I expect that NRG to hit the pitch against Torrent. I would love to see Torrent do well, but I do think this is where their road ends.
Well, let's take a look at what we're going to see in order here, because you guys know. Well, I was going to say, so you know when to come and watch these matches, like when your favorite teams are. Just stay here and watch them all. These are all going to be great matches. Don't go anywhere, please. Leave this tab open. I just, well, you can get up and stretch. That's fine. But stick around for all these games. They're all going to be good. But talking about that first one, coming away in just a few moments, is Randoms versus Oxygen. Let's start breaking this one down because there's some stuff on the line here, Gibbs. Let's reiterate what is on the line here for Oxygen.
So Oxygen, they have to win. They have to win at this point to stay alive. They need to keep up with version 1 at the very least. Again, third place will clinch outright, but for right now, You got to win what's in front of you. But so far, they've done a good job. We saw it in Regional 2, lower bracket round 1. They played version 1. They beat them when it mattered most. They played Space Station, who knocked them out in both Regional 1 and Regional 2. And they came out and they beat them. So they're showing up when it matters most. But it's the randoms, and you just have no idea what's going to happen. They took down Energy. They went 1 and 2 in their group, but they had a great game differential. They got number 2 seed out of that group. Randoms are a wild card. It is that, like, it'll be so frustrating for Oxygen if they fall now when they are so close to LA.
Yeah, they're living up to their name right now. But to talk about the team and Oxygen and their chances for majors, we actually had a chance to sit down with LJ and hear from them. So let's take a listen.
For the last push, I definitely think that we're coming in grinding all this week and next. I definitely think that we can do really well. Definitely another top 6, or maybe push even further to the grand finals.
Now Toasty, oh, what a shot! And Oxygen strikes first.
I definitely think the pickup with Gimmick is a huge part of our success. Just that new flair of excitement. He brings a lot more energy to the team, and we definitely feel really good about playing, and it's just a lot more fun.
And Gimmick to put it home for Oxygen.
Our biggest competitors are version 1 and Rogue. I definitely see them doing well, and it'll definitely be a battle for that 5th spot.
And that should bring us OT. Oh no! LJ right on target! And LJ steals it for Oxygen!
Not being at the last major, it definitely felt really bad. I feel like we had a lot of potential going into the season, and we kind of just bombed it. And being this close, it's definitely a feeling I've never had before, and I'm very excited for what's next. We just really have a lot of fun competing.
Sky went up for Arsenal, and LJ read the whole play, and he can still continue with this.
Reset.
Quick reset. Oh my gosh! Welcome to the RLCS indeed.
And Oxygen, again, a lot on the line. I bet you this team is nervous, but definitely, feeling confident in the run. They're so close to this, and that's big for this team. I'm curious, though, if chat is on board with this team. It's time for the Verizon fan vote. Hashtag OXG in chat, or hashtag RAN in the chat. I bet you we're going to have some underdog lovers out there right now for the randoms. Question is, do you really think they can do that now? Because it's going to get harder and harder as they go in Oxygen. Again, a well-versed team. Let's see what you guys think. We'll tally those up. We'll get our analyst thoughts on the board as well. Let's start getting those predictions out there. I'm going to start on the far end. Stacks, you drew the short card here. Do we have Oxygen or randoms?
Well, look, randoms is probably one of the best. They might be the best bubble team out there. Noxus certainly thinks so. Remember,
Are you gonna pick
Team Power or and Northwood. I have a hard time going against Oxygen, though, as battle-tested as they are. And remember, I mean, you could write a biography of their trip through the split if they do make it to the major. They were down to their last life against Charlotte Phoenix yesterday. They get the 1-0 Game 5 win. I think it was in overtime. They were down to their last life against Space Station Gaming. They get another 1-goal victory in Game 5. Oxygen has done literally just enough to survive to this point. They've come far too far to fall down against randoms here. I've got Oxygen.
I think Oxygen, the energy and momentum are in their favor. Randoms, they had some good games yesterday, and I think it's not the last time we're going to be seeing Two-Piece or Chronic in the RLCS. Those are two high-quality players. Whether on randoms or another team in the future, they're going to be here again. But right now, it's Oxygen's. It's Oxygen's time. And this is the best they've looked so far for my mark.
Well, I'm going to go next, because if we curse this, I want Gibbs to curse. I'm not taking the responsibility of this one, because I'm going Oxygen as well. I think it's really fun to see teams like randoms, and I want to see more of that. I really do. And they succeed here. Awesome. There's great storylines, not for Oxygen, but it's really fun to see. But for Oxygen, this has to happen for them. So I have to pick up Gibbs.
I'm going with chaos and some dark energy as well, because I want Space Station to squirm just a little bit longer. Okay. We'll see if they make it. So I'm going Oxygen to keep the story alive that Space Station might miss out. I want Oxygen to have to play like a version 1 for a 3rd place game to make it in. So I'm going Oxygen here.
Okay, chat. Are we going for the full sweep on this one? Oh, barely.
Ooh,
Wow.
50-50. Well, almost.
Okay, chat.
Love the
It
support
might
coming
be
out from the
that
underdog.
close on the pitch, too.
Yeah, it could
Yeah,
be.
true.
It very well could be. So why don't we find out? Because we do have James Spot and Johnny waiting in the Verizon Skybox for this match. Oxygen is fighting for a spot at the majors. The randoms for fans. Will two-piece Chronic and Knight be able to reduce the land spot tension right here and right now? Let's find out.
The randoms looking to play spoiler for Oxygen Esports. This is the home stretch. We saw the desk in unison picking Oxygen. Chat much closer. Johnny, what are your odds?
Yeah, I think I gotta agree. You gotta go Oxygen in this one. They're just too experienced in this split. They've had too many impressive results already this event. Randoms, though, what day they just had yesterday. That is, something we don't see too often from these up-and-coming teams. So many teams qualify and then just get immediately eliminated day one, but not these guys. They're fighting through a bracket of death of their own.
And I witnessed this randoms team take down NRG pretty commandingly, and it was shocking, expecting NRG to finish at the top of the group once again, but the randoms took them down. It was the only team the randoms were able to take down, but we did see what they're capable of. However, this Oxygen team, so much to play for. We'll see how it all goes down. Right now, we see LJ on the dribble. Ooh.
How were NRG outplayed? I know you watched that one very closely. Whenever I tuned in, I see so many solo plays coming out of these randoms players. There's so many dangerous mechanical plays. They seem to be following up on each other's plays pretty well, though. It's not just solo play, solo play, solo play. They're actually playing off each other's touches very well from what I can see.
That was the case in the NRG series. One of the things that they did really well was operate on the corner wall and the backboard of their opponent. So in the situation with NRG, you had Chronic specifically able to get a fantastic first touch in the corner and then dribble it along the wall and dish it out to someone in the midfield. And that caught NRG a few times. And you're right, this team, more than just mechanics, they've got that team play potential.
Yeah, now seeing Knight just lingering downfield. They're trying to find those lob passes all the way up the middle. LJ lob pass to himself. Backboard coming into play already quite a few times. Randoms calmly defending at the moment. They're not panicking. That's a great 50-50 by LJ to bring Gimmick into the play, and he meant that. Look at this deflection from LJ to pass off to Gimmick.
And the thing I love about Gimmick is he's got that scoring instinct, that killer instinct. He could have easily, thought about going for a pass back, maybe gone for a pass off the backboard, try to fake out the defense, but no, he goes right for net. And that kind of killer instinct is invaluable, especially when you need that offense to show up.
Gimmick, I think, unanimously considered the best attacker years ago in the game. So hard to play against, pretty much impossible to defend. And he's getting right back to that. Oh, what a touch that is by two-piece, sending it all the way down the field. No follow-up from randoms. Need to try and control the ball here. Oxygen sitting so far back in their half. They are not moving in too early on these plays. But will randoms realize that? Will they start to go for those dribbling plays? I know that they're more than capable.
And that was a nice bump. Oxygen putting the screws on. You even saw a team bump there. Two players from randoms running into each other. Oxygen, their attack looking polished. NRG made the mistake of giving randoms a lot of space. Oxygen not making that mistake so far.
Yeah, the ball pressure's been pretty consistent. Toasty getting a lot of space to work with. We've got that impossible to read lineup of double dominus on the Oxygen boys today. Tried to predict what they're going to do. LJ, who is the star of the show, taking down SSG, sets up another pass. This time Toasty's cracking the crossbar. Randoms fairly quiet in offense. They've had plenty of touches on the ball, but none of them materializing into realistic chances on net.
Even there was a chance. That first touch, though, getting too far away. However, shot opportunity for Chronic. LJ tipping the ball. It hits the crossbar down and out. A close call for Oxygen.
Yeah, what a save by LJ. I love the placement of the shot as well from the offense coming out of randoms. Saw the pre-jump, aimed underneath it. It is difficult to dive back down after you've already jumped off the wall like that, but LJ actually played it perfectly. He had the entire goal covered top to bottom.
Two-piece. That one will
Wow.
find its mark. It was a close race to the ball. Well-placed shot. And just like that, Randoms, they're back in it.
Yeah, and a bit of a mistake there from LJ. He just did not get the read on that ball. He thought he could get off the wall to touch it. And then Gimmick as well, getting beat into it. I don't know if Gimmick realized he was getting dusted there because he moved up very, very low. I feel like if he jumped, he could have got a block on that. Underestimating the pace, a two-piece spot to the play. It's a bit careless for Oxygen. They were in great position. Chance to redeem themselves. Gimmick on the air dribble, and he's put in a second goal. Ground shot, now the air shot from Gimmick. He's got it all in the dom.
And redemption indeed. And unfortunate for Knight. Ended up running into an opponent, driving right into a bump. And sometimes that happens when you're on ball cam and you got somebody rotating back. It didn't even look like an intentional bump. But regardless, that contact opening up the window, and Oxygen take the lead right back.
It's a nice 50 by Gimmick in defense, but it has bounced out dangerously. And again, he's looking for those 50-50s. Doesn't want to give the ball away for free. The right idea from Oxygen. They, conceded a bit of an easy goal earlier on in this game. Don't want to make the same mistake again with only 45 seconds left in the game. Randoms biding their time though, no panic. They know that they will probably get a good chance on net given the time that they have remaining, but the closer that clock reaches to 0, I'm sure we're just going to see the full commit from these players.
And there we see some passing back and forth, but Gimmick in the midfield shutting down that opportunity. LJ, like that play from LJ, getting the soft touch and stealing that mid boost. The possession game from Oxygen, melting away these final seconds.
These are now the final moments. Great control by Tilsey again. Ball control's been fantastic for Oxygen at the end of this game. Really giving Randoms no real chances. Two-piece looking to drop the ball down to Knight. That's interesting. He had Chronic as an option upfield. Still moving in on it. Well defended though by LJ. No route through for Randoms in the back corner. They drop game 1 to the favorites, OXG.
Oxygen certainly the favorites, and also for Randoms, a single goal game. And in the group stages, 7 out of their 12 games, they only scored a single goal. So they didn't really have an incredibly high-powered offense, but what they do have is those mechanics. However, for Oxygen, you saw the way that they were playing. It seemed like Randoms didn't really get the space to go for those dribbles, to go for those solo plays. Oxygen all over them. The only goal that Randoms were able to get was that one play where Gimmick, LJ had missed that challenge off the wall, and then Gimmick had an incredibly low challenge, and the ball just skipped right over his head. So Randoms, they have a lot to figure out in this next game, Johnny.
Yeah, I really want to see them just go for it, though. It felt like quite a restrained performance there from Randoms. So we saw yesterday in the group stage in the lower bracket round 1, these guys, they've got firepower, but they've got to go and try to utilize that, especially when Oxygen are just sitting behind the ball like this, when they're slowing the game down, but they're sitting so deep in their own half. They don't look like they're too afraid of Randoms, and now it's up to Randoms to go and give them something to be afraid of, start forcing mistakes, start trying to get them to panic in these positions that right now Oxygen are just so calm in.
Gimmick is trying to make a play, and those dominance hitboxes, they can be a gift and a curse. We saw it be a bit of a curse to Gimmick when the ball slipped over his head, but also on those chips, on the back passes, really let you beat defenders who are coming up. The dominance can chip it so high, so fast.
I really feel like it should be a do not try this at home type of car. You should just slap that on every single Dominus. Let everybody know that, the pros can do this. They can play this very precise car. Very hard to read car, but I don't know. Not convinced with my ranked teammates, never have been. That's all I'm going to say, but
that might...
Oh my goodness. That was a huge acceleration of the ball that I don't think anyone is expecting. LJ kind of got a double tap mid-flip off the sidewall.
And that shot, it was not fast, but it was surprising, and it forced a lot of boost out of Randoms. See Randoms trying to get something going on offense. Toasty challenging that right in front of net. Gimmick with a hit downfield, and Knight's beat the control, the flick, redirect. Now Gimmick on the rebound. He'll just punch this one in, but Oxygen had to work hard for this one on the counter.
Fantastic stuff from Gimmick again. Both of his teammates are ahead of him and sort of out of the play, but he knows he can just get a clean hit on the ball. He's lurking the Predator, using all of his experience to know where to be, when to arrive. Third goal for Gimmick. He's putting them all in for Oxygen today.
And for Toasty on that challenge, I mean, he was up so early, basically pre-jumping, going for that dunk. That's a big risk to take. We're seeing Oxygen take some pretty significant risks, and it's paying off for him.
Yeah, now Random's really in a tough spot. They didn't look anywhere near Oxygen's level in that first game, despite the scoreline. Oxygen were in full control, kind of gave them a goal at some point. I think we had one good chance where LJ made a spectacular save, but toothless compared to yesterday so far from Randoms. They need to step up the aggression here. Chronic accidentally gives the ball away to Toasty. Again, where are the passing plays that we talked about earlier? They need to play off each other's touches the way that they did in the group stage.
Toasty up to LJ. Did he get the flip reset? No, he didn't, but still awkward ball. Random's trying to clear this out. There's an air dribble. Toasty will get a piece of it. Good look potentially. Gimmick can't get the double, but Chronic misreads that touch, and he'll have to bail.
Yeah, it's just more of the same from Oxygen, trying to control this game, looking for the passing plays. And so far, that game plan has worked out wonderfully. If anything, they're even in more control this game than they were in the last. Experience showing through. They have, they have not had big leads, but that's all you need to get in Rocket League. You don't need to really force the issue. Oh, that's not a good touch by Gimmick, though. He pre-jumps to make up for it. That was a really dangerous touch in defense. But he fixed it himself. He knew what he'd done wrong and how to remedy the situation.
But on the close call, just like on LJ's save, barely getting a piece of it, but just enough to prevent the goal. Still, this one neck and neck. Oxygen, despite having most of the possession, have not been able to pad this lead.
Well, that's a good touch. Look at the back corner play. They're actually making decent plays near the walls, and this is harder for Oxygen to read, but the follow-up is so far away. I'd love to see a bit more of a wide formation in offense from Randoms. They're kind of just following each other at the moment. Yes, you can follow up on a play by being right behind it, but options would be ideal. Where's the runner on the far side of the field? Well, now we've actually almost got one. Two-piece deciding to move in. Oxygen.
The key demo right there.
Oh, they've almost scored it as well. It just feels like it's inevitable. Oxygen are so close and they've got a second goal. Toasty a bit fortunate with the finish, but it just felt like it was coming with the pressure they put on the Randoms here.
I mean, to look at two-piece, this is not the Randoms that we saw yesterday. Randoms making a few mistakes here. Two-piece, that first touch was not what was called for. And really, to me, Johnny, that is where Randoms have really struggled, is in their first touch game. Yesterday, they had some excellent first touches that set up the control plays, going for dribbles. That time you see a first touch mistake leading directly to a goal. They haven't been able to control the ball or work with each other. Whereas Oxygen, if they decide to dive in there, they're so fast, or they're faking like they're going to challenge, and then you see Randoms fall for it and give up possession.
Yeah, it's been brilliant from Oxygen. The tail end of game number 1 and the entirety of game number 2, dominant performance by them. Really giving Randoms nothing. And although we've seen a couple of wayward defensive touches, they have been few and far between from Oxygen. And between those, it's been pretty flawless, just not giving Randoms any opportunities. Gimmick wisely air dribbling to waste some more time. Toasty covers the net. The only option there for Chronic was to shoot with the time that was remaining. Toasty knows that. Makes sure to save it. Guarantees the win.
Toasty a bit toxic there instead of letting that ball down to the ground. Looking to pad the stats. And Oxygen move up to a 2-game lead. Now 1 game away from sweeping Randoms out of the event.
Yeah, it's a shame for Randoms. They did perform at such a high level yesterday, but is this where the story ends? Is this where the split ends for them? Can they dig deep here? They were completely outclassed by Oxygen in this game. Random just couldn't get control of the ball for any consistent time, and like you mentioned, their first touch game hasn't been ideal, often inviting those strong 50-50s and dunks from Oxygen, who are quite happy. Should they see a wayward touch, should they see a player lose control of the ball, they're going to challenge. They're not going to sit back. I don't think they're that afraid of this Randoms team at the moment, or I don't think they're afraid at all with what randoms have presented them. And that is, surprising to see after how much success randoms had yesterday against top-class opposition in the region.
You're certainly right. It is a bit surprising, but also just looking at the experience of some of these players. This is a very young randoms team. 2Piece 15, Chronic and Knight 16. They're playing on the main stage now, and that type of environment, that can really test your nerves. But this is the type of experience that these players on randoms will need to get to that next level. Whereas, players like Gimmick, been doing this a while. They've won it all, and that experience is really showing.
Yeah, and even LJ and Toasty as well. They've made their come up at the end of RLCS Season X and already established themselves as, I think probably the scariest team that were on the rise at that time. The team that, I don't mean this in a bad way, but the worst team who looked like they could win an event in NA, because the events in North America, they always seem to be won by the same teams, and it's, NRG, Envy last season, Space Station Gaming, G2, it's always these teams, whatever team First Killer's been on in the past year as well. I think Oxygen, on their day, they can beat anyone. And they've shown that several events. And now the thing that's really impressive to me is they've found a way to be consistent against the teams that they should be beating, teams like Randoms. And that's no disrespect to Randoms, who have had a great event here, but Oxygen should be beating them, and they are convincingly at the moment.
And here's another goal coming in. You saw the chance. The rebound from LJ going for this play just off, but Gimmick, that touch, setting up Toasty for the shot. And that is, Toasty, the fact that he's so close and Gimmick still is making that touch, if that goes haywire and Toasty's too close to the play, that's a counter goal for randoms.
That's a great reaction by Gimmick as well. He just made a bump play, so he's had ball cam off, bumped the goalkeeper, throws ball cam back on, sees the ball flying at him, and just plays it in any way that he can to try and keep the attack alive. So the first play that Gimmick hasn't really been the prime scorer or passer in, but he's still making such a big impact. He's such a difficult player to defend when he's getting in these positions. It's just classic Gimmick. This is going to be great for all of the longtime fans of the man that we've really been hoping would make a resurgence. Here he comes again, this time denied by Knight.
And he really is a thorn in the side of defenses. You never know when he's going to turn, when he's going to get that extra touch. And even there, you see Toasty doing the same thing Gimmick's doing earlier. The Dominus gang, they are ruthless. Gimmick's shot will be denied by Knight, but Gimmick still getting bumps on his rotation out.
Yeah, he's just staying so aggressive on the other side of the ball. Really a lot of faith in his teammates behind him. Oh, that's not the ideal save from 2Piece. He's bailed out by Chronic. Can Randoms get anything going? It's more of the same that we saw in Game 2. It's all Oxygen. They've got Randoms completely pinned back in their half now. They're responding to every single play that Randoms make. It's a nice touch there by Chronic to keep control. And another one. This is promising. And he offloaded to the center. Yes, he can. 2Piece unable to get the touch on it. It was a fast ball across the box, so you can't really blame him. Those are the chances that Randoms need to be taken. Great play by Chronic down the line.
And again, the slight touch from Oxygen breaking up that passing play. That shot will be good. Gimmick was on the goal line. We'll take another look why he didn't jump.
Yes, so we did actually see a fastball coming across the middle of the box into the ceiling, and Gimmick boost starved, so he couldn't cover everything, and he didn't have a lot of momentum either, so I think he was just kind of hoping that the shot would not be taken on the first touch, which it was. Difficult position either way when you're out of boost. Here come Randoms again. Oh my goodness, what a goal by 2Piece! I wondered if he knew much about it. With a double tap from that range, you got to wonder. Look at that, he's actually got this game's unbelievable.
He squeezed that in between the defender. You saw LJ was defending the pass. He was expecting that to hit off the backboard and go back middle. That's why he was so far out.
That's crazy. I mean, with any kind of double tap in this range, you sometimes think that, or you sometimes see pros will adapt mid-play. They'll make one touch, realize the double tap's on, and then play for it. But it looked like 2Piece was actually playing for the double tap from the setup. Oh, great 50 by Gimmick. And LJ's going to equalize. So, unfortunately, for 2Piece, his wonderful goal's been cancelled out by a completely open net.
And again, a rough first touch there from Knight on the back wall.
Yeah,
you saw him.
true.
It was a very awkward position, but we have seen pros in that situation able to keep that ball deep in the corner. And that first touch, it gave the opportunity for the follow-up shot. So the first touches continuing to be devastating for randoms.
They're right back into offense, though. This is much better from them. Life still remaining, and they must be excited after a big goal like that from two-piece. Going out with their best game yet, if this is to be their last game.
Toasty, hard off the wall. Chronic's up, and it's right back to Toasty, who's going to pop it high. LJ up early, second effort on the ball, going for the 50. He does blast it back down. Knight bumped off the ball. Gimmick with the setup, two-piece will be blocked. LJ back to Gimmick in the corner, who just got the boost. Gimmick sees Toasty in the middle, pass attempt. The shot gonna be wide, but you see the panic on the defense from randoms.
And the boost has been taken away from them time and time again. Final minute of the game, and here comes Gimmick. He's done it again. The most effective offensive player today for Oxygen puts in yet another goal, beating Chronic to the punch, and that wasn't a boost star of Chronic. Gimmick's just too fast. Perfect timing of his arrival again. They lead by 1 with 49 seconds left.
And I love what LJ does there, not only with the air dribble pass, but you saw him get in the way of the defender, getting his Octane in a spot that lets Gimmick have that space to take the shot. Oxygen, they are playing their hearts out. They know what's on the line. They are fighting to get that top 5 spot so they can make it to the major. And this performance, this was exactly what they needed and their fans were hoping for.
It's going to give so much hope to them. We went into this event slight favorites to snag that 5th major spot. They're still in the running. A long way to go, but this is the first step. LJ trying to let the clock do the work for him, but Chronic dives in, keeps this one alive. Vacates the area, and there's not long left for randoms to create a chance. The ball's just stuck in the corner.
LJ, the challenge, that's gonna hit Oxygen, sweep randoms. An important win for Oxygen as they move on.
You know, best game for randoms at the end there. They did save the best to last, but that is the end of their split. Hopefully we see more of this team. They had such a great event, and I really enjoyed watching their play yesterday. And in this third game, that is what we expected to see from them. That's what we need to see from them every time they play. They've just got to go for it. And like you mentioned, first touch has to be better in defense. I think they might have been a bit nervous about Oxygen's experience and Oxygen's consistency in these high-pressure games. They need to keep winning if they're going to stay in that run for the major, or at least have it in their own control. And they are winning again and again. This is fantastic stuff from, well, LJ and Toasty, who have we've been expecting them to rise up to this level for a while, but how cool is it to see Gimmick back on top and fighting his old teammate Torment for that major spot? Well, at least that's what Space Station Gaming want to be happening. V1 and Oxygen fighting for it, not somehow both making it the expensive SSG. But there's only one way to find out, and that's to keep the day going and get the rest of the matches started later on.
Certainly, and for Oxygen and for Gimmick, you know, this roster move for him looking like it's breathing new life into his career. Now, fighting for that top 5 spot. And like you said, this fight between them and version 1 is going to be interesting. Space Station watching from the sidelines, and we'll all be watching the rest of the events going down today. This was just the first one. We've got many more coming right after the break.
You know how some carriers give you so little for your older busted phone you just end up living with it? I don't think so. Verizon lets you trade in your broken phone for a shiny new one. You break it, we upgrade it. You dunk it, doggy bone it, slam it, wham it, strawberry jam it, we upgrade it.
Get a 5G phone on us with select plans.
Every customer, current, new, or business.
Because everyone deserves better. And with plans starting at just $35, better costs less than you think.
This might not be your car, and this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine, and maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, not nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Tippy driver.
You know how some carriers give you so little for your older busted phone you just end up living with it? I don't think so. Verizon lets you trade in your broken phone for a shiny new one. You break it, we upgrade it. You dunk it, doggy bone it, slam it, wham it, strawberry jam it, we upgrade it.
Get a 5G phone on us with select plans.
Every customer, current, new, or business.
Because everyone deserves better. And with plans starting at just $35, better costs less than you think.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order. Nacho nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Tippy driver.
Welcome back to the RLCS. You just got done watching Oxygen take down Randoms and advance in the lower bracket. But coming up next, we have Torrent up against the Titan NRG. We haven't had the best go of it in this tournament so far, Turtle. But Torrent, for them, this is the farthest that they've gotten in any tournament this season.
Oh yeah, Torrent looked the best we've seen in quite some time, and a big part of that, Jorby, is due to the break that specifically Magic Bear took. I've been following Torrent. I do a lot of their casting on Fridays and day ones, and I've been following their journey along here to get to where they are. And Torrent, they ended up taking a break, subbing in Dapper throughout the second event here. And then you come into the Mobile One Mountain Classic, and Magic Bear is back on the main roster. And that little break has allowed them to take themselves all the way up into the playoffs and fight off against NRG, who look a bit shaky, Jorby.
Yeah, NRG definitely didn't have the best go of it yesterday. They did return to form against Rebellion at the very end to stay out of that elimination scenario. But NRG, they're sitting pretty. They are sitting pretty here in North America. They've already clinched a spot for the major. All these points that they could accrue are really for seeding in Los Angeles. So that's what NRG are playing for. But with Garrett's mentality, I know that doesn't really matter to him. He always wants to bring 110% to every single match that they play. So I expect NRG to have some sort of return to form here.
And I remember you could see the loss yesterday in the groups from NRG to Randoms, and barely making it out of their group. And everybody was freaking out, on the timeline, just in general, everybody talking about NRG. Oh, maybe this is where they slip up. And, I think you and I both agree, Jorby, that NRG are going to bounce back, and it's still going to be an incredibly difficult uphill battle for Torrent, regardless of how great they look.
Well, let's get the Verizon fan vote going and see what everyone at home thinks is going to happen at the end of this one. I think I have an inkling as to how chat is going to vote in this one. But Turtle, I will say this. If there was ever a time for Torrent to make a statement, to have a game that actually puts them on the map, this is the time. You're catching NRG reeling just a little bit, and maybe you could punch a hole through there. You talk about Magic Bear taking a break last regional to reset the mentality. We always talk about how important your mental health is in this game, and just your mentality during the game in general. So if there was ever a time for Torrent to do it, this is it.
Yeah, and I even talked to Jordan yesterday after their series and making it this far, and he said that little break, even though he wasn't the one who specifically took the break, just having a different roster, swapping out a little bit of the puzzle to have Dapper come in for that regional event was huge for him. He said that allowed him to release a lot of that fatigue that was going on in the game. So he's refreshed, he's warmed up, he's ready to go. So is Magic Bear. And specifically, I think if you're going to see a Torrent win here, you need to see Jordan. If you're not aware of Torrent, Jordan is a very defensive player. A lot of times he'll be on the backfield getting a lot of saves. But if you see him be aggressive, that's an indicator that Torrent, they're warmed up, they're fired up, and they're ready to go. So you need to see Jordan pop off here, Jorby, if we get any form of an upset.
I do think it's interesting when you talk about Jordan, just playing with a different roster, just one different player, how much that can reset things for you mentally. Because I think about LJ in the interview earlier today, talking about how Gimmick, adding him just added a whole new energy to the roster. Now, this isn't exactly the same thing, right? Dapper just came in to sub for a regional, and now they're back to their main roster. But the teammate you're also having coming back also feels refreshed. So hopefully for Torrent, that energy, they still feel that rejuvenation. It's going to be tough here against NRG, but it is a best of 5, and I think that's the best environment you could be in to try to topple NRG.
Yeah, and it's all about bringing back to life that mental game, the love, the drive, the hunger. And NRG, they seem to do it best whenever they don't have a lot of stress on them, whenever they're playing with nothing to lose. And that's a little bit scary because yesterday, all the expectations and the reputation of NRG was damaged just a little bit. I think that they got in their own heads and they faced a couple of difficult losses. So now they're out here. They don't have as much expectations. They had a poor day yesterday, which is scary if you're going up against NRG because you'd think that they'd come out here, they'd be tilted. No, expectations are much lower, and because of that, you might see an even better NRG.
And the fan vote going the expected way. It was about teetering between 83 to 85% in NRG's favor. NRG fan base loud and proud out there. Yeah, of course, they would be with one of the best teams in North America. But Torrent, the upstarts, trying to get something going. This roster has had a tumultuous journey through RLCS 2021-2022. This is a chance to get another rung up onto the ladder. But NRG are in the way. Players are taking their sides of the pitch. We're about to get started.
Yeah, and let's see what we have from NRG, how they throw themselves on offense and at this Torrent defense. Who is going to step up? 3 players, Garrett G, Justin, Squishy. You obviously know them for their mechanics, their ability to move down the field as a unit. But if things weren't flowing that well yesterday, maybe one individual will step up in this game.
And despite their woes yesterday, I mean, Justin, during the pre-show, I mean, he had two of the 5 spots, or 2 of the 7 spots, excuse me, in the top play segment of the pre-show. This is another dunk, though, and it's Torrent getting the first goal. Kinsey.
I don't think there's any better start right here, Jorby. It's 150-50 from Kinsey over Squishy Muffins, and he just hammered his way through on that challenge, the pure muscle to get that goal in, and it slipped in for Torrent.
A great start for Torrent, knowing the task that's in front of them. Justin couldn't put that one on target. Garrett actually leaps for this ball, and now a breakout might happen for Magic Bear. Shot on target, but taken away by Squishy. It was actually just a little off.
And that first goal for Torrent is huge against NRG, because NRG, a lot of times you'll see them go up against a team that they should be beating, and it's close games. You know, they'll hold the team scoreless, maybe even throughout the entire series. So just being able to break down their defense, knowing it's possible right away as Magic Bear takes another look at the net, a solo dribble. They've got confidence here within the first minute, Jorby.
There's Magic Bear with another challenge. Kinsey's got space. On the carry, Justin gets there quickly. It's one thing Torrent will have to contend with, NRG's speedy defense. Jordan flips that one up, but Garrett's there.
We'll see what Garrett can do now. Going for the 50-50. There was a demo from Magic Bear, and the defense is holding strong in the midfield out of Torrent. They're not letting NRG go into their own half, start that possession game where they take the boost, starve you out, and then wait for a mistake. And you'll notice Jordan going for an early clear, and then Magic Bear can respond, but now things start to get set up. This is the trap that NRG want to put you in, where you're just stuck on your own half. They're taking your boost. They're winning 50-50s. Things can get dangerous.
Yeah, I like that little slow play from Jordan, but hang on, Garrett. He keeps that one close. Didn't want to fight the angle against Magic Bear. NRG, despite having trouble finding shots on target, still controlling the game here in the corner. Squishy pushing that one out. And Torrent managing the ball well here on defense. Magic Bear might have a breakout. Gets underneath this one. Flip reset. Magic Bear got the dunk. Goes across the field all by himself.
And this is why it's so important to take a break every once in a while, because when you come back, you're fresh and ready to go. Everybody on NRG take it out, all thanks to Magic Bear.
Turtle, you said it pregame. Refreshed, refueled Magic Bear. When's the last time we saw a real splash play from Magic Bear like that? It's been a long time, I feel like. I must feel good for him. Torrent started out great here in game number 1.
Absolutely, an unbelievable game 1. And one thing that I have noticed is the boost control out of Torrent, in the midfield in particular, has been very efficient. They're taking the midfield boost most of the time, not letting somebody like Squishy or Garrett G, who rotates out into that third man spot, grab it. And as I'm talking about it, it's Garrett G with so much boost that tank finds a goal in an open net.
Oh yeah, Squishy got a perfect touch. Jordan wasn't positioned for it, and Kinsey was the last back, so he had to wait for that one to come up. He couldn't go take that challenge. Magic Bear was still coming back on the rotation, so that just that perfect touch really from Squishy on that sidewall totally threw Torrent's rotation out of whack.
And even Garrett G's shot on that one was a bit of a fake. He hit it with the bottom side of his car, so the defender, you expect Garrett G just to smash that one in or try and get as much power on the top of his car, or maybe even the front, but using it as a fake. And then now the pass, the give and go, Justin can't complete it. Still trailing by 1 goal is NRG.
Squishy pops it over Jordan. Kinsey follows it up. 3 minutes for Torrent have still been good. Magic Bear wins the touch in midfield, excuse me. Jordan just trying to keep control. I don't think he got the touch he wanted, and that's a dangerous one from Kinsey, but he got in front of it. But it's up for Squishy off the ceiling. Kinsey takes this one away. Torrent hanging on to this 2-1 lead. Time starts to dwindle down to the final minute.
We'll see what Kinsey has now. Last man back. Goes for it. It's a double commit. Magic Bear's there to bail him out. And this is where things can get dicey for Torrent. They've been known in the final minutes to not play the best. Rocket League panicking, sending 2 players at 1 ball, maybe multiple challenges in a row. NRG, they thrive under this pressure.
Jordan has to wait for this one as well, but he's got no boost. Squishy got over him. Torrent back on defense again. Justin can't get that touch, but Jordan's got no boost. He has to wait.
Pass.
Kinsey now going to try to take control on defense. He's got no boost. Gets chipped out of the way. Justin knows he's got control. Justin, here he comes. Tried the fake, but Jordan will get that one out for Torrent. Magic Bear on the transition.
And big credit to Magic Bear getting that 50-50 over Justin too, calling the fake. But hold on, NRG, they're still making waves downfield. The passing game, it's been picking up slowly, and they're finding each other, give and goes. Nothing yet to break down the Torrent defense and get that equalizer, but it is in the distance, and they're chasing after it.
Kinsey kept that touch close, and as such, won the 50. Magic Bear couldn't get there, but Justin got the clear. Or Squishy got the clear. Justin got the save. Garrett back over to Squishy. It's not over for Torrent. They got to play more defense here at the end of regulation. Justin playing it slow again. It's got Magic Bear, but Garrett G, well, he actually couldn't win that 50 against Magic Bear either. Magic Bear doing a lot of work on 50. Now he's going to play. No, he's going to rotate out. I thought he was going to go for the bump on Justin. And here at the end, Torrent still have the lead.
Magic, he's there.
Magic Bear shot's good.
Oh!
Torrent looking good in game number 1. They've got insurance.
And it's a big thank you to Magic Bear for getting this first game win. Not only did he break down every defender in the previous play, but he comes through on the follow-up as that third man back, cleans up, and smacks it home.
A great start for Magic Bear. And a better one for Torrent. Squishy trying to set something up at the end, but it doesn't matter. We head to Forbidden Temple with Torrent taking game 1.
And that's surprising because Torrent, they struggle in the final minute or two, Jorby. From all my history of casting these guys and following this team, they do not do well under that pressure in the final minute or two. So to see them show up big time, especially with Magic Bear, not only was Magic Bear winning a lot of those challenges and also securing those goals, but his awareness on the field, knowing when to position, when to go for the challenges. We saw him, especially with a player like Justin, you don't know how Justin is going to go for a flick or win. And Magic Bear had him read the entire game, it felt like.
Yeah, absolutely. Like Justin had that one solid opportunity where he had control. He slipped underneath the first defender in front of the box, tried the fake. Magic Bear not fooled. There was even a passing play between Garrett and Squishy in front of the box where you see Magic Bear kind of hesitate for a second just to make sure that he keeps the option coverage maximized and got the save. So, I mean, he had a great first game. And this is the best kind of start you can have if you're Torrent. Yeah. They haven't looked this good at all this season, and what a start to have. I'm impressed by game 1.
It's just great because this is actual proof that, certain people, some people, if not everybody, needs a break every once in a while. You need to give your mental and your body and your mind some time to breathe, and Magic Bear did that. In the second regional, he comes back, he wins game 1. We're talking him up a lot. However, NRG, they've dropped several game 1s before, but to beat them in the entire series, that's another obstacle and one that's far more difficult.
And Turtle, remember back when Torrent made the roster move from Percy to Kinsey, and then they didn't get the results that they were hoping for, maybe the immediate success off of that roster move. But Torrent stuck with this roster in a sea of roster changes of teams at the top trying to get even farther above. But Torrent just stuck with it in this A-tier level of North American teams, and they haven't had the best go of it. But getting here now, making the most of it, sometimes sticking with your roster can work, and you just need that break. And they're already putting another shot on. It was denied by Squishy.
And coming into this series, the armor of NRG had already been cracked. That group stage was so difficult for them. So they aren't, unbreakable at this point. And Torrent know that, they recognize it, and they're sending the full house sometimes on offense.
Jordan lobbing this one up to the corner. Kinsey trying to keep Justin locked on the back while Jordan does work for Magic Bear. But NRG are still there on the challenge. Torrent not messing around on offense. They won't want to give NRG any time. Jordan up in the third. make this a little awkward for Garrett, but he got the pass to Justin, and they break out.
NRG looking for something. They've been trapped in their own half. Now's their time to rotate out, set up the trap that we're used to them. And Garrett G, he does get that midfield boost, and finding that midfield boost has been such a key element for Torrent to get the win. And I think if NRG prioritize it just a little bit more, maybe on those rotations, they'll be able to keep possession longer and starve out Torrent.
We're next up, getting over Garrett. Squishy can't get to the ball, but Justin there's the last line of defense. Squishy off the side wall. First touch, but it's defended again by Kinsey. Magic Bear coming quickly. He wants control of this, but he's only got 13 in the tank. Kinsey wants that one, but Justin keeps it protected. Jordan now last man back for Torrent, and does the job enough, forces Garrett to respond, but respond Garrett will as it comes off the wall. Torrent not too stressed.
And nothing super creative out of NRG. They had thrown the ball into the corner, and I believe Justin was looking for a pinch. Hold on a second. Squishy, he got a flip reset, and the bump. It would not fall in. And Jordan, he recognized that there was a lot of space and slowed things down. Very great composure from Torrent, but an even better shot from Squishy, just a bit wide.
But they were getting a little antsy there on the midfield line, both Jordan and Kinsey lining up close together. They're not the worst thing, but one hard clear could do you dirty if you're not careful. So just got to keep your cameras on a swivel at all times. And NRG have gotten a couple of bumps in front of the net. Here's Squishy. He might catch them out here, but that touch forces wide. Garrett will steal another boost, and NRG will stay on the push.
And that's one of those situations where Garrett G, he did take the midfield boost, but Squishy didn't. And because of the lack of boost, he couldn't get a solid touch. And he ends up moving out a bit awkwardly on offense. Still looking for a goal is NRG. They've had possession. However, the defense from Torrent standing strong.
Kinsey, he's got nothing in the tank. Squishy pops this one over. Garrett trying to cut off that midfield hold that Torrent had, and Magic Bear will carry this one out again. They've relied on that backboard to carry it away from NRG and try to air dribble it out, at least get back to the midfield line.
Yeah.
The boost game, it's not been perfect, but here's Magic Bear back over to Kinsey, pops it up high, down straight in front of the box. Almost got dunked by Magic Bear. Squishy carries it out.
Off the crossbar, and now it's NRG's time and chance to strike, but it's intercepted by Jordan. Another touch. Jordan looking phenomenal in the midfield as Kinsey gets taken out, but Magic Bear's got a free shot with two defenders. They find the save, and Torrent are looking to put on another threatening shot, Jorby.
Here's Kinsey again. He's got a touch over Justin, puts it over Squishy. Where's the shot? Magic Bear's there again. Torrent deliver the strike.
And it felt like it was just a matter of time. First, we saw one free shot opportunity from Magic Bear, and then so much space in the corner, and the pass from Kinsey was unbelievable. Such an easy setup there, and oh my goodness, you can't have a better shot opportunity than that one for Magic Bear.
This might be happening right now. NRG got a pass over to Garrett, back to Squishy, but it's denied Turtle.
And Jorby, these teams, they don't have a second chance. This is not the upper bracket. If NRG lose here, they're out of the tournament.
Popped over, and it means everything for Torrent.
Yeah.
Taking down NRG here, but oh my goodness, Justin is just absolutely ridiculous. 1-0, or 1-1, excuse me.
He's done playing games, Justin. The perfect corner spot as well. That is such a difficult read. And Justin made it look not only easy, but he put it there on purpose, Jorby.
It was so clean. Like he read that before the bounce happened. It popped straight out. My goodness.
Now this is the real test for Torrent, because that's what's going to happen. You play NRG, they're going to get shots like this even with 34 seconds left. They're not going to let off the gas.
Torrent have to find a way to match that energy. They've been in control, but things can flip so easily in Rocket League. Justin carries this one up, goes underneath Magic Bear, has to let it drop, and NRG waiting for that touch from Torrent. They keep winning those midfield battles, and it hangs in front of the box. Squishy can't get around it.
10
Just
seconds.
trying to hold form. Popped up by
Off
Justin.
the backboard.
Magic Bear's there first. Garrett has to respect it. Magic Bear expends the tank. Kinsey pops it over one, and Squishy got there on the defense again. Jordan gets bumped by Garrett. Falls back down onto it. But NRG, maybe no. Overtime on Forbidden Temple.
Oh, man, and this is where I'm not even sure which team is in the lead at this moment. I mean, the final few seconds were in favor of Torrent. Hold on, off the kickoff. Jordan, the 1v1, he goes to the fake, and it's saved by Justin, who called his bluff.
Kinsey tried to keep the push going. A decent clear attempt by Justin. Magic Bear burns the boost. They get back to it.
That was terrifying.
Yeah.
That kickoff. I'm shaking right after that one.
It could have very well decided the winner, but here's Justin. He's decided a lot of winners, and he's just decided another one on Forbidden Temple. It's quite clockwork for Justin. NRG take.
Oh my goodness. The first goal was all Justin, and the second goal, again, it's all Justin. The flip reset into the top left corner. We've got ourselves a series all tied up.
Torrent, though, really laying it all out on the line in this game. Had a couple of good opportunities, and it really felt like winning that kickoff was the most important thing in that overtime, with just not enough boost to get real control of the ball. I think it was Justin in net that had the defense, or was it Garrett? I can't.
No, it was Justin. It was
Justin, excuse me. Yeah.
Gordon.
Of course, it's Justin.
Yep, and not only is he making the plays on defense, getting those saves, he pulls up on offense, and he is getting a flip reset into the top left corner. And it's expected of Justin. That's why, obviously, he's on this NRG roster. It's why whenever you see NRG fail, Justin, he doesn't take a lot of the responsibility, at least from a lot of people, because he's still doing plays and outplaying everybody on Torrent by himself. So you got to make sure you deal with that and handle it on defense if you're Torrent. But how do you do that, Jorby?
Well, I mean, Torrent do have a Magic Bear on their team. He's looked pretty good today so far. So I think if anyone is going to pop off and try to match Justin's performance, it's got to be Magic Bear.
And he did. Game one, he outmatched, in fact. So it's definitely a close one between Magic Bear and Justin. Maybe we're going to expect to see somebody else pop off. You know that Kinsey has a lot of mechanical skills and abilities of his own, as well as Jordan. And, of course, the same goes for Garrett G and Squishy.
Justin flips that one up. Magic Bear there on the defense. Torrent having more troubles getting beyond the midfield line and winning those midfield challenges. There's two bumps from Garrett. Squishy kind of gets chipped onto the wall. Justin quickly off the corner, taken away by Magic Bear, but they're pure reactions to NRG's touches. They're getting chipped and battered here, and Jordan finally breaks them out.
And I've noticed that Squishy Muffins is getting a lot of great bumps. He's getting outpaced, even when he doesn't have any boost, but he's still going to go for the bump in the air, and there he is getting taken out, actually equalizing the demo, which means NRG's defense a bit stressful as they look to carry this one out. Squishy doesn't win the 50-50, but I like the demos that I have seen from Squishy Muffins. That physical play has definitely paid off several times before in the series.
Garrett rolling down the pitch, he'll bump Magic Bear out of the way. Magic Bear will recover. Kinsey gets to that midfield challenge, and Justin catches the ball perfectly. That was rocketing towards him, but he's got control, slips it around Kinsey. We thought that last touch, that could have been a breakout opportunity for Torrent, but Justin really is just getting in the way.
He is such a nuisance on the field. And speaking of nuisance, there's Garrett G getting the demo, then turning instantly. There's so much space on the field in front of the net. Justin can't get the read in time. It was well thought out and well executed, just didn't have the speed. And here we got Squishy looking to make a clear yet again. Magic Bear off the backboard. There is just a weird amount of space, though, in front of that defensive side of Torrent that they're giving up to NRG.
We're feeling all that pressure earlier and end up relaxing the rotation almost by instinct with how often they were winning those 50s. But Magic Bear's gotten a couple of solid touches here, and Torrent have spent a couple of seconds in the orange half, but then Justin wins another 50.
He's being so aggressive, and Justin, his rotation, he wants to push out as fast as possible. When he sees Garrett G or Squishy Muffins get a touch that looks like it could insinuate a clear, he's already pushing out and ready to disrupt a Torrent defender who wants to keep the possession forward.
Magic Bear cutting them off. Justin last on the defense. Kinsey waits, but he won't even get a chance at the ball. Jordan got 150. Can he get back to the touch? Not before Garrett does. Kinsey quickly back up to that ball. The speed from him to get to that touch. Now he's got control. What? Gets that touch, pops it over Squishy. It's working for Kinsey. Jordan's playing it close. Jordan. Keeps this one on the touch. Gets the dunk in front of the box. Magic Bear can't commit. He has to shake off one NRG defender. Now he's got one touch out, but Squishy's there on the backboard. And there's just so many threats on defense from NRG that you got to get by. Garrett with the ground pinch taken away from Jordan.
And it's so frustrating because you think you win 150-50, but then here comes Garrett G or Squishy Muffins to get another challenge right back in your face. And there's no opening, no real opportunity to get a shot in. Garrett G going for a pinch pass, doesn't connect. And Torrent, they're sent back to the drawing board to try and break down the defense.
They have survived this NRG team, who haven't had a ton of pressure on offense. Justin got it, but Kinsey's there, and the push continues for Torrent. A bounce for Garrett. Jordan gets there in time. Magic Bear is going to have to rely on Kinsey. Cutting off the pass. Jordan next up. Justin gets on top of him. But Magic Bear, flipping into that ball, ended up giving up possession. And Squishy just pops it right back down in front of the box. Jordan, that's another loose ball. Garrett tracking this one. Squishy looking for heads, but he can't find any. And Magic Bear gets another touch. Torrent survive another defensive bout.
Yeah, but for how long? That's the question. They're getting out of their own defensive half. However, always met by a challenge, and I'd like to see somebody take an earlier rotation from Torrent, be more aggressive. Somebody has got to fill the same role that Justin is filling on NRG, and it could be Magic Bear with an air dribble like this. That's what we want to see. Now he's going to take some boost and be aggressive. They need a factor like Justin to be annoying and throw NRG off their rotation. Garrett
pushing this ball out, cut off by Kinsey. Torrent, they just keep pushing a little bit forward. All of a sudden, the clears are getting shorter for Garrett, but he got a long one here, forces Kinsey up. He's got the catch, and Justin waits for the touch. Kinsey pops it over him. Quickly up is Jordan, and Torrent are meeting NRG at these challenges. Magic Bear left alone now is Kinsey. Can't get dunked by Garrett as Jordan takes this ball back to the corner. They've managed the ball well on defense at the end of regulation. They got to hang on for a little bit longer.
And here goes Magic Bear looking for a 50-50. This could develop into something on offense, but Justin met early with the challenge, and now it's NRG back to give another stab at the net, but a big clear from Magic Bear. It's kickball, Jory. We can't decide on which team actually has most possession, but it looks like it might be NRG with a follow-up, doesn't find it, and we go into OT.
Oh, and Magic Bear cutting off the potential shot that may have come. Probably happy that no shot came. The Squishy now on the kickoff. Trying to get underneath Kinsey, but it's Kinsey who wins it. Doesn't have a lot in the boost tank. He'll make the most of it. Gets over or under Justin. And Garrett will push it back out.
That's the creativity needed from Torrent. Maybe a fake in the air. Kinsey's downfield. Nobody else is up. It's surprising from NRG. Normally they have somebody there, but another long clear. And we're just picking up right where we left off before the OT ended with kickball.
Magic Bear kicks this one up. He's done it before for Torrent. Tries it again. Thought he might have had the reset, but just tried to get the 50. Kinsey's next up. Beats Justin again. The last few 1v1s between Kinsey and Justin have been Kinsey winning them. But Justin rips one on top of Garrett. He made the connection, but Jordan got in the way. A demo on to Justin from Kinsey again. And I think he's made it his mission just to beat Justin in game number 3, but Magic Bear kicks this one out to midfield. They still need to get control of this ball. Squishy denied again as Kinsey forces that ball to the orange.
And that defense from Jordan earlier on, unshakable. He read that play, knew exactly where the striker was going to be. And it seems as though Torrent, every player, knows where NRG are trying to shoot this ball and can get in the path of it. However, you have to figure out how to organize yourself on defense because it's all cluttered up for Torrent. Maybe Squishy on the follow-up. What is going on right now with NRG and their offense?
Oh my gosh, I mean, that was a tight window. And Magic Bear, he slows it down for Kinsey. Okay, Garrett's got control. Magic Bear bumps him out of the way. Squishy's got the dunk. Oh, he almost got it with the 50. He wins that touch. Justin's there denied again. Torrent will not allow an orange card to score on their net.
No way.
Got a 50. Forces Squishy up back over to the corner. Justin's got his boost. Things slow down for now for NRG, but Jordan wants to heat it up quick. But Justin's super cooled as he gets that ball out to Garrett G.
It is getting gory on the field. This is insane. Everybody exchanging blows. It's messy. It's dirty. It's muddy. The rotations can't be perfect right now for either team because of the demos, the creative plays, the mechanics, all coming to fruition for each team, taking stabs and shots at both nets, Jorby.
Popped up high, but Justin's the only one in the air. Jordan rips it downfield. Magic Bear wins a massive 50, but the rest of Torrent have to hurry up. Kinsey had to wait for that touch. Squishy's downfield. Wins that touch against Jordan, but Magic Bear...
And it's back on the other side. It can't stay in one half, Jorby. It just can't. It's got to go directly to the other side instantly, and there's a shot from Kinsey saved. 2 players jump from NRG, which means there's space, but evenly met by Garrett G.
Justin looking for Squishy, but he's cut off again by Kinsey. Garrett launching it downfield. NRG, they've just resorted to the dump and chase philosophy to get by Torrent. Magic Bear's got no boost, and he made the 50 not so hard for Justin and Garrett, but can't make the connection on the pass. Garrett pulls off, allows Squishy to come in. Jordan gets bumped out of the way. Magic Bear having to hop over him, and there are about 30 obstacles for Torrent to get over to get downfield, but somehow there are athletes in that respect.
Well, say for NRG, they get downfield so quickly. It's just massive clear after massive clear. The ball does not want to stay, like we said, in one half. And it seems at this point they're playing the same play style where you've got Justin downfield waiting for some crazy mechanical play. And then on the other side, it's Magic Bear. What can these two players do? Who's going to have that solo play to put their team on match point?
NRG really bringing it. And, you know, some out there might be like, well, they already qualified, but they are bringing the heat against Torrent, and Torrent have matched NRG's level in this series. Kinsey, another 50, but it's launched downfield. Only one mistake could be what it takes. Garrett launches another shot, testing Torrent at every single touch. Justin, a little back pass over to Squishy, as Jordan is actually going to cut in front of Kinsey. He's got more boost. Magic Bear underneath, but Jordan makes the most of it. Justin's got the defense.
We'll see if Justin can work his magic. He beat all three players before, but Magic Bear, now he got the midfield boost and he's going to go off the ceiling, which means he has his flip. How's he going to use it? But Squishy Muffins, expert level defense there to get up early and bail out his teammate from having to decide on how to challenge that one.
Approaching a full game of Rocket League played in overtime. Kinsey drops it off for Magic Bear. Magic Bear from the corner, out, across to Justin. Garrett couldn't find the touch. Kinsey tried to get around him, and there's Jordan, but he had to swing too far across to get to the touch.
That was it.
Squishy's now got control on the transition for NRG, cut off by Magic Bear, got the 50 against Garrett, and keeps Torrent alive on offense.
That was the first time we saw an opportunity, and the demo, they're going to muscle their way through. It's Kinsey. He just missed that last opportunity, but he got revenge against the NRG defense.
Kinsey going with the low touch, knowing Justin's on the back wall, and just going full bully onto Justin to give Torrent the series leading win. My goodness, Torrent. There were a lot of shots from NRG, 13 in fact, but I actually think most of those shots came in overtime.
Yeah.
Torrent literally withstood an onslaught from NRG, and Kinsey was at the center of that turtle. Magic Bear, I mean, you could talk about what he did, but Kinsey was winning so many crucial 50s against Justin, where we saw with Justin earlier, he wasn't losing any touches, and then all of a sudden, Kinsey downloaded him and had those 50s locked down.
And I didn't see that bump until we just saw the replay. That was insane. It wasn't just a stationary player or defender on the ground that Kinsey had to take out. I believe that defender was on the back wall looking to then rotate in. So Kinsey had to jump, get the demo, and continue forward with the ball's momentum. So that was no easy bump play whatsoever from Kinsey. They're on match point now against NRG, who might as well... I mean, I'm not saying they might as well be knocked out of the tournament because they're still looking great, but they are on their last life here, Jorby.
I think maybe only the Torrent organization and the players would have said, yeah, we could beat NRG in 4. It can happen. Yeah. They might have been the only ones. We're in that possible scenario right now. It's Torrent. What a showing from them.
Insane. Yeah. Jorby, we were even talking about it in the green room before, you know, with this matchup. It's such heavily in favor of NRG, and you'd be blind to say that Torrent, you know, they have the advantage coming in here, but to see the performance that they've gone with and to have Magic Bear step up in the midfield, the solo plays, then Kinsey starting to pop off, Jordan getting some saves, they're matching NRG everywhere on the field.
The defensive positioning has just been awesome from them. They've gotten in front of almost every 50. There's a great 50 from Squishy to get Justin into the top.
There it is. There it is. This is why you can't count out NRG, because they will rely back on the fundamentals. A fake and then a 50-50 Squishy. 2 players have been taken out of that situation, and Justin, he doesn't need to do a solo play anymore. He's got Squishy to help him out.
Well, things will cool off for Torrent.
Yeah, that's a bit of a smack in the face, too, especially after you come out with hype, and then the 50-50 there going into the net. Save for Magic Bear. NRG look a bit frustrated.
Magic Bear gets on top of that ball. Squishy having to contend with Jordan. NRG trying to swipe these boost pads away. And it's cleared. Magic Bear trying to win that 50, but he loses. Garrett also demoing Jordan on the play. And it's just making that challenge a little bit slower on defense from Torrent. Kinsey still works to get the ball out.
And Garrett G, he is being aggressive, getting some demos, taking more boost. Who's a player that oftentimes will fall into that role of being the frustrating player you have to deal with. Originally, it was Justin who was taking your boost, but also going for mechanical plays. Now Garrett G, he's getting physical, taking boost, and when that starts to happen, that's how you know NRG, they're mad. They're sitting up in their chairs at this point.
I mean, you're seeing every player after they rotate out, they're at least screening against the goal line, just in case they could get a bump or a demo. NRG really trying to force Torrent into an uncomfortable situation. And it has worked, but apparently Torrent playing well with uncomfortability, something, Turtle, that you said they struggled with pressure in the past. But I would say this is about as high pressure as they've had all season. And they've been playing up to the task so far, even though they're down right now and having some trouble getting on offense.
And it's especially in the last minute or two where Torrent seem to struggle the most. They start games out strong and they don't back down, but if you're a fan of them, you want to see them continue up with that aggression and that same high-flying play style that they start every game with, unless you got Justin to deal with, who's taking out players left and right.
Jordan rips that ball away from Garrett and gonna let the ball drop, forcing Squishy to respond. Jordan couldn't win that touch. Kinsey and Magic Bear throw that ball out. Garrett cuts him out. Justin gets demoed on the far side, but Garrett's still winning the touches. That's going in. Garrett G does it himself. NRG up by 2.
And at this rate, it looks like we might get ourselves a game 5. There's plenty of time for Torrent, but it's been all NRG. Garrett, how did he even get that follow-up? I'm not sure where he was coming from. He went with the original challenge and then just kept floating to get the follow-up.
No, now Torrent can find a way.
Oh,
Here's
Jordan. Been here before.
And just couldn't deliver. That's a tough angle to get around Squishy.
Yeah. We've seen that with that OT. Remember where Jordan off the kickoff had that dribble on the 1v1. Situations like that could change things drastically for Torrent. But unfortunately for them, they're going to have to still look at a 2-goal deficit.
Kinsey pops this one over. Jordan next up. NRG, no sweat on defense. Only 2 shots from Torrent. This one might be the 3rd, but it's taken away. Kinsey back to Magic Bear.
Oh,
that's a good redirect, and Torrent has split the lead.
Lovely rotation from Magic Bear. He went for this challenge, went as well with that flip forward, didn't get a touch, and as he's rotating out, you'll notice he stays up. He goes to the far side where Kinsey's gonna try and shoot, and then gets a misdirection on that touch to make sure the defender can't follow up with a save. It's within 1 for Torrent. They've struggled within the last 2 minutes before, but this looks like a different Torrent roster, Jorby.
They look a little more energetic.
Yeah.
Down the pitch. About a minute remaining. Magic Bear feathering that boost because he doesn't have a lot. Jordan trying to force the ball forward. This has left Kinsey in an uncomfortable position, but he's made the touch. Still Garrett's coming. Oh, almost got that roller. A low bouncer, if you will, is Squishy. Trying to prevent the quick clear from Torrent. Jordan wins that touch out. Magic Bear got that midfield boost. He's going to stay downfield. Got to contend with Squishy. And Kinsey rips the ball away. Got another 50. Kinsey falls back down. Couldn't get a bump onto Garrett. Quick transition. Justin saw the net.
Oh, we got it.
Bear. Oh, he missed the dunk. And a big save from Magic Bear. I thought for sure Justin was going to dunk him on the play, but somehow he's kept the line within 1.
Still space for Garrett G, though, going for the fake. He gets one of them. And then Magic Bear's back again with the 50-50. The defense from this man, it's immaculate.
Oh, Squishy got it, and it's saved by Kinsey. Somehow, clutch saves are coming out from Torrent, but here's Garrett. Jordan needs another one. He's got it. Justin's next up. He's missed it. Kinsey and Magic Bear get a little tied up, but Kinsey wins another 50. End of regulation. Jordan back over to Kinsey, and there's a little bit of space. Magic Bear's diving forward quickly, but NRG are set up on the back wall. Justin keeping it close. Jordan's got the catch, but he's only got 4. Flips it up. Back over to Kinsey. Oh,
Magic
he
Bear
gave her the touch. And we go to Champions Field.
And Magic Bear, he was 3rd man, looking for something, hoping it would pop out. Didn't have the boost to be that close. And that last sequence of shots proves that NRG, those 2 goals they got, they had to work for it. With the level of defense we're seeing out of Torrent, it's not going to be an easy shot or an easy goal that'll slip in. You really need to make a last-ditch effort, Jorby, if you're getting past that goal line.
This is a different-looking Torrent, though, Turtle. You talked about their late-game struggles, how they tended to throw games at the end, but they actually got back into gear in the final 2 minutes and even had a scoring chance or 2 by 0 seconds. So Game 5 really feels like anyone's game right now. I'm curious if we ran the fan vote right now, if it would still be 85% NRG or not.
It would definitely sway. I mean, how could it not? With what we've seen from Torrent, just a little bit. I still think the NRG fans would definitely show up, but oh my goodness, Jorby, we're ready for Game 5.
Game 5 on Champions Field, presented by Mobile One. The Mountain Classic has given us some thrilling games. We've had Oxygen, we've had Version 1, Complexity, all playing well in this tournament. And the latest edition, Torrent. Even if they lose this game, this series, still, I think people are going to respect Torrent a little bit more after this match.
And it's something to be proud of. However, they don't want anything less than a win. No competitive player is just going to take a Game 5 loss easily. They want to work for this and obviously secure that win against NRG and prove people wrong. Ooh. But you've got Justin with the crossbar shots and this offense from NRG that looks to be unstoppable when they find their rhythm.
Magic Bear waiting for that ball to come back. And Justin wins that touch against Jordan. Squishy with control on the ceiling, but that's actually going to be Kinsey's ball. Kinsey in front. He's been dangerous in those 50-50s today. If they have a breakout, Kinsey might be the one behind it. But Garrett's got a one-on-one and pushes it across. Kinsey was ready in the rotation.
Yeah, and really great positioning from Kinsey. He wasn't flat on the goal line. And they're predicting where NRG want to move so efficiently. They know the space that Garrett G, for instance, in this situation is trying to fill. Kinsey, he's there. He wins for the 50, or goes for the 50-50, excuse me. Doesn't find it. And now Torrent back on the goal line looking for something. And they can't find the read in this one play. Squishy, he's the one striking first.
Yeah, Justin rips that ball away from Magic Bear. Jordan ended up... Also, I was trying to switch to Jordan's cam in time to see that flip, so I'm not sure exactly how he flipped off of that one. I was on the wide cam for it. Either way, he got straight beat to the ball by Squishy after that win against Magic Bear.
Well, and maybe that goal is proving that NRG, they're looking for more creative touches that aren't as predictable because, like we just discussed, Torrent, they're finding reads. They know where NRG want to move, and for Squishy to go off the backboard in that instance on the first touch instead of finding a shot right away, they're definitely trying to switch things around and throw a question mark at Torrent.
Magic Bear has got the catch. Squishy. Justin jumped right over him. Garrett G coming in, but he's actually going to wait for this touch from Magic Bear. This gets over him. NRG setting up on offense. Love more insurance. 2 feels like it might be good enough against Torrent. They can pick up some insurance.
Right.
They're probably sitting pretty comfortable.
It worked last game, even though Torrent, the final 2 minutes, they are a different team. They're more clutch and the nerves they can handle a bit better. Maybe it's because it's been a while since we've seen them even make it this far. They're just happy to be here, but they of course want this win and are trying to do everything they can within their power to take down NRG early on in the tournament.
Magic Bear couldn't get that touch. Justin going to give a free ball back to Garrett. Cut off by Magic Bear on the attempted pass, and Jordan gets the next 50. Justin getting chased down by Jordan. Just can't come up with that touch. And Squishy made it a little awkward at first, but then it was easy for Magic Bear. And it put the slow play for the bounce, and it forced Garrett into not the touch that he wanted. NRG having to contend with Torrent here in the orange half.
And NRG's positioning slightly off in Game 5. There's chances. I've seen several double commits. Weird space gaps between the rotations where somebody from Torrent could try and fill that position and then get an early chip shot on the net. Might lead to something. You've got Justin looking for a pass, but it goes nowhere, given right to Magic Bear. And this is an instant that I'm talking about. There's chances for Torrent to get a counterattack in, Jorby.
Nice win from Justin, or not win, but Justin getting a clean touch out. Wins the 50 as he went underneath. Garrett waited for that touch from Kinsey. He's going to allow Squishy to come in. More defense and more pressure building from NRG. Squishy just headhunting. He came the whole way back from the back of the rotation, demoed the guy in net, and was like, okay, no one else wants to challenge him. I'm going to come from behind and take it away. Squishy got the goal and also keeping NRG in the lead.
And it's wasting so much time. If you disrupt their rotation that much, imagine the seconds that they waste trying to go back and get boost just to spawn alone. Precious time getting taken off the clock for Torrent.
Popped up here for Jordan. He's got that first touch, but Garrett's there. Magic Bear next up for Torrent on this push. Torrent only got a couple more of these. They need the pressure. Kinsey won the first touch. There. Jordan's going to wait for Garrett's clear, and he's going to get the first look at it, but comes straight down past the Magic Bear, denied by Justin. Kinsey swinging around, gets over Garrett, but not before he got the touch, and Justin pulls that one away, wasting more time off the clock.
But this is scary for NRG. Magic Bear, he's been aggressive. He's going for bumps. It looks like it might pay off. This ball has been in the NRG half for the past 30, 40 seconds. And there's been several opportunities. Will anything break for NRG? They've only got 1 goal and 22 seconds to hold on. Make it 2. Justin finds the security. 21 seconds left. and they are looking in peak condition to take the series.
Magic Bear just couldn't come up with that touch, and Justin was ready to punish him. NRG, so difficult to get by. Despite Torrent playing an incredible series, that's a kickoff win. Another goal. Second for Justin, and that's just another day at the office for NRG.
Yep. And they've done this so many times, the teams, Jorby, where you bait them in, you put down a little mousetrap, and you say, hey, there's a chance you could win this series. Psych! And then you instantly take it back. Everything's thrown out the window, and you've got Torrent, who you thought they'd make waves, maybe knock an NRG out of them, or out of the tournament. But unfortunately, if you're a fan of them, it does not happen. The security, the 3-goal lead, it's all too much to handle. And NRG, they're going to take the series.
They just couldn't get things going consistently on offense. The clutch saves were great. The plays down the field, the 1v3 from Magic Bear, Kinsey's 50s, Jordan faking out NRG at times. Torrent, they had everything out there on the field to try to beat NRG, but they're just too strong. Garrett, Squishy, and Justin's car. That's just the standard car, but you get what I'm saying. NRG.
They don't look happy. They're not happy at all.
They're
not happy.
Torrent played too well. Garrett's
this is unacceptable.
Mega tilted right now.
Garrett looked like he was already back in free play, trying to practice for the next series because of how frustrated he looks.
Bear got over me. Can't believe he 1v3'd me, man. I flip reset. It's terrible.
That's a surprise, though. If you underestimate Magic Bear, a player who I think is super underrated right now in the RLCS, and thankfully we got a chance to witness the greatness that he can possess at certain moments. So hopefully moving forward, Torrent can carry and keep up this momentum. NRG, they're slowly getting back into it, but it has been a long day and a long weekend so far for them.
It has been tough for NRG, but the lower bracket is still in play for them. Torrent, I'm excited to see more of them in the spring split. I think this roster is improving, and I can't wait to see more of them. But we got major implications on the line. Teams trying to vie for those spots. Who is going to make it to Los Angeles at the end of the weekend? We continue that journey after the break.
You know how some carriers give you so little for your older busted phone you just end up living with it? I don't think so. Verizon lets you trade in your broken phone for a shiny new one. You break it, we upgrade it. You dunk it, doggy bone it, slam it, wham it, strawberry jam it, we upgrade it.
Get a 5G phone on us with select plans.
Every customer, current, new, or business.
Because everyone deserves better. And with plans starting at just $35, better costs less than you think.
This might not be your car, and this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine, and maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Tip you, driver. Everything around me is starting to turn black. Don't tell me you're hurt again. Tell me how wrong I am. Tell me how it's all my fault. Yeah, I've met my match again, starting from scratch again. Where is the pleasure in all this pain? Don't you lie to me. Say it's all okay when it feels like I'm drowning. I hate to say goodbye, but it's time to go. All I need is someone I've never felt more divided than now. Every word that leaves your lips never means how it sounds. You've conquered the best of me, could have just set me free. Games that you play are just second hand. Now I'm beside myself, no one in hell. Let me just go, let me just go. And don't you lie to me. Say it's all okay when it feels like I'm drowning. I hate to say goodbye, but it's time to go. All I need is someone
Hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series presented by Verizon. This is the Mobile One Mountain Classic. I'm Leaf, alongside me Gibbs, James Spot, and Turtle down at the end there to talk about everything we just saw and everything we're going to see. That's right, we're going to tell it all. We have it all scripted out. We got it word for word. So that's these guys, so make sure you get it right. But let's talk about what we just saw. Go over a couple matches. We didn't get to talk about the first one, so let's do that, James. You know, you were down there on the field with this one, Randoms versus Oxygen. It was a big one for Oxygen. They have to do good in this tournament.
Yeah, and I think the experience from Gimmick really stood out. Gimmick making a ton of plays, being very aggressive, shutting down a lot of the random chances before they could even get going for randoms. We saw them struggle at times in their series versus NRG in the group stage where they were really, putting their name on the radar. They had so many solo plays that were successful. They were even working together, but in this game, their first touches were not so great. They gave up some opportunities. Offensively, we didn't see much. That one double tap from two-piece was pretty spectacular, and it was a glimpse of what they could do. But overall, the pressure from Oxygen, the control from Oxygen, the willingness to take risks, but also dominate the game, they did that. Oxygen, they knew what they had to do today. They're playing for that top 5. They left their hearts out there on the field, and they looked really good. A sweep. And we'll be seeing them more today.
Yeah, and you can still give a lot of credit to Randoms for just being here and showing up and beating NRG, making it this far, putting up a show. But the solo plays, that play style, it's not as consistent, but they can bounce back, and I'm excited to see where they go.
Oh, it's always fun to see new faces start to show themselves and maybe scare some of those top teams. Speaking of those top teams, NRG just finished off a match there. It was maybe closer than a lot of people would generally expect, Gibbs.
Yeah, and we're talking about new faces. Torrent coming in as a top 8 finish for the first time this entire year. And honestly, I was talking to James after game 3. I'm like, this might be the time, James. This might be Energy's number, but it's Energy. And Justin is just incredible. The plays he makes are insane. Torrent had some fantastic ones as well. Magic Bear with a crazy flip reset dunk. You see some demo plays coming out. But it's NRG. It doesn't matter if they're in the lower bracket, the upper bracket. They find ways to win. A huge Game 5 victory for them. So they still have that #1 seed in sight for that winter major.
It just feels like I'm watching a superhero movie whenever I watch NRG. Like, they get beaten down and like everybody thinks, nothing's gonna work out, and then all of a sudden, like, a meteorite comes out, and that meteorite is Justin and like saves everybody. And that's what happened. The solo plays, literally. If we didn't get the Justin pop-off, who knows where that series would have gone. So they've got a lot of thanking to do for Justin.
And like a true cool guy as well. They don't even look back at the explosion. You saw the facial expressions after their Game 5 win, and they're just like, I couldn't really read it. Like, are they upset that they have to keep playing? Do they just want to go to the major? What's happening? But they were like cold-blooded killers.
Garrett was back in free play. He was literally free play, just warming up again. He's like, I'm mad. I can't.
I guess we're going again. Well, let's take a look at the bracket and see where that puts us now. Gibbs, we're moving along on the day. A lot of implications. We talked about it. 2 spots were on the line with 4 teams in there. Anything changed now that we've got a couple matches out of the way?
Yeah, so Oxygen, they're still alive. That means Space Station's still squirming. I think they're pretty happy that Energy made it out, because that means Energy could ruin the hopes of Oxygen later on. But for Space Station fans, V1 versus Complexity. If Complexity wins, Space Station will clinch. Last time around, it was the opposite, that they played in a tiebreaker. So Space Station fans gonna be screaming Vamos all series long when they play V1, because if that happens, V1 or Oxygen, one of them will finish at least 4th, and that is not enough to pass Space Station for both of those teams. So that's what Space Station wants right now. On the other side, we got FaZe and G2 coming up, and they're still battling for a #1 seed. Energy's in that lower bracket. If they fall early, there's still hope to gain that #1 seed, but they're also fighting for #2 and #3. FaZe and G2 so incredibly tight. They both clinched a major spot, but both these teams want to do it again. FaZe Clan, no finals in Regional 1 or Regional 2, but we talk about this roster move, the Big 3. They're supposed to be in a lot of grand finals. On the other side for G2, they just won, so they want to do it again. They want to go back-to-back and be like, we're better than NRG at this point. So a lot to play for here. I think FaZe needs this win more to just show that they can be the very best in NA, but G2 looks so incredible throughout all of group stage, throughout all of Regional 2. So G2 is on fire. FaZe Clan, the potential is there, but every time they play one of these high-quality teams, they have faltered so far with this new roster. So they want that big win as well.
FaZe Clan and G2 is coming up in just a few moments here. FaZe Clan, according to Gibbs, is going to need this a little bit more, but I think any team at this point in the bracket is looking for those dubs to stay alive in that upper bracket, and G2 definitely is a team that is known to fight and keep fighting. And to find out more about the team, we actually had a chance to sit with JNAPS and talk to them about G2, so let's take a listen.
We are very close to making it. I think a top 8 secures us the spot. So I think if we just take every series individually in the group stage, then we could even just get a top 6 right off the bat. So we need a top 8 to auto qualify for the major.
5 minutes of overtime. JNAPS, can he do it himself? NRG's gotta go! Nobody jumped in time, and JNAPS does slam it home for G2.
I think the tactics we've been working on since we picked up Atomic is just playing really smart and not giving the opponents free goals, which G2 is known to do in the past. So I think with Atomic, our defense has got a lot better. I think Atomic just brings our floor to a higher level. So even our worst results are like a top 8, top 6, and that's really good for us.
Now Atomic, who's to work with? Flip reset off the crossbar, and Atomic will drop it home.
Atomic, this is the quality that you expected.
I honestly don't know how to feel until we're actually going to be there. Hopefully we make it, but it'll feel just like a little surreal. I think the last LAN was getting out your comfort zone as a player, and even with fans now, it's going to be even more. So it's just going to be a couple series to get used to maybe, but yeah.
Passing coming out from G2, and it dismantles the NRG defense.
You got JNAPS and Atomic playing off.
All right, so the question here, is he going to be powered up now that he's got the animal support companion behind him, or is he going to be distracted,
That's the key.
Turtle, from too many pets?
No,
is he going to turn around every goal and pet him?
Imagine the presence of having that cat. He was like stretching at the end. Okay, that is That's comforting. That's what we need. I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe they, JNAP shows up in LA with the cat on his back. All right, I'm ready for it.
I'm sure First Killer's probably hoping that cat walks across the keyboard when JNAPs is going for a double tap. That's probably the hope for FaZe, because they're going to need some hope. G2 took him down in the exact same situation in the last event. FaZe, as Gibbs mentioned, hasn't made a final, but one thing that they have done is finish third both times. So they are consistent. Their quality is there, but the FaZe, they're not just trying to be a top 3 team. They picked up Sypical because they want to be the best. And there were even times, even before they made the roster change, where people thought FaZe might now compete for being the best, but that's fallen off a little bit. So this is a chance for them to really force their way back into the conversation.
Well, chat, it's time for you guys to get involved in the conversation too. It's time for the Verizon fan vote. #G2, #FaZe in the chat. This will be a fun one. I'm actually interested to see where you guys land on this one. And the desk as well. Possibility that it goes either way. Maybe it leans towards one, but we're going to find out now. Let's start it off with Gibbs on this one. Gibbs, you got away last time.
All right, Twitch chat.
You're going first here.
We talk about, we want you part of the conversation. We want FaZe Clan to be part of that conversation as well as the best in NA. But did you just see that video? We got to go #cat. Like at that point, I have to. We're going G2. Come on. That cat looks so relaxed. It looks like JNAPS was relaxed. It looked like G2. There was a lot of talk about that roster move, but all that is behind them at this point. They're relaxed. They're playing fantastic Rocket League. I think they do it again here.
Okay. Well, I'll throw mine on the board then too. I am very allergic to cats and Gibbs, so I'm going against everything he says here. I'm going FaZe Clan on this one, on the pure premise of brilliant analysis of I'm allergic to things. So FaZe Clan is going to be my pick. James, how about you?
I just think we've seen this before. We've seen how good G2 can be. We've seen FaZe Clan stumble a bit. And, for G2, they have so many resources around them. I think just the chemistry for G2 and the talent is right there. You give the talent to FaZe in terms of just individual ability, but I love the synergy, especially from Chicago and JNAPS offensively. You pair that with the defense from Atomic. We saw him do incredible things on Envy, and he's still doing them with G2. So I just think as a team, the sum is greater than the parts, and the sum is more than what the sum is for FaZe. I'm going G2.
Okay, Turtle, you look like you're thinking, but you also seemed happy when I picked FaZe.
This is it's confusing because it's like, do you want to go off the results that have been poor recently for FaZe Clan, even though before we all thought they were the greatest, and then all this stuff is in my head, and it's freaking me out because I love FaZe Clan, okay? I think that the raw talent and skill that they have, and the fact that they haven't made it to the grand finals yet, at least for one regional, just makes me feel like it's going to happen this time.
No, jump into the safety of the knapsack.
No.
That's what you need to do. Turtle, don't do it. Come on. Come on.
Get away from me. Get away from me. I'm going FaZe Clan. I'm going FaZe Clan. I don't want any safety here. I want to see First Killer go out there and get like 18 demos in one game. I want to see that happen. Believe.
Okay. No knapsack for him, chat. What are we thinking here?
No safety. We don't. Look, it's comfortable over on the G2 side. See, it's comfortable over there. Nobody wants to go where it's comfortable.
It is comfortable. There's a reason why it's 65%, Turtle. You're on the losing side of this right here, my bud.
I understand that. But we got First Killer over here. You never know what can happen.
Nobody wanting to go to the side where it's comfortable, I think, doesn't make sense when we all buy comfy chairs and everyone's going to the comfy side. So
how do you know? I might be standing right now.
You're definitely not standing, Turtle.
I'm trying to back you up, Turtle, but again, my pick was based off the analysis of nothing.
It's because allergies. It makes
your pick was allergies.
Yeah.
So I mean that's not really making a great case for FaZe.
Now I like James's point though of we talk about talent on FaZe, and we know there is so much talent on that team. So we expect them to go in these groups, go 3-0, beat these lower end teams. But he made a good point of like the talent on G2 is pretty much on par with FaZe, but they got the team play there, which FaZe does not have yet. So I think, James, I'm going to agree with you, which is rare, but I am with G2.
Sometimes, Gibbs, a blind squirrel finds a nut. You found one just now, and it's beautiful, and it's G2, and they're nutty, and they're going to get the dub.
Is that a phrase? I've actually don't think I've ever heard that phrase before. Did you make that up, or is that a thing?
There you go. I definitely did not make that up.
Okay, I actually just never heard that before. At all. Okay, well,
Must be an
before we get
American thing. I don't know.
They've got
maybe
the dad jokes, and we have uncomfortability.
Okay, Turtle. So you're standing by this, and they haven't convinced you.
No, it's just like I agree. That's a great point. It's the raw talent is there. The
Okay.
skill is there for FaZe,
Okay.
which makes me think there's got to be one. Like you roll a dice, there's got to be one event, and this is FaZe's event. I don't think they're gonna win
All
the
right.
major or anything, but this is their event. They have the talent, which means they can pop off just once, just one time. This is it.
Well, we're going to go over to the Verizon Skybox because Shogun and Cole are ready to bring us this match and find out which of the analysts and which of the chat is right on this pickup. FaZe Clan versus G2 Esports. We'll find out if the cap power brings them a win.
Thank you very much there, Leaf. And here we go there. It's FaZe versus G2 to see who's going to move on. And Cole, I want to speak to you about something real quick because we've had an opportunity for the longest time to sort of listen in to how the NA talent have talked about G2 for the last year and a half. Does this come across to you, from what we just heard, as the most confident the North American talent have been in G2 in quite some time? Like, they sound like they actually expect things from this team now when it used to just be, oh, surely they're going to do something soon, right?
Yeah, I mean, even before the roster change when they won events, you were still thinking, yeah, but the next event they might just completely struggle. But now they have Atomic. As JNaps himself was saying in his interview, they have a backbone. Something they've always lacked, that defensive solidity that just amplifies their attacking prowess. And suddenly they seem supreme. They are up there with NRG right now in North America, but Shogi, FaZe, I mean, they'll be horrified that they're not in that conversation. Atomic will be horrified at missing that one. How is it not 1-0?
I have absolutely no idea. It's a fantastic question, Cole. Yeah, FaZe will be looking to bring... They want to drag G2 into the old G2. They want them to be back into a gunslinging fight between the two squads. Defense left by the wayside. Who has got the best mechanics? Who's got the best offense? G2 will need to maintain that level of composure that they've slowly grown since Atomic became a part of the squad, as Typical brought by himself. Atomic also bullying Typical. Looked for the shot. It's in. Off Typical. He was getting hit around and then forced to panic.
Yeah, I mean, Atomic couldn't put his open goal away earlier. Chicago says, here's how it's done, mate. Just pinball it off Typical and you get yourself a 1-0 lead for G2. You can't say that it's not been coming. As for FaZe, though, Shogi, you were saying that they'll want to turn this one into an absolute shootout. I mean, both teams have already qualified for the major. I can see exactly that happening in this series. As it starts to develop, you know, it's a long old series, it's a best of 7. I can see them both going for some spicy goals, just to try and one-up each other mechanically.
More importantly, that #1 seed still up for grabs. We have seen with this format how important it is to get yourself up there in terms of seeding. JNaps gets the setup. Chicago's very close, however. Can't run him for a shot. Gonna be up to Atomic to just hold that midfield line. AJ now looks to try and find a setup. JNaps, though, very, very comfortable the way they're playing. This is the first time now we've got to see FaZe over in offense. First killer not able to take control. He was all the way at the back. G2 are doing a great job of just maintaining some level of boost control, and it has left FaZe just a little bit flummoxed as to how they're going to get everyone forwards.
This is where G2 would have been expected to roll over somewhat before Atomic came in. When a team like FaZe begins to put pressure up on them, you know, you get players like First Killer styling, busting out the wall dashes, AJ's being set up in Chicago. Now they have that solidity, but FaZe will come forward again with typical. JNaps puts it to the side.
Yeah, FaZe cannot afford to just let this one go easily. They need to put some sort of warning out there towards G2, but G2 look to have worked their way out. Chicago misread it, couldn't run on, and that's going to give FaZe a second passage. Set up, First Killer went for the bump, didn't anticipate that he was going to be needed for the shot. And that's the second time now that FaZe might have lost their chance. Now Atomic shot, bottom corner, and First Killer, you're going to need to do better than that to get the ball past him.
Shows you how quickly this new G2 can counter-attack, though. I mean, it's been all FaZe for about a minute and a half. They potentially should have scored if the communications were slightly better, or, I mean, you can see why AJ didn't go as Atomic tries to go for that redirect. But they definitely could have scored earlier on, and then suddenly, G2 snap into life. And now we have a G2 series of pressure. Atomic's coming in up against AJ, and they just look so calm and collected when they're in defense and when they're in attack. And it's going to be so difficult for FaZe to break through that.
Oh, typical. Ends up bumping Chicago once again. The first two players have done a very good job there. Over on FaZe at just creating a bit of space, but they need to figure out how they're going to get that third player in. JNaps' shot is just stuffed away. Pass to First Killer. Wanted to try and get it to himself. Don't know how else he was going to be able to play that. It looked like a difficult ball just to maintain some control over. I'll see who's going to go for it. Typical first killer, one or the other. Somebody needs for it. Now off the wall, difficult to read if you're G2. Chicago gets there just in time. Typical's got a little bit. Passes over to first killer, but first killer needs to just add a couple more car limps upwards if he's going to get there. That's over bottom corner. And AJ, one each.
Any other player, Shogun, you'd be absolutely right. First killer had no right to go for that. He's backflipping just to keep himself there. Maybe it was a mechanical error that he fixed. Perhaps it was his plan all along. Either way, it's yet another stroke of first killer genius that sets up AJ for the goal.
And G2, though, will be disappointed. They didn't get pressure on that ball earlier. They had time. They knew what was happening. They just couldn't quite figure out what first killer was up to. It was almost the fact that first killer couldn't get to the first ball that threw them off. Now off the backboard, first killer far too quick, and that takes Atomic out for a while. He's going to turn back around. Size better of it once he sees Typical. Back to one each. It just took one moment there for FaZe. Right back into this game.
I mean,
Atomic.
You can already see what Atomic brings to the team there. Turning back, putting himself back into position, and eventually getting the pass for JNaps. I feel like any other G2 player, when Atomic was on FaZe's half of the pitch a little bit earlier on, he'd be looking for the bump. But Atomic just brings that balance, and that is what allows JNaps in to score that goal.
Again, just the challenge is not quite getting there quick enough. Both of these teams, you're looking just to try and be a little bit quicker on the draw. Usually if you do see the ball go back corner, you're pretty happy with it. First killer, though, has to do a little bit of work to get the ball back. Reset over the top of one. You can see the respect for it, though. Atomic doesn't even jump. Instead, leaves it for Chicago. They get the challenge. And that was so difficult for the defender, but now we get the counter-attack. Pass over to AJ. No, well blocked once again by JNaps. How are they going to get out of here? JNaps looks to go high. That's a good first challenge. Needs the support from Chicago. It forces a FaZe. They've got to go coast to coast if they're to take this. Pick up from AJ to Typical. They've got first killer down the field. Should they get the ball over to him? First killer had a thought about getting some bumps. Goes off the backboard and that drops to the floor. G2 survive and pick up game one.
They survive and they defend incredibly well as well. And that is a massive first game for G2 Esports. They have a 95.65% win rate. 5-0 as well, 100% in best of sevens when winning that first game. So once they have the bit between their teeth, they are so difficult to shake off it. I feel like that first game pretty much did exactly what we expected it to do, with G2 having continued pressure and looking a little bit more assured on the field. And then every now and then, FaZe Clan would just snap into life, and suddenly you'd be thinking, are G2 Esports going to be able to hold against them? In the first game, the answer, Shogun, was yes, but we all know that FaZe Clan, when they get going, they've always got more in the tank.
And what scares me is that I think FaZe's offense can click a little bit more. They were struggling for me in that first game. Finding the resources, getting the boost available, that when they did get a chance to break away, they just couldn't quite get all three players involved. So they were getting a little bit of space, half chances, but they do need to get that third player in there, no matter what the reason as for them staying back. If they can do that, if they find the confidence as well to send the house, this could turn into a very, very long series for G2. It's just a case of, can that build-up play get them there?
And can they keep surprising G2 as well? The goal that they got was because First Killer just took everybody out the game with that backflip, which nobody expected. Wait a minute, where's this ball going? Is anybody arriving? AJ tries to defend it, but he can't do it, and Atomic puts it away.
So I'll take a look at AJ here. He's going back. He's only on 20 boosts, so yeah, there's no way he's really getting to this 13 boost. Uses all of it, and the ball just skies over the top of his head. No chance for him to make contact. So 1-0, G2 instantly taking the lead. Making the best use of their shots. And we see Atomic once again. Zero boost, going to stick around for as long as he can, but you can just see how difficult First Killer is. One of the best transition players out there, but left his team in a bit of trouble. Typical, able to just get the ball away. G2 have had the majority of the midfield possession in this series.
And there is, as you mentioned earlier, Shogun, a lot of pressure on this game. There's only 21 points between these two throughout this split. And the first seed is absolutely massive, and G2 are staking their claim.
And again, I just want to look at where the rotation is going. We've got a goalkeeper out. Typical ends up going forward. AJ has to turn around, and just that one demo ruins the communication for FaZe. It is ridiculous how much you have to start second guessing and just double back on yourself once that demo comes through, especially on your goalkeeper.
FaZe live and die by the chaos and by the pressure that they imbibe upon themselves, you know. So that means that when one of them is taken out, it can completely throw them, which G2, they're never afraid to play in front of the ball and go for those demos. But I mean, the fact that G2 have made such good use of their early pressure is what separates this second game from the first one. Chicago gets a very mean-looking bump on first killer. I'm excited to see FaZe Clan chase for the next 3 minutes and 50 seconds.
Yeah, this could be maybe a little bit of what FaZe need, a little bit of time where they can just go all out without having to worry, because this game's already beyond them. If this 2-goal lead sustains, they can bring this back. It will swing momentum thoroughly in their favor. Typical on that midfield, charges it down. Not the best landing. Leaves the ball quite simple for Atomic to try and take over, although you don't want to be handing that back over to Typical. Big chance here for FaZe. Can't maintain much possession because G2, look how quick these recoveries have been. Player after player dives forward, but they seem to always have another player ready to go next.
Yeah, FaZe Clan have just set that third man back just a little bit further so they can keep the pressure on rather than trying to rush things. It works out in the end, but a bit of chaos from G2.
Yeah, Chicago might have it. That's not great. And yeah, JNaps gets bumped. There's no way he's getting over to that one.
I feel like that one's
hard,
not going
isn't it?
in first killer's montage, Shogi.
No, I don't think it is, but it's probably the most difficult position to play as a defender is from the corner, ball in front of you, heading towards your goal, and you're the one that has to play it. There's nowhere you can take this apart from in front of your own goal.
Yeah, but that's the pressure that FaZe Clan forced, though. You know, you say that it's a horrible position to be in, but that is not by accident. FaZe Clan knew exactly what they were doing, and suddenly this game is alive and well, despite the early lead for G2. FaZe Clan playing in confidence as well. You know, they're always looking for these passes, but G2, they just wait their turn, and when they get the attacking intent themselves, they are looking so dangerous. I mean, as ever, Shogun, the question is on FaZe's defense.
No, it's been not the strongest goals that have got past them in this series. It's something that they will want to clean up. They do have plenty of time to do it. And once again, best of 7. Typical. Looks to try and get it to himself. Early challenge from Atomic. I do like what I'm seeing from Atomic's challenges. He's not fully committing, just got a bit of contact on the car and then gave himself the quickest route to land back down.
He lands with 25 boost as well, which means he can get himself right back in the play. Never taken out of it, always involved, doing something, going for bumps, going for demos there. You know, he had no right to go for that ball.
Oh, no!
And do you know what? I'm never going to praise him again. It's completely backfired.
That's, well, that's a self-infield there, Chicago. He goes over the top of JNaps' head, and AJ wonders what the color of the car was that passed it to him.
I mean, you know, if I were to put a positive spin on that, it was well read by AJ. He predicted the missed play, you know.
I appreciate the positivity there, Cole. Well, that's 2-2, and that's a 2-goal lead that has evaporated over towards G2. Atomic tries to find a way out. AJ just covers it well. Off the backboard. Who's going to be there first? Off the backboard one more time. First killer tries to just hook the car around. Sets up reciprocal. Difficult to pull off. Couldn't quite get there. But G2 are reeling at the moment. FaZe have taken control of this game. Now it's typical long. Looks to see if he caught Atomic out. I don't think the shot was quite on target, but either way, FaZe now do not trust or respect the defense of G2.
Yeah, I mean, G2, their boost situation isn't too good. Their rotations are a little bit stretched. Suddenly, FaZe's plays and outplays and demo attempts are really starting to shake them. And this is where FaZe love playing their Rocket League, when they can tell their opponents are playing with fear. Look at them, they're reading everything. Chicago's up early, but it's still read by Typical. It leads to a first killer shot. Chicago, another desperate save. G2 just cannot clear their lines. The passes are only going as far as cars in red. AJ almost connects with that one, but this is FaZe's to lose with 30 seconds left.
That was so crucial as well to get that extra touch. AJ clears down the far side. Nobody in blue able to just run onto it immediately. And first killer wiped out. Opportunity for Chicago to get forward. JNaps over.
No
net.
way.
Nobody back. And a little bit of ball chasing leads to the third goal for G2.
A little bit of ball chasing, but also an absolute wonder bump. FaZe had all the control until one bump comes out, a mid-air bump as well, one of my favorite things in Rocket League. Suddenly, 18 seconds left. G2 on the cusp of 2-0.
Well, this has been a roller coaster of a game. JJ might add a little bit more to it. Underneath the car of Atomic, he's still on the fast side. Should Typical be able to get the ball over to him? They look for the pinch, couldn't get it.
No boost. He's got nothing.
Yeah, that no boost means that JNAPS can just plow through the challenge. And once again, FaZe have got it all to do. The entire length of the pitch. Back to Typical. Challenge is good from Atomic. And G2 once again survive.
Survive is the key word, but for the first half of that game, you weren't thinking that G2 needed to survive. You were thinking that they were going to go on and win this game 3 or 4-0. FaZe Clan just looked completely out of it until one old school, shall we say, piece of G2 defense. We haven't seen it in a little while, showing that their defensive issues aren't completely fixed just by having Atomic on the pitch. But you got to say, Shogi, credit to FaZe Clan, how they came back in to that second game.
FaZe looked really good. I said earlier on that if they can get those 2 goals back, FaZe will probably show a different side to themselves. And they did look confident. They looked like they were going for everything. But again, it was just that rotation gets out of sorts on occasion from them where they just don't have the right people turning up to the play at the right time. And that is what ended up costing them for that 3rd goal over towards G2. So half the job done now for G2. We head over to DFH Stadium, see where we go from here. And see who can really use that last minute to figure out where things have gone wrong, where things have been going right, and what they can capitalize on from the other team.
And this could be a clean touch for a FaZe player, could it? No, it's all the way back. It was AJ. You rarely see that from him, just being completely pinned back in his own half when there's a chance to attack the ball. I mean, it's going to be such a difficult task right here for FaZe because they are playing against the team that won the last event. G2 with absolute the confidence in their lives. They're loving playing with their new teammate. Not so new anymore, but, you know, they knew this split teammate, Atomic. And they're also on a 12-game win streak, which goes back... Oh, what a touch that is from First Killer. That goes back all the way to the finals in the second regional. This is a team that have not tasted defeat in a single game yet in this event. And now suddenly FaZe need to get 4 pretty much in a row. You know, it's such a difficult task.
Well, NA was pretty much allergic to best of 7 reverse sweeps. Then in the last regional, we got, well, quite a few of them. So maybe, but if you are a FaZe Clan fan, that is the last thing you want to be trying to rely on. There's Atomic off that backboard once again. Easy enough for AJ. Now once again off the wall. Good setup play actually from G2 there. Not forcing it too far on the opposite side of the field, so they're getting these first bits of contact without really leaving the option open for FaZe to come in for an early challenge.
Ooh, that's a good boost grab there from First Killer. He needed that one, and it spawned right in front of him, and suddenly he can get himself involved in this play again, which is how he's going to come away with this one. Is the pass there for him this time? That final ball from FaZe Clan hasn't quite been there, but obviously, as always, First Killer is the man that's looking like he could pick that lock.
Oh, what a setup. Who's there first? Oh. What a contact there from AJ. How has he recovered that? Now he goes to the opposite side of the field. It would be so good if he was able to get the counter-attack goal. Couldn't get it this time around. But AJ, that is the reason why you don't just let your car flop through the air. Reposition it and make sure you get that ball away.
Oh, it's still so tricky though when G2 do come forward. FaZe looks so stretched in defense at all times. Another one where 2 of them are going towards the ball. Not sure how much boost they've got. They're all pretty low, about 60 between them. They're camped on their goal line. Chicago now's tried to pop it in. Typical can only get it as far as Atomic is still not in. Typical with an all-important touch, and it remains 0-0.
And for FaZe, they can once again prove just how good their goal line defense is. A reminder once again, G2's goals have mostly happened when FaZe haven't had somebody back. When FaZe have got somebody, it is a brick wall that you have got to try and get through just to get the shot on target. There's Atomic, goes long with his shot. First Killer gets it back under his own control. No goals, just over 2 minutes left here. Typical. Straight back over to JNAPS. Not the greatest half volley off the wall, but he does have Chicago off that backboard. How's that bounce? Difficult to read. Well, for everybody except for First Killer, who is powering down the field. Looks for the set. Shot. Doesn't have anything on it.
First Killer is just ridiculous, though. Whenever he gets the ball, G2 absolutely panic. Every touch he makes is so precise. The dribbles, it always leads, not just to a clean dunk, a beautiful 50-50 win that goes all the way back to the G2 half. Pulling the strings completely, and also I'd say as a word of warning for G2, I've seen a lot more from AJ. And here comes Chicago. Can he get the flick? First Killer almost saves it, but Chicago buries it.
When you've got goal line defense like this, you need something perfect to get past it. And Chicago, that's about as good as you're going to get. Just keep it as far away as you possibly can. and get that 1-goal lead. G2 once again taking that first goal, but it's never been that simple. And we'll see what the final 90 seconds have got in store for us.
G2, will they try and slow down to defend what they've got? You can't imagine it. They'll always be looking to extend their lead. Can they get... It was actually 13 game wins in a row in the last one, so can they get their 14th game win in a row if they can see this one away for the next 70 seconds or so?
It's a ridiculous stat, that one. And one that is just getting more ridiculous every 5 minutes that pass. First killer looks to pop the ball up. Atomic called off. Good communication there by G2. Almost managed to get past first killer. They did well to read the play. AJ reset over to first killer off the backboard. Can he get it again? No, and it was a demo on the third man. Meant that we couldn't get the follow-up shot from Sipical, who is now all the way back. And has to try and deal with this. There's Atomic off the backboard once more time. Looking for the set. First killer.
Nice.
Huge flick. Also, JNAP's play defensive.
FaZe have so many moments where you're just willing the ball to go in because it would look so pretty. This could be another one, slightly more team plays coming in now from FaZe, but still they can't break through G2's defense. So strong, apart from a couple of moments in that second game, which they still managed to win, and it's 20 seconds left for FaZe now.
Well, we've seen this every single game. The last few moments, FaZe chasing the game. Once again, they've got to do it from their own side of the field. Sipical beat to it by JNAPS. It's a bit more of a friendly bounce. Chicago on target. This is the best way to play defense. Don't even let them see your side of the field. AJ's going to grab hold of it. Good holding midfield play there by Atomic. He's going to guide the ball gently to the floor. And G2 are 5 minutes away from a sweep.
It's just brilliance at the end there from Atomic. He barely had any boost, and still he manages to kill that ball, Shogi. So fast thinking at 0 seconds. And speaking of fast thinking, there'll be a lot of thinking to be done because we are about to have, unsurprisingly, a FaZe Clan timeout.
So here's my question for you, Cole. Is this too late? Should this have been done 5 minutes ago?
Should it? Yes. I'm just looking back at, the results from different games to remind myself. Yeah, the fact that second game, they came so close to bringing it back and still found a way to lose. I don't care how good your team dynamic is. That is tilting. When you basically get gifted 2 goals to make it 2-2 and still can't find a way to see it away. And then in game 3, G2 Esports, FaZe look like they are capable of scoring, but that it would always take a wonder goal. They have to do something incredible. First killer has to do something that nobody else can do. And from FaZe Clan, I just want to see a few more normal goals. I want to see an infield pass that's boomed in. I want to see some ugly goals that aren't gifted to them by G2 Esports, but that feel more earned because they've got bumps or they've got boost steals.
Well, that's
not really happening.
For me right now is going back to that second game where G2, they wobbled. They wobbled quite significantly towards the end of that. And when that happened, we ended up just looking at this, all right, next goal, if this goes over FaZe's way, this could be a very, very different series. But instead, it went over to the side of G2, and we saw just how good they were in the previous game. They looked good. They got that goal. It was solid play, actually, from both teams. But G2 showed the defense that we expected to see them, the one that we were hyping up to you guys at home before they came in and just sort of infield passed their way to a 2 each in game 2. But we'll see. See what they can do over on FaZe. They've asked a lot of themselves here, Cole. But hey, what's a third reverse sweep in 2 weeks?
I was going to say, I'm glad you brought that up, Shogun, because it hadn't been done in such a long time. I don't think it had ever been done in North America until that fateful day.
I didn't believe it either because I had to check it. I was like, what do you mean since we went to the new format?
My camera's frozen.
Oh.
Yeah, I've gone.
Hey, usually when we see that on my side, it means my computer's crashed. So at least you're still here with me.
I'm sorry that I scared you there, Shogun. Well, hopefully the people can still hear me, or else you're just giggling at nothing.
Trust me, I would never make up anything that you have said to everybody at home. But yeah, we'll see what FaZe have now got. They've got themselves 4 games in a row that they need to go and get the win on. They have the tools there. I believe, and you've mentioned it so many times, they've just confirmed, by the way, Cole is still on to us. But FaZe, as you mentioned, their setup play has been brilliant. They are getting spaces. How many times are we seeing that ball pop off the backboard with nobody there to meet it from G2? It's just somehow FaZe need to either get the boost control or figure out some way of bringing in bringing in like the extra player, the third man to just jump on in and take the shot. And it's just not there for them at the moment. So we'll be looking to see what they can do there.
They need something quite special, and they need it to start pretty darn quickly. G2 Esports, now the difference that they have from classic G2 is that you expect them to be able to, I mean, you don't expect them to be able to see a best of 7 away, but to do it comfortably, to not give their fans those jitters, to not terrify people into thinking they're going to mess this one up. They just look supreme. It's a good save early on from AJ, but just again, the early pressure from G2 is such a good sign for them.
Yes, I mean, this is what we talked about when we first came into this series. It always felt like even if G2 started to do well, those of us on the desk, even the fans of G2 were just waiting for the but that would come after that sense. Like, G2 are playing well, but they still somehow found a way to lose. And that just has not been the case lately. Can they maintain that level of confidence that everybody seems to now have in them?
I mean, I'd love to see this comeback, Shogun. You mentioned the reverse plays, AJ.
There you are. It's a goal secure.
Yeah, I mean, what a steal that is. AJ was thinking, is this one actually going in? Perhaps. You know, I've done all the hard work. I've aerialed. I've bumped Atomic away as well. I'll steal the goal too. Why not?
Well, AJ is the one that gets the credit for it, but what is most important is now FaZe have picked up the first goal for the first time this series. It's going to be G2. I've now been tasked with trying to find the comeback. Got plenty of time for it, so don't expect to see too much change. Although first killer, beautiful pass, better shot, 2-0.
We have ourselves some standard FaZe Clan goals. That is exactly what I asked for. And look at that, just simple as you like from AJ towards first killer, who just has to roll the ball in the net. And the difference between these ones and the goals in that second game is that G2 didn't gift those to FaZe Clan. It was just a lovely pass at the right moment, even though it was simple.
Maybe the one thing that we have missed here from FaZe is just a little bit of play in front of the ball. You two have been very happy to do that, looking for goalkeepers, trying to make themselves available for something in the midfield, but FaZe either not looking for it or not finding success with it. This is where they've been more used to finding opportunities, and AJ's got his second.
Shogun, sometimes I think that you are a genius. Look at that, first killer in front of the ball. See you later, Chicago. And AJ could attempt that aerial 307 times in a row and only miss once. And that was not one of those times.
I mean, when you look at the skill set that they have got over on FaZe, it just makes sense. Air dribbles are not the quickest plays in the world. You know, if you pass it infield, you know that the shot you're going to get is very quick. But you go for the air dribble, get a couple of flip resets, it's not quick, and it leaves a static defender a good target to just go and hit. Get rid of him. He's got to stay still. He's got to wait for this ball to come over to him. So just go and get rid of them. And FaZe, it's something that we hope to see more and more from them as they develop as a squad.
Yeah. Knowing what to do.
So useful.
When one of their teammates is doing the solo play, which is what we saw a beautiful example of right now. You know, this is the FaZe that we want to see. They've got the fancy stuff in their locker. They can bring it out, but just taking things a bit more simple, not leaving themselves too isolated. But as I say, that AJ was exactly that, and Atomic almost connected with that double tap aerial, just showing that G2 still have signs of life in this one. I think the best news you can give for G2 in Game 4 is that they conceded those goals so early. There's still more than half the game left, and they are more than capable of scoring 3 in that time.
Yeah, certainly so. Would not be the best sight of how FaZe's defense is doing. Well, it's all up to G2 to try and find those plays. That's a good start. Sipical left in a tough position. Chicago, that's 1. 2 more to go.
Told you, there's still plenty of time, and we've barely scratched halfway down in this game. It was a brilliant challenge there from Atomic to roll it along for Chicago, who is not going to make any mistakes from there in bringing G2 right back in this one.
Good kickoff, though, from FaZe. Get it right into the corner, though. AJ has given a little bit of a sight there to G2. Controlling it in midfield. Now JNaps off the ceiling. In comes Atomic. Oh. That needed to be top corner. It's a wasted chance.
Yeah, it was probably going to be saved with 3 FaZe Clan goalkeepers standing there on the goal line. But it would have caused them some damage. Instead, it was missed. Down the other end, it's a solo goal from First Killer. How does he always get so many touches on the ball? G2 are petrified of the man. Everybody is. He commands so much respect, Shogun, that he gets more time than anybody else. And goodness me, can he use it.
look, we've seen what First Killer can do when he has to save at a stretch, and he can still control the ball afterwards. That's going to probably be the 5th. Yes, it is. When you give, and this goes all the way back to that shot from Atomic, when you give a shot like that, it means that not only are you giving up a goal-scoring opportunity, you're giving an easy bounce off the backboard, and more importantly, an easy bounce off the floor. First Killer's going to look at it and just go, this is the perfect setup for me, where I can take the ball and do whatever I want. So these shots need to be better, not just to have a better chance of scoring, but to not deal with the transition play of First Killer.
I mean, I think what you're forgetting, Shogun, is that every ball is a perfect setup for First Killer. It doesn't matter how awkward it is. It doesn't matter if you're in ping pong mode. He'll still catch it on his hood, get a flip
The way it reminds me, Cole, is we've done the freestyle tournaments this season.
Yeah.
And there's a lot that goes into those setups.
Yeah.
And there's sometimes you see the players, they hit the ball and go, not that one. Okay, I'm going to do something else. He just wouldn't look. He'd close his eyes, hit the ball somewhere and go, that'll work. I'm going to make something of this.
It's instinct. He is connected in to the Matrix. He just knows exactly what is happening at any given time, staring at lines of code on his screens. I was about to say, a sudden G2 goal might just make this game feel slightly alive, but Atomic fluffed his flick, and it is looking like FaZe are going to see this one out pretty much easily. And, I mean, I feel like I cursed G2 earlier on Shogun. I said, you don't expect them to wobble. If you're a fan of G2, you're completely confident they'll see this one away comfortably. I was wrong.
But they're going for the G2 special, all right? They can never have too much confidence. They've got to do something. As this is going to be, from the looks of things, an end to their game-winning streak.
Oh, yeah. We hit 15, I think? 14?
I believe so.
Wow, 15.
They did very, very well.
you take that, you know, at any given moment, you take a 15 game streak.
Yeah.
I'd take that in Bronze 2 ranked, pal. I'm not Bronze 2
love
for the
to know.
record. I'm Bronze 1.
Right up there, Cole. Right up there. And seeing you playing the games with Gibbs.
Any more goals this game? I'm fancying one more FaZe Clan stunner. I'm feeling AJ.
By the way, Direct has got a shout to us. 14 was the longest streak in North America this season.
Wow.
So if they have got 15, then it is a new season-long record.
No, I think you've misread. They hit 14, and now he's checking if it's the longest streak of games in North America this season. That's all right. I'll be your proofreader.
Yeah, well, one thing I don't need to check here is who's won this one. FaZe Clan have smashed their way through Game 4. We're going to do this 3 more times. The only question this really levels up to everybody here is, does this show us something about how G2 play from behind? And more importantly, can FaZe keep getting that first goal? Because that was the first time they managed it, and we saw how wide open this game ended up being for them.
I don't think you can call into question how G2 play from behind based on that one game. The data is not quite there yet to say that it's a thing. If it happens again in the next game, then sure, you'll be able to say, right, G2 have definitely got a thing with going, oh, I look good, by the way. I've never looked so good on the RLCS podcast. Look at me go. Everyone in chat's like, wow.
Pale, mate, but wow.
I'm talking about it's my lighting, this white background. Yeah, I don't think we can say too much right now. If the same happens again on Wasteland, then we'll just start to question the team comms, what's happening if FaZe Clan take the lead. But I can't see a collapse like that happening again. Famous last words.
We'll certainly find out. Here we go. Go to Wasteland. And there's that first goal. Okay, Cole, we're going to get an answer to our question.
We are indeed, yeah. 5 seconds gone. First Killer just beating Atomic, all ends up for pace, and Typical has himself a simple... Look at that, he didn't even hit it with the nose of his car. He's just flopped it in. That is how simple it is for FaZe Clan. I like simple FaZe Clan, Shogun. I think that it works well on them.
I like it when they mix it in. You know what First Killer is capable of. You know what all of these players are capable of. They are insane mechanically. And when they just go for pace, they threaten mechanics and they go for pace. It is horrible to try and deal with. There's a good demo as well. More and more car hunting over by FaZe Clan. It's getting them so much more time on the ball, so much more space in the opposing side of the field, although they're going to have to deal with this. JNaps couldn't get it past Typical, although Chicago, his shot as Typical, when AJ actually had to just avoid being demoed. Heads up play from him, but he needed help.
Lovely play there from Atomic to slow the ball down for a split second, making sure that G2 aren't rushing into things. That was their downfall in that first game. They went a couple of goals down early, and they were like, quick, fix this. Whereas now they're slowing things up, taking their time, knowing there's only one goal in it and not panicking. And I'm impressed to see that from them, especially after, of course, that last game's collapse.
It's a scrappy way to try and find their way out. FaZe still under pressure. G2 wanted to maybe make use of JNAPS over on the backboard. Instead, it's Typical against Atomic. And out of all the things that Typical could have done, I think Atomic will be happy that that was what he saw. Typical, as always, one of the trickiest players out there to try and read. First killer. Keeps the pressure on. JNAPS at a full stretch just to get rid of the ball. Back to Atomic, straight to Chicago. All three players involved. And that's how G2 get rid of the pressure. And now they're starting to create their own.
Yeah, they are. They're starting to steal the boost as well. Starting to keep that ball camped on the FaZe Clan half. And this is more like the sort of shape we were seeing at the start of this series.
Another bump, though. Horrible.
FaZe Clan are just making themselves difficult to play against despite this. G2 are having more control of the ball, but FaZe Clan are making sure that if they are to get themselves a goal, there is nothing going against them for free. And now when they do get some control of it, I mean, that flick didn't quite work out. Chicago defended it well, but they can do so much when they finally get the ball under their spell.
We did see where First Killer was positioned. You didn't get involved in that play, but I like that more. Leave First Killer, leave anybody around, just be a threat. Don't let your opponents just hold on to ball cam the entire time. Make the check for you.
I mean, there have been a few occasions now from G2 as the seconds are just starting to tick by where I want to see that second man move forward just a little bit more. They've managed to get the ball to roll across the goal line. You know, they've managed to put a decent pass in and no one has been there. And eventually FaZe Clan will punish you if you're not taking the game to them. So while I'm glad G2 have steadied the ship.
Criticisms we had for FaZe in the opening parts of this series, it's starting to switch sides, although FaZe caught out too far forward and the infield pass is good enough for G2.
That's why I'm not a coach, Shogun. I was saying that they had to make things happen a little bit more, but they were completely correct. Just keep your patience, let FaZe play into your trap, and eventually they will give you a free goal. Genius tactics there from the G2 camp to make it 1-1.
There's the answer to our question as well as to how G2 play from behind. They were under a lot of pressure. They have done well. Kept the goal at only one. They might have to do it again. Chicago, perfect positioning. Keeps it away, and then a monstrous block. All on the opposite side of the field.
That's weak there from
camping in that midfield.
Yeah, that clearance from Typical not quite good enough, and it's going to let G2 win again. JNAPS tries to get the dunk. The First Killer's clearance just about avoids him. Then a demo opens things up. First Killer is desperate for Atomic to miss this ball. Doesn't on this occasion, but Typical, he's been made to allow to hit the ball. It's put to the side.
That's 2v1. Good play by First Killer.
There.
Yeah, they had the options. First Killer just tried to play as proactive as possible. Did not want to be heading back to his own goal where that spare play could just come and hit him. Very well played just to keep the pace going. Off the backboard, JNAPS looking for Chicago. Can't get there though. First Killer is becoming more and more proactive as this goes along. He wants to be the one to take this series by the scruff of the neck.
Double commits over there won't help though. Just when FaZe Clan are starting to wrestle back the initiative, both players going for the ball on that side wall just completely puts them both in the same place of the field, giving G2 so many pockets of pace to play to. And look, it's meant that FaZe Clan are suddenly right back on the back foot and G2 come forward again.
If there's anything that we know G2 can do in this series, it is a very quick transition play. Not want to be caught too far forward against these lads. JNAPS would have liked that to be further left. Could have got it to Atomic. Instead, not able to hold midfield. It's now FaZe's opportunity. AJ staring down JNAPS, wants to see where this one's going. Right back down the line. Pass isn't good enough. First Killer pops the ball onwards. AJ already up. As Atomic tried to wait for it, couldn't get there in time. First Killer, infield, Typical, backs down, realizes that play was not for him. Otherwise, he would have been intercepted and his team would have been in really rough shape.
In a long series, there's always one grindy game, and this is it. The passes haven't quite been there. The mechanics aren't working out. This is just both teams trying to be as solid as possible and try and surprise their opponent. I can see this one being an ugly goal to win it. With 15 seconds left, it could be G2's last goal in the series. Here's Chicago. He wants to end it here, but Typical saves, and nobody is following up.
And AJ was just stood there watching it for so long. He was so happy that the shot didn't come in earlier. They got away, but only temporarily. That's Chicago, but more importantly, First Killer is big enough to make sure the shot doesn't go in.
Game 5 springs to life right before the overtime, setting it up nicely. Can G2 end this here and give their first seed credentials a massive shot on the arm, or will FaZe keep them penned back?
Chicago, right over to Typical. Good first play. He's actually managed to keep himself on the ball as well. 2 players down just for Typical. Gets the 100 boost. Fantastic play from the former SSG member. AJ, good first touch. Second touch, reset secured underneath. couldn't just be tricky enough. But there's now pace and there's space there. Oh, wait, JNaps, he's faked him out. Up goes Atomic. The worst possible bounce, though, for Atomic. It just skirted over the top of the goal.
First Killer was in such a horrible position there, and he did everything he could to put that one safe. It was still a little bit dodgy, but it was actually really decent defending once he found himself in that position. But G2 just keep on coming forward. Another save by Typical is needed. Atomic rotates out to let Chicago in. G2 can sense this goal coming, Shogun.
G2 had brilliant boost control that entire time. Cheers the back down. As here we go, Chicago once again goes under. First one, there is JNaps off the bomb. What a setup and what a way to win it.
Just mixing up the pace. G2 sense their moment. Chicago keeps himself unpredictable, and First Killer can't do anything about that JNaps finish. FaZe Clan, they looked like they were coming back into the series. They at least made a match of it. But G2, this version of G2, they step up when questioned.
And they keep marching onwards over in the upper side of the brackets. We are going to see them tomorrow over in the upper grand finals. It also means that they have secured themselves a guaranteed top 3. A massive, massive shot for their hopes of getting the #1 seed in North America, Cole.
Yeah, it is everything G2 wanted right there. I mean, I think that it's quite good for them as a roster to have a game where nothing is working out for them. That's where you learn. You know, that's the replay they can look back at and think, okay, we're going towards this major now. We want to win that as well. What went wrong in this game? How do we fix it? And it's going to make them stronger for it in the long run. So they'll be thanking FaZe Clan for that. But I mean, it was always G2's series to lose.
Yeah, absolutely was. And I think G2 had a game plan and it worked for them. Even when things got a little bit sloppy, we knew what they were capable of. And even in the sloppier games, actually, their defense seemed to get better, despite the first few games being just kind of all over the shop, where they were the ones that happened to come out on top. But they are the team that is moving forward, and we are looking forward to seeing more of them. And I'm looking forward to seeing some more Rocket League. We'll go to get that just after this break.
You know how some carriers give you so little for your older busted phone you just end up living with it? I don't think so. Verizon lets you trade in your broken phone for a shiny new one. You break it, we upgrade it. You dunk it, doggy bone it, slam it, wham it, strawberry jam it. We upgrade it.
Get a 5G phone on us with select plans.
Every customer, current, new, or business.
Because everyone deserves better. And with plans starting at just $35, better costs less than you think.
This might not be your car, and this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine, and maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Tippy driver.
Welcome back to the RLCS. You just got done watching G2 continue to romp through the the Mobile 1 Mountain Classic. But coming up next, we got Complexity versus Version 1. Both of these teams' major spots still on the line. Version 1's path a little easier than Complexity's, but this one is going to be pretty good, Johnny.
I'm super excited to see Complexity back in a deep run of a tournament. We've not seen them make anything past top 8 so far this split, and that's disappointing for a team like Complexity who made top 8 at the most recent major. So this is a return to form for them, and I don't think they're really going to be thinking about that major spot that they could still be fighting for should they get win this. But they, just try and get their mojo back. Try and get as good a tournament result as they can. But I believe with a win, they do have a chance of making it. V1, like you said, only need to make it further than Oxygen, so a bit easier for them.
Yeah, a little easier for Version 1. Complexity definitely returned to form for them, but Version 1 have it kind of exploded since adding Beast Mode to this team. They've definitely had some kinks to work out, but I think as impressive as Beast Mode has been, Calm as well has been impressive on Version 1 and definitely part of the uptick that they've experienced so far and what's gotten them into the upper bracket.
Yeah, they dominated their group 9-0, so currently undefeated in this, not just in the series, but also in games. So maybe going to be the favorite in this one, but there's a lot of Vamos energy whenever Complexity are on the field. I'm curious to see what the fans are going to say.
That's true. Verizon fan vote, by the way, at home. Be sure to put in your vote. Who do you think is going to make it to the upper bracket final? Hashtag COL for Complexity and hashtag V1 for Version 1. I am particularly liking Version 1's chances, but Complexity having this return to form is nice to see. The biggest thing for Complexity, I think, they were losing to teams that they just didn't lose to in the fall split. You were talking about their average placement falling down, but the teams that they lost to kind of had you scratching your head a bit. Losing to Charlotte Phoenix, losing to Oxygen, which doesn't look as bad now as Oxygen keep getting better, but a close game against Sonics, they ended up winning. Losing to Rebellion. These are teams that Complexity weren't losing to in the fall split when they qualified for the major. So to see them come out and actually get a couple of wins, beating Space Station out in this group stage, I think definitely speaks volumes. Version 1 got their work cut out for them in this one.
Yeah, and Version 1, I think, are going to be feeling the pressure a little bit more because that Complexity roster, it was so far gone from them after the second event. The major was just so far away from them that I don't think they're really thinking about that, and it's kind of bringing their best Rocket League back to the table. Whereas version 1, you know, they've performed well so far, but now it's gonna feel real. They're gonna be looking at that bracket thinking, we can do this. We can actually get that 5th major spot. Maybe there's also the crazy world where Space Station Gaming don't make it, but in those moments where it's extremely real, it's very hard to bring out your best Rocket League in V1. Now, they've been better at clutching up at the important moments recently. Still, though, tough matchup here against Complexity.
Version 1, they know their major spot is so close. They can't look too far ahead, though. Complexity going to be a difficult out here in the upper semifinal, our second best of 7 of the day. And lying in wait is G2, but like I said, you can't be thinking about that. Shad, Razebull, and AJG on the other side of the pitch as we get underway here on Manfield.
What a prospect we've got here. Can Complexity play spoiler to yet another team's major qualification? They've done it before at their own benefit. They're still in the running themselves as well. Don't forget that. But version 1 have been on form recently. This is still the best split that they've ever produced in the history of this organization, the history of this team. Razebull denying Beast Mode an early option on net.
Razebull trying to pull that one out with no boost. Beast Mode will kick him out of the way. Complexity, some early defense, but a nice move from AJG to give Razebull some space. And a good pop-up as well. Complexity just trying to get set up. They might get the shot, and there it is. Complexity strike first.
Shad not going to miss from that range. All went wrong on the back wall here. Beast Mode trying to catch the ball, because that's an extremely greedy move. When there's somebody air dribbling at you, you got to think that the dunk is possible. Beast Mode just, I think, had to dodge it to the ball there. You got to flip at it and make sure that you keep the ball in the corner. Doesn't do it, and of course, Complexity are there to capitalize.
Version 1 definitely want to limit those high-risk position, or the high-risk decisions, if you will, as Beast Mode tries to stall the play out in midfield. But Complexity, known for having that quick shot offense. Here's a quick shot from Com. They're back on defense. Beast Mode swings back around. Torment was looking real close. He almost got punished. He still might, and he does! Shad rolls right with him for the second goal.
Oh no, Torment, where are you going, buddy? That first touch, not ideal. I mean, Shad's all over him, which is excellent work by him again, but V1 have been their own worst enemies in this game so far. 2 goals that they probably could have prevented. But they're down early in the series. That's the worst way for it to start as well. Big mistakes. But plenty of time to come back.
I was surprised to see Torment pull up so far on that play. It was not clear how that 50 was going to work in front of the box. He still had a teammate trying to rotate out in front of him, so and now Torment having to come back quickly, but here's Beast Mode. Take the ball away, and Com might have a breakout. Quick shot again. Shad can't get there. Too much power.
Yeah, great placement as well from Com. Knew that he had a bottom right corner to aim at here off Beast Mode's clear. Com just lurking at the halfway line, and he perfectly places his shot out of Shad's reach. Not a moment too late as well. It's good that they've got that goal back quickly. That's going to help them forget the misplays that they've just made at the other end of the field.
Com will get a look on the kickoff as well. Another kick down for AJG. They kick that one straight on target. It's taken away by Com. Version 1 able to square up on defense. Torment finally getting that 50 through. On Complexity, sort of work their way around back to midfield thanks to Shad. Beast Mode can't kick it away. Razebull is following that play closely. Complexity winning that follow-up game right now in this sequence. AJG couldn't get the bump. And Complexity back on the retreat.
Big air dribble coming out of Com though. Reset attempted. I don't think he landed it though. Shad played for the ball either way. That's a smart play by Shad. You can easily get mind games anticipating a flip reset and getting in the way of a shot that never actually happens. Got to ball chase. You got to make sure to make contact. Shad does so.
And now Com couldn't get a great handle on that ball, but that's a perfect pop for Beast Mode. 2 taps and just missed it. Razebull getting underneath it, just trying to protect the rock, and Beast Mode can't get his way around him. Good work from RazeBull, but the push isn't over. Com's shot denied. 2 commit from Complexity. Beast Mode over 1. A demo on the backside by onto AJG. What version 1 got to try again here from midfield. Torment, he's getting a little mechanical from midfield. Beast Mode on the other side, denied by AJG.
Yeah, great work there from version 1, denying so many boosts. But on the other side, we're seeing Complexity so quick to use what little boost they do have. Just driving into position with 12 boosts, and suddenly it's all gone and you've got 0. I think they've got to be a bit more careful with their boost management there. They're going to be in trouble in these onslaughts from version 1. They don't manage their boost more carefully.
Version 1 playing a tight rotation here on defense as well, but they've gotten every touch. Com gets bumped back down to the ground. That's a good lob from RazeBull. Nobody's there to challenge, and AJG punishes version 1, up by 2 again.
Great pop from RazeBull, catching everybody off guard. I'm actually turning around to see if the boost is up in the corner. He wanted to make a run for it. And nobody had that back post covered. Love that approach from AJG, coming in so quickly. And he catches 2 players pre-jumping with his little shot.
It seems like one solid touch from Complexity on offense, and all of a sudden version 1 are running to the back wall of the backboard, trying to play reactionary to version 1, thanks to that quality touch from RazeBull and also from Shad earlier. Beast Mode tried to wrap his way around the box. Torment, that shot's too high, and Beast Mode barely misses.
Oh, how many times are we going to see crossbars and posts for version 1? Another clutch save, this time RazeBull keeping the ball near his teammate Shad as well. Minute left for Complexity to survive this first game, and that's a huge challenge from RazeBull. Buying his team so much time. It comes locked up, Shad at the goal line, and Torment's slow shot will cross it. Oh, that's heartbreaking for Shad. He just couldn't do anything here. He was just completely stuck behind Com.
Got bodied out of the way. Com might as well just sat on him there. That's a big goal for version 1. It hasn't been the cleanest game 1 from them. And to come back to almost tie it, maybe they will in this final minute. It's a good win from Com. And AJG pops that one up. Com getting a demo on RazeBull on his way out. Torment also wanting that 50, trying to take advantage of that demo, but just too long, and Complexity get the clear.
Well, version 1, for the majority of this game, have had midfield control. They've created more chances. Their accuracy has let them down at times. Complexity, clinical finishing has been the difference for them. Less than 20 seconds left. Version 1 trying to keep this ball alive in the middle of the box. That's great work from Shad, lunging off the inside of his own post to keep the ball away from the danger.
RazeBull also protecting the ball, just trying to hang on to that lead, but can't get the clear. RazeBull trying to get back down to it. It's chaotic in front of the box. AJG will be first on it. And Shad just has to put it in the ground, but he wants the goal instead to end the game on Manfield. Complexity start off well here in game 1.
Yeah, great defensive stand by Complexity. They've done enough in this one. It was a really tough game. The 4-2 score does not actually tell the full story because we had defensive mistakes from version 1 early on, which Complexity immediately capitalized on. For the rest of the game, it was mostly version 1 who were controlling the midfield though, and they were the ones who were creating chances, and they were controlling the boost. If we see more of that, I think Complexity will be in trouble in the entire series, but they've got the job done in game 1, and I know that they can play more efficiently with their boost than they did in this game, so they should be able to survive like they did in defense towards the end of this game.
And that mistouch from Torment when he was caught just a little too far forward as well. It's giving too much length to Complexity's lead. But I did like version 1's presence in the midfield, especially their form on offense. Com really started to play headhunter, trying to generate opportunities through demos. Beast Mode was also trying to cut into the rotation, get some awkward challenges to keep Complexity on their back wheels. So there was a lot of good looks from version 1. But that transition game from Complexity, I think just 1 or 2 touches that make life awkward for version 1 on defense. And that's where the holes start popping up for version 1. Besides that other transition, I'm thinking about the pop from RazeBull and the goal from AJ, or was it not AJG, was Shad earlier as well. Just from a well-placed ball, everyone else on the back wall and not able to challenge. So version 1 can continue to challenge those balls on defense. Well, probably won't have as much trouble keeping Complexity out of the net.
Yeah, I think so. They have to just be careful, more careful than they were at the start of this game. We had Beast Mode with an extremely greedy backboard catch attempt in a position you've got to be flipping into the ball. Then Torment kind of own goaling with an assist for Complexity immediately afterwards. Very, very strange start of that game for version 1. They settled into it quite well. Let's see if they can keep up that momentum that they've sort of established towards the end of the game. I've got to remember, though, Complexity were still able to score just off their own chances that they created. It wasn't just version 1 defensive mistakes.
And they might get another one here. RazeBull rips it to the top. You're not saving that one.
Oh, they're taking their chances well. Every single shot is an absolute laser. RazeBull over the top of Torment. What an absolute banger just 20 seconds into the game.
121 kilometers per hour. Come on, man. RazeBull putting in work early. Torment pops this one up. Back to Calm. Shot on, and what a save for RazeBull off the bar. Beast Mode demoed as he tried to keep the play up. Torment doesn't have a lot of boost, but he'll be in the area, and it'll be cleared by Complexity.
Well, clear difference there between the two shots. Both of them look like similar quality opportunities, I would say, but RazeBull makes sure to score his one. Calm hits the bar, just slightly miss-hitting it. Nice little bump there by Torment on the retreat. Taking Shad briefly out of the game, but Shad's back in the game now. You know, they just don't want to rotate all the way back. Shad staying in the middle, turns back around, keeps his ball cam on. They are absolutely slamming shots on net now, Jarby. Every single chance they get, they are making it really difficult for version 1 to stop.
Yeah, I mean, in version 1, they can't make up for a whiff because the very next touch is, like you said, I mean, that's a ripper towards the net. What do you do? When Shad and RazeBull are hitting the ball so hard, don't miss if you're version 1. RazeBull pops that one down. Complexity look in form right now at the start of this series. And it is a long one to get to that upper final, but, you know, for fans at home, we're probably wondering, oh, does RazeBull score that? No, just bounced off the box. But also thinking about the quality of how G2 are playing and thinking that's the next task for either of these teams. Right now, Complexity in control and really trying to make a case for why they might be the ones to do it.
Another shot goes high from Torment, easily dealt with by Complexity. This is a far better game from Complexity in terms of the midfield control. They're really getting those challenges in early. They're stopping B1 from establishing that constant threat that they had for so much of game number 1. They're keeping their back corner boost fully under their control as well. That's 2 minutes gone, and I think we've maybe had one clear-cut chance. Make it another one for Complexity. That's a nice demo by Cobb, and he's still got control. Bumps Shad off the play as well.
What happened there? There was just a series of bumps and little chips where the ball just kind of started floating in front of the box, and you thought the bouncer was going to go in, and then Calm trying to get the bump onto Shad, and he nailed it. I mean, there were several chances for Complexity to put the third goal in, but I'm not sure how it's not in. Beast Mode gets over AJG. Version 1, as fun as the defense is, need a little bit more on the other half of the field. A touch, an idea from AJG. He's going to die here for now. Shad, he doesn't care. We'll rip that one down.
Version 1 now getting a taste of their own medicine. This is where Complexity had to play the majority of the last game. Now 1v1, Beast Mode doesn't have any boost to play with. Decides to offload to Torment. RazeBull's got that one covered. Now Calm accidentally hits the ball back towards his own corner, but he'll have it under control. Not for long though. Shad playing the man instead of the ball. That's the smart play, because if you hit the ball, you're just giving a clear to version 1. Shad knows that, just takes the player out of the game. And again, the ball remains lifeless near the net. Beast Mode unable to dunk on AJG, who deliberately hits the ball high and over the top of him. Again, away from version 1, not many chances per minute here. And oh my goodness, RazeBull's made it 3. There was an in-and-out save on the way, but RazeBull snipes the top corner right by it.
Oh, easy for RazeBull. Just makes his car tall, gets it right on the wheel for the redirect, and no chance for the defender to get that one. Excellent shot in front of the box by RazeBull. And it's Complexity just controlling the rhythm of this game. Torment, his shot immediately denied by RazeBull, but he's not done. Light one taken away by Shad. And little defense Complexity's played on Forbidden Temple, but they make quick work of it. Beast Mode will finally break through the wall.
And a bit of miscommunication there from Complexity. Beast Mode just went for it. You gotta just go for it at times like this. You're down by 3, no point in trying to wait for a better looking opportunity. Just hit it on that, see what happens. And it turns out RazeBull turning around in no man's land. Thought AJG was gonna get a touch on this. Thought his work was done. In some places, a double commit's better than no commit at all. You've got to go there, got to make sure to block the shot. Complexity don't. Beast Mode scores.
Sometimes, as long as you make contact, that's all that matters. Torment trying to swipe underneath AJG. But that transition from Complexity is always a little scary. You see Raze will pop that up, but they were patient as Torment had to defend that shot from Shad, who keeps ripping hard shots at the net. Con denied by Raze Bull. See Demo's Torment and Beast Mode forced into service on defense. AJG in front of the box. Shad committed for it. Raze Bull 2 boost as he races back. Beast Mode playing Enforcer. Can't get the bump. Raze Bull gets over him. Shad's got the shot, and version 1 get caught out again.
That's a shooting tutorial here by Complexity. Every time that they get a look at the goal, they smack it into it. And meanwhile, version 1 actually struggling to hit their shots. That was another very, very slow attempt there by Com. Of course, the ball's running away from him, so it's harder to get a clean strike onto it, but you'd expect a player of Com's caliber, and I mean, he'd expect of himself to make it a bit more difficult for the goalkeeper to get the save there under pressure as well. The demo was going towards him, but too easy for the goalie of Complexity.
And that's got to be frustrating for version 1, considering, I mean, talking about it in the hang on a second. All right, 31 seconds, 2 goals, not impossible. It's a nice shot from Torment.
I like the little celebration as well with the reverse wall dash. Torment practicing the mechanics right after the goal gets scored.
I think every pro is competing to who can have the best post-goal chain dash on the wall.
It's a good time to get the reps in, a good time to get it done since you're there anyway, but what else is there to do? That being said, you do actually get some points if you drive into a teammate after a goal gets scored. You get a low 5 points if you drive into a teammate, and then you get 10 points on the scoreboard if you aerial into a teammate. I didn't know this until recently, so I've left so many points on the table over the years.
You've been just leaving your teammates out to dry, but version 1, they're left out to dry here. Complexity kill the rest of the time on the clock. And do you call a timeout here if you're version 1? Their major chances on the line. They have a good shot at making it, but Complexity have driven this entire series so far.
Yeah, I think it's time for a timeout. I think it's time to try and slow down this Complexity momentum. Even if the game plan from version 1 is to stay the same, and that's what they're going to go for. They are going to go for the timeout here. They have to slow down this Complexity momentum. Complexity getting game 1 against the run of flow of the game. It was mostly version 1 with the control and the possession, and Complexity were just too clinical, took all the chances they got. Now, game 2 is actually Complexity who had full control, and they're still shooting at a far higher caliber than version 1 are. So it's mostly, I think, mechanical from version 1. I think there's mechanical issues that they've got. I don't think they need to make a strategical change, but this is a smart timeout just to try and kill some of that Complexity momentum before going into game number 3.
Isn't that kind of scary though? If it's just mechanical, like you've been hitting the bar a lot, right? So you'd think it'd be easy, just like, okay, my shot placement just needs to be a little lower. But I feel like when players aren't having the best day in the accuracy department or in the mechanical department, it's really hard to actually get back on form in a series. Like I feel like I'm over rotating a little bit, or I keep getting caught out in no man's land. Like I don't know. Am I thinking wrong there? Like is that actually easier to adjust mid series, or is mechanics like just harder to break through mentally?
Well, I'm sure they've got ideas of what to default to if they're not feeling great mechanically. We did actually see a card change after game 1 for one of the V1 players, which would kind of back up the idea that they're just not feeling on their game mechanically today. But I think it's just all about simplicity. If the mechanics aren't there, the precise finesse mechanics aren't coming together, flip resets and close to card ball control, you need to just start booming the ball. You've got to get a couple of of hard hits in there, just hard clears, hard passes at each other on the ground. Just no nonsense Rocket League is what I expect to see from V1.
V1 got a chance to take a break and just kind of reset the mentality and just, shake the hands off a little bit, because Complexity, they're staring down the barrel of an upper final finish at the very least to go play G2. The task got a little longer and a little harder here for version 1, but as you've pointed out multiple times, Johnny, the essence is there. The form is there on the pitch for version 1. They just have to put together that final touch, the cherry on top on some of these sequences as we get underway.
Well, let's see what they decide to go for. A nice little possession off the kickoff for Torment. He actually gets the goal from not landing his reset, so they haven't done what I expected. That's just going for hard hits instead of mechanics, but Torment getting a big mind game there. No reset on the play. It's sort of the basic idea there to just simplify, go for the mind game, and yeah, he completely catches Complexity off guard.
I mean, you did say simplicity is the name of the game. You know, simple little read for Torment. And popped again. Torment's going to almost get two, but it was a little wide. Shad plays it away.
Yeah, the shot power just not there for Torment. He, got to be absolutely slamming that to the top corner. Nothing else is satisfactory for pros in the modern Rocket League world. But version 1 have struggled with that power. Even if you hit the bar there, it's probably better than shooting slowly on target. You've got follow-up from teammates now. That's a hard shot from Com, saved by Shad. They need just more of that. Just keep smacking the ball around. That's, I think, how V1 get back in the groove.
Ooh, and a nice bump too, but unfortunately version 1 were definitely playing the clear. And Com, the Shad is just diving forward, does not care. As version 1 try to get another clear here. Com keeps it close. Com underneath on the flip, reset, back over to beast mode. 2 taps overneath to Shad, excuse me.
Overneath, I like that. That should
yeah, it's a great new word. I'm calling it the Jorbictionary. Coming to a Rocket League store near you. Beast mode, dropping that one, and Shad can't get the ball away from Com. Version 1 having much more success with controlling the game beyond the midfield line like they did in game 1. But they just allow RazeBull to pull forward with no boost, and now Complexity are able to set up a midfield with 2 nice 50s from AJG. Hard shot again!
Oh.
It does not matter. If Shad is shooting the ball in the attacking third, he's going to score.
The positioning from Torment just got so awkward here. Drives forward, and that is all that Shad needed. Saw Torment off the goal line, shoots essentially straight at him, but because Torment has started turning away from the ball, he actually couldn't get to it, and that's an extremely awkward goal to concede. Now Torment's flipped past the ball. I think he just needs to calm down here. They're maybe going to get a goal. Oh my goodness, what a save by Shad! How has he kept that one out the net? You'd think surely V1 are going to get their lead back. Shad says no.
Shad definitely does not want to give version 1 any kind of room to breathe in this series. He's trying to keep the team at least tied, wants to add another one to his goal total. Here he just lets it fly for AJG, and he'll just jump in front to keep the push alive. Just misses that one, and Shad is hoppy today, isn't he? He's even going to stay downfield for this one and forces Torment to respect it. Com has to come in, gets not an ideal clear. Complexity still in control, and another shot from RazeBull comes underneath, takes it away from beast mode, but the follow-up man got bumped by beast mode on the way out, so version 1 back to the blue. Hang on, Torment around the... Oh, he couldn't get the dish. RazeBull coming back for the clear.
Well, Complexity look like they are absolutely going for this. Time and time again, this team, they're at RLCS Season X in South America, and in the new RLCS season in North America, have been so impressive when the pressure climaxes. And version 1, meanwhile, yet to peak in this matchup. They have not looked like they've brought their A game in any of the 3 games we've seen so far. Complexity can get one more win, then what on earth are version 1 going to do? Because they're the team who called the timeout here. They tried to kill Complexity's momentum, got the early goal, still find themselves in a tight game, tie game. Less than 2 minutes left, and it's version 1 in defense at the moment. Torment trying to get it over the midfield, but AJG's right there to stop him.
Yeah, just nothing there for version 1. Full tank of boost for Com, but RazeBull's there to defend it. AJG picking up a demo, leaving Torment stranded. And now he breaks the block, and a follow-up crucial from beast mode. It could be a transition. Torment lets it rip, and version 1 finally have a lead.
Wow, what play though by Complexity. I feel like Shad's got a bit overexcited there, diving in his third man for an extremely speculative effort. Torment with a goal that surely will settle the nerves. They're clearly on display in this game. I love the little mind game though by Complexity at the near post to set up that shot. They completely fooled V1. But V1 reacted after they realized they'd had the rug pulled from under them, and they made the perfect plays, got the save, got the clear, got the goal.
Shad ends up getting the demo, but the ball heads the other way. It kind of works out for Complexity. All RazeBull can do is dump the ball in front of the box and continue to whittle down this version 1 defense. Midfield hasn't been the easiest to hold. First one starting to get more real estate moving forward. Com slowing it down by RazeBull. AJG Can he get the clear out? Midfield still in control of version 1. Beast Mode wins that touch in the corner. Nice touch back to Calm. Beast Mode gets it done. Calm delivers.
Phenomenal pass from Beast Mode. Jumps on the witty clear from AJG, and a little pop into the middle to deny any opportunity for Complexity to stop the shot. Razebull had to do something here to pressure the ball. He decided to go for a pre-jump. Very ambitious. Beast Mode completely outplays it.
And Complexity not without the offensive output either. 8 shots on net. It's more than a few. And you certainly had Shad, who was jumping all over the place on the orange half, really preventing version 1 from clearing the ball for what seemed like minutes. But eventually version 1 did crack through, and now Complexity are having problems staying in the orange half. It's another pull back to the corner from Calm. Beast Mode will carry it out.
Yeah, huge win here. If V1 can just hold on for a little bit longer. Razebull's coming at them with the reset. Calm goes right for the ball. That should be enough to secure game 3 and the first win for version 1 in the series. A game where Complexity absolutely had them on the ropes, but one overextension gave V1 the lead, and good closeout there by V1 as well with the phenomenal assist from Beast Mode. Worst thing you could do against Complexity is, get that 1-goal lead and sit back in defense, hope that they don't score on you, but that's not what V1 did. They took the fight to the Complexity half. That's where they've looked more comfortable, by far, in this matchup.
And they're able to take advantage of the situation on both halves of the field. And the post-game 2 tactical timeout continues to be successful for teams. I think I need a direct check on teams' records, just game records after calling a timeout after 2 games. But I imagine it feels like it's 60% or more. Post game 3, it's like 0. Don't call a timeout after game 3. It's not that one's not going to work. Version 1 though, this is a chance on Coliseum to take back control of the series, make Complexity sweat a little bit, because that was really the first time where their throw everybody on offense strategy just did not work out for them.
Yeah, Complexity are just going to keep on. They're just going to keep going. They're not going to slow down. They're not going to stop committing everybody to the attack. V1 have to know that. They need to keep on preemptively anticipating those third-man commitments that Complexity love to make happen. I'm trying to offload here to Beast Mode. I love the lateral movement with passing and defense. What speed by Calm. Not able to get back to it after the first touch. This is a good start to the game by V1. Calm actually looking to pre-jump off the ceiling here to collect another defensive pass. V1 absolutely on the same page now. Lots of passing, lots of hard hits. This is more like it from them. Can they keep it up against Complexity?
Yeah, when Calm is jumping up off the ceiling in midfield, he's feeling a little bit better. Now he's got the carry back over. And Shad actually taking the ball away in midfield. Beast Mode cuts off the approach, and AJG actually got pushed off the path on the rotation. This allows a clear from Torment. Calm couldn't get that pass. It's denied by Shad. Things stabilize for Complexity, and it's still a battle for midfield. And a nice soft touch. But try to give AJG a chance at it, but now Razebull still controls in the corner. It's Calm. Can't get the touch. Razebull underneath. Couldn't get the bump onto Beast Mode like he wanted, but Complexity still have control. AJG one more off the ceiling. He missed contact. It might not have mattered. It comes down. Unconventional, unorthodox. Call it whatever you want, Johnny. It worked.
Oh, Shad's jumped up so early for this, and AJG hits it down into the ground. Shad adjusts his flight path and manages to put it over the finish line. What a goal by Shad. What a pass from AJG. That's pure chaos from Complexity. I have no idea how Shad managed to predict where the ball was going. Oh, he's done it, and now here he is again. Tight of an angle, too tight of an angle for him to double up. Complexity have completely bamboozled V1 on that last play.
Razebull gonna clear this one out. I feel like Complexity, that's kind of their MO, isn't it? It's just talk about throwing bodies, committing all 3 players on offense. But then, I swear, they create more chaotic opportunities like that than any other team in North America. It's fun when it ends up working out for them. Now they move down the field again, trying to add to their lead. But Calm, able to swipe that ball away. He's got a little bit of time to think about it. They'll just dump it back as AJG gets back to Shad.
Shad looking to get another play going. He's going to be feeling so great after that last goal. What synergy we had on display there. He thought he was jumping. It turned out he was pre-jumping. Oh, look at this from Cobb! Redirecting the crossbar shot into the net. That's why you got to keep an eye on the play. After the boost steal, he realizes there might be something more to play for here. Equalizes in style.
Oh, that's a nasty shot from Com. I love goals like that. The angle's so tight. I mean, if you tried to measure that, it's at least 170 degrees. And I mean, that's just ridiculous stuff from Com. Shad wrapping his way around, but Com's got midfield. Pops it up high, and Razebull and AJG have committed. Com can put this in a favorable spot. Beast Mode might be able to punish, but that's a tough read to make off the ceiling, and Razebull has control.
And wisely just air dribbling straight over the top of the early challenge. Razebull realizing that a couple times he's gone for flip resets, he's being challenged immediately, so he has to switch it up, go for the standard air dribble every once in a while to keep version 1 guessing. We know how much Razebull loves his flip resets, but if you go for it every time, it's too predictable. So he's keeping the variety in his offensive game. Now here he is. Again, sees the pre-jump coming, tries to go over it, but Beast Mode adjusts, flies higher. There's a little mind game going on here between Razebull and the entirety of the V1 aerial defense. They're predicting him very well at the moment, but how long will that last?
Well, Shad, they have to predict him as well. I guess Shad's predictable, but his shots are undefendable. Razebull, wow, that's a nice catch. Excuse me, I was so surprised that Razebull got such a perfect catch on that. And Torment won't be able to get a touch. Another clear for Complexity. Version 1 haven't been able to spend a lot of time in the blue half. It has been quick transitions from Complexity, and it's just taken a little bit more effort for Version 1 to get a clear, but then to hold that midfield. Razebull getting in the way. Torment will try to push forward off the back wall, but it's taken away again. Defense too strong right now for Complexity.
Oh, big play from AJG. Centers to Razebull. Save necessary there for version 1. We've got so many pre-jumps in defense. Every time Complexity look like they might be starting an air dribble. Version 1 not wasting time with their challenges. That's great stuff to see. Making life easier for their goalkeepers. Still tied as we approach the final 30 seconds of the game. Look how far the defensive line of Complexity's moved up there. They really want to get the interceptions going early. But now here come V1. Beast Mode. No way through the near post. Shad and AJG keeping up the ball pressure. Version 1 actually managed to steal a boost away there. Shad grabs the other back corner. That should give them enough to establish a solid position.
Ooh, nice little 50 from Com. The end of regulation. AJG, no boost, so we can't challenge this one. Torment keeps it in the air, but now it's all about the kickoff as we start overtime.
Version 1 decides to go for the kill in the middle. So do Complexity. We're just watching a bunch of 50-50s. The kickoff is still happening, but neither team coming out with a big win. So looks like we're going to go into midfield play now. Razebull centering. Decides to pre-flip into the middle just to cause as much of a threat as he can. Be as unpredictable as he can. Now, what a pass that is. What a shot that is. Complexity 3-1 up. Shad finds AJG with the blind pass into the middle. No one from version 1 anywhere near close enough to react or to make the save. 134 kilometers an hour as well. Oh my goodness.
I think Complexity, they must have entered a new code into the Rocket League source that just made the ball like full of lead. Because I don't know how they are just consistently getting that much power on their shots. I mean, that's ridiculous. And version 1, there's just, what do you do? There's no answer to that. You gotta be able to position for both options in front. And I mean, that was just chaotic by AJG and Shad. That's a Complexity marquee goal there. But other than that, it was so tight. And that pass and shot, like, that's not a bad position to be in on the goal line. But the shot was so hard, you're not saving it.
Yeah, Complexity shooting's simply been better than version 1 today. They have absolutely been drilling their shots in the top shelf with as much power as possible. Whereas version 1, not quite able to get the maximum power out of their shots on several occasions in this series. And it's been a big problem for them because when your shots are just arcing slowly towards the top corner, the goalkeeper's going to make a save. Right here, if we saw a slow shot from AJG or slow air shot, maybe it's a save for version 1, game goes on. But they're just making sure to absolutely slam every single ball that they make contact with. And now I don't know how version 1 are going to bounce back from this. That was a real tilter of a game to lose to a brilliant passing play, but more importantly earlier on to lose to an accidental passing play. Yeah, they've just got to completely try and block that one out of their memory right now. Focus on the task at hand. They're going to stay in the upper bracket. They need to win 3 straight, and not a bad start, but Shad keeps it tied.
You know, they came into the upper bracket with a full head of steam, but version 1 have since cooled off. And Complexity removed all the coal out of the engine. Gonna find a way to shove it back in there and get the engine going. RazeBull launches this ball up high and actually wins the touch on his way out of the stadium. This is a chance for Torment. Really wants to force trying to air dribble that ball into a 50 and then having Calm or Beast Mode follow that one up. But almost every time it's Torment to lead the charge out of his own half. Most times you're seeing him trying for that air dribble. Sometimes it's worked, but I think most times Complexity have been able to sniff it out and get out.
Yeah, the aerial defense doesn't seem to be weak today at all from Complexity. I'm not sure why version 1 are prioritizing air dribbles as much as they are. And Complexity are always going to send somebody up early. You're not going to have time against them to land a reset and then decide what you want to do with it. There's going to be a challenge. So I would love to see something just a bit more simple from version 1. Not investing all of your boost for a play that probably isn't going to work against Complexity and hasn't worked against Complexity an awful lot today. But let's see what they decide to go for. Obviously, this is an extremely mechanical team. Beast Mode and Calm can definitely make those pop-off solo plays. Here's another one being attempted. It looks like the reset must not have landed. Either that or Beast Mode decided that using it would have just put him out of position.
RazeBull keeps this one away. And I mean, as you've been talking, it's been version 1 just... they're trying. And finally, Calm gets a win here, but it's Shad still in control. There's always someone ready to respond on Complexity. Even here, here's Beast Mode. Pops it up for an air dribble, but just lobs it down. Calm gets a boost steal. Well, maybe he can get something pushed forward, but AJG, again, there on the challenge. Beast Mode gets there in front, but Torment swings way wide for the corner boost. RazeBull's got the shot, and he's gonna nail it every time on the one-on-one. 1-0 Complexity.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why you should practice your ground shots in free play, not your air dribbles. I mean, how many air dribbles are version 1 going to throw at Complexity without even creating a single shot on target? All I see is wasted boost and absolutely no real threat. But Complexity, they're just sticking to the simple stuff. They're just hitting the ball in the net hard, and that's how you score in most of the goals in Rocket League. They are definitely the more consistent of the two teams today. So from here, version 1 have got to completely step it up a massive amount if they're going to come back.
Beast Mode can't fall back on that ball. Again, the rotation a little haphazard, but is that going to go in? No, it's too light of a shot from Torment. AJG had got bumped on the play, could recover in time to get back to it. Version 1 still on offense, but RazeBull stuffs them. Torment has to work from the corner. Not ideal, but he makes it work, and AJG covers it up. Shad might have a shot. Lets it roll. Calm puts it back to the corner.
Yeah, phenomenal defense there from AJG. Dodges the demo and manages to save the shot, which was coming on target. Not able to get this one though. Torment sneaks it across the line right before the recovery came through. Beast Mode threatened the shot on target there. Actually got Shad to pre-jump, so that's a massive play from Beast Mode, making the shot look convincing enough to bait the pre-jump out of Shad. And Torment quickly follows with the equalizer.
Now version 1 have to do it again and prevent AJG from doing something here. Beast Mode does shake him off the ball. Calm having to avoid him to get the ball away from RazeBull. Now Calm again. Playing the bully, and he's successful as Torment converts.
And it's another just simple goal for version 1. When they make it look this easy, I wonder why they don't do it more often, because that was a brilliant play, perfectly timed demo by Calm. Nowhere for the goalie to go. The shot never going to allow anybody to catch up either. They really just stepped it up like we asked for them. We need to see more of that from version 1, but at the same time, Complexity are going to come at them, so it's all about defense from now on. Make sure that they don't lose this lead that they just generated for themselves.
Pretty sure that almost every goal version 1 have scored is off of a Calm demo or a bump or something. So it's working. Maybe Calm, just sit down there. You'll get more boost steals and more bumps. Maybe more goals, but still out on that one is RazeBull and Shad. Shad really hoppy today. Just can't stop hitting that jump button. His Torment is 50, goes back over to Calm, and Beast Mode has to wait in midfield. Actually gets that grab off the attempted flick from Shad. Version 1 doing good to hang on to midfield. Torment, a little flip reset. Really still opting for control. A little easier to do when you have the lead. Shad can't get back to that one, just being in the area. AJG cut off by Calm. Still good work here from Version 1. Beast Mode trying to catch them out on the rotation, but Shad comes down with the ball. Torment can't get him off, and Calm going to push it back downfield.
Yeah, Torment importantly got a touch onto Shad. If he couldn't get the ball, he had to stop Shad there. That's what he did. So the counter-attack fizzled. Version 1 just focusing on these extremely deep rotations. They don't want to get caught out by a hard clear, but now comes out of the game. It's a 2v2 briefly, in fact 3v2, as everybody from Complexity's in the area. Beast Mode goes right towards the ball and gets it away from the danger area.
Ooh, Torment harassed by Shad. He's going to collect the boost. He's got the ball. Nice little wave landing. Razeball gets bumped out of the way by Beast Mode. AJG turns right back into midfield. Protect the boost and give it right back up to Calm. Beast Mode tries to dive forward. Razeball cuts him out. The end of regulation. Version 1 trying to hold, but a clear. Back to Shad. Shad with control, trying for the bump, and Beast Mode gets over top of him. AJG tries one more time. That's a solid touch. Shad trying to chain dash his way to the ball. He's successful to pop it up, but it's killed, and Version 1 survives.
Version 1 with the physical play stay alive in this upper bracket, and we've got a timeout called by Complexity. I think that's a smart call from them as well. Try to get as much pressure onto Version 1 in the moment. And we've actually got a car change coming in from Calm as well, which is interesting. So, you know, usually car changes are because someone is not feeling like they're really on their game mechanically. So even though they got the win there, you know, Version 1, I don't think they're happy with the success rate of their big aerial plays, their flip resets. They've not been working. They've kept trying it, and it's almost never worked against Complexity. They're definitely not getting goals from it, but to make matters worse, they're coming out of these exchanges with less boost than Complexity. They're coming out with no possession. If you're not generating a shot or putting the opponent in a compromised position from one of these big flashy plays that uses a lot of boost, it's probably not worth it. So they clearly want to keep going for it, though. The car change does tell me that from Com, but I think they're just excellent when it comes to generating those shots on the ground and getting the physical plays working. So more of that, in my opinion, would really benefit Version 1 in this Game 6.
It certainly helped to keep Complexity out of any offense. They only had one shot on net. Compare that to the 15 from Version 1, and I think they definitely felt a little more comfortable. That being said, though, it was still really tight, and Complexity still had some dangerous transitions. So despite those shots, and I do think that the shots have been a lot better from Version 1, Complexity is still keeping it really tight. So they have to keep doing, like you said, Johnny, more of what's been working, and that's the physical heavy game, not these transitions where Razeball gets a one-on-one. Getting Shad to bite early on that play from Beast Mode, that was a nice touch from him, and then a simple demo and flick from Calm and Torment. You said it, 3 games ago? Simplicity is the name of the game for Version 1. That's what's gotten Complexity to match point, and that may be what gets Version 1 to Game 7.
I really think so. You know, they've definitely looked a lot more effective when they just keep it simple, when they focus on their fast recoveries, because these are some extremely mechanical players on both teams. But I think if I had to pick one team that's got an edge mechanically, it would have to be V1. And mechanics, there doesn't always have to be flip resets in the air. It can just be as simple as being slightly more efficient with your boost and slightly more quick in your recoveries than the other team are. That's something I think V1 can do against Complexity. Complexity love to play that unpredictable, that very scrappy style of offense, as we've seen. But V1 can, I think, make it happen as well if they just keep it simple. But I don't think they're going to do that, Jorby. I think they're going to keep on going for air dribbles and flip resets. Who knows? Maybe
they certainly haven't deviated from that.
Yeah, maybe this is the car change that'll make it work. There's probably going to be an insane double flip reset goal in this game, and then I'm going to look like an idiot. But
does Calm switch to like Fennec, and then he doesn't leave the ground, right? Because apparently Fennec mains don't aerial or something like that.
I think he's still in the Octane. I think he was Octane last game, but he changed I imagine he changed the decal. See if he can feel a little bit faster.
I see.
How he gets down.
Rocking that Version 1 decal. Oh, Calm. He's got his car change. Little mental reset. And that means no excuses. Calm. Pass a little too hard. Beast Mode will still come down. start out on Neo Tokyo. Many a thrilling game has been played on this map. And we just might get one here. It has been warming up. Kind of an ebb and flow, a tug of war. Sometimes complexity getting the better of version 1. But version 1 unwilling to deviate from their game plan. It's all a matter of which one's going to work more. The hard shots of complexity or the gritty dribble 50 game of version 1. Torment couldn't get a touch out. Razebull will push it back in.
That's a phenomenal play by Razebull there. Immediately dodging the demo and then getting right into position to stop the shot. Calm just unable to catch up on that long-range pass. Version 1 for the moment is trying to stay as grounded as possible, and complexity, as always, trying to be as unpredictable as possible.
Razebull, a little bit of space. But that one's going to be a clear for version 1. Just a dump and chase for beast mode, but couldn't chase well enough. AJG's in the air. Redirect to save by Calm. Drops it straight down. Shad closing the gap, but Calm right over top of him. Has to beat Razebull. Here comes Calm. Saved by Razebull. AJG cut off by Torment to keep the push alive for version 1, but it's going to die right here as Shad just missed his contact. That could have been another goal.
Yeah, once again, those recoveries not quite coming through fast enough to stop the counterattack from happening. That was probably the best chance of the game there. The redirect just missing. Now Shad's been bumped out of the way here. Huge connection onto Shad. Razebull's completely out of boost, and Calm will score before any recovery can come through. Great work by V1. Quick recycle on the play. No chance for Razebull to get to it. He did pretty well, to be honest, keeping the ball in the corner with the boost that he had. But once again, like you mentioned, it's a bump play that leads to the goal for version 1.
Wow. Again. Well, if it ain't broken, hit it a little harder, and then it should break. That's the game plan for version 1. Calm slips that one away from Razebull. The complexity still opting for these passes on the clear. It's always a pass out to Shad, I feel like. Shad's just roaming around midfield, whether he's in the middle or on the side wall. Always trying to get that hard touch out, the quick transition play. But there's another bump. Calm gets demoed in response, and Razebull trying to protect it. Beast mode keeps complexity locked in, and version 1 still hunting for that shot.
Yeah, I was waiting. I was trying to figure out how the goal was going to happen there, because of course we saw Calm bump somebody, so it was inevitable. But somehow complexity have escaped a Calm bump without conceding.
The statistical anomaly. I'm sure the next one will go in. Calm able to stop that ball. Torment back to beast mode, and that's going to be defended. Complexity non-plus on the backboard. AJG somehow worms his way around it, and Shad could rip a shot on net, but you didn't think anything was going to come out of that.
Yeah, AJG really making something out of nothing there. Phenomenal work with low boost in offense. That's a great first touch from AJG as well to keep the ball under control, but Combs got the successful mind game on him. Less than 2 minutes left in version 1. Off that physicality again. I've got that lead for themselves. Brilliant positioning by Calm, waiting for the ball to center. Oh, Torment needs some help here. Calm is going to give it to him. Complexity are a bit stuck now because this version 1 proving to be a lot more resilient than the one they were just scoring on so much more easily earlier on in the series.
Yeah, ball not flying over their head. Beast Mode got that read on the corner earlier. Razebull can't push it in front of the box. There's Beast Mode cutting off AJG. That follow-up's just a little bit tighter for version 1. It is making life difficult for complexity, despite the fact that they've held the midfield line. All it would take is one solid redirect from Shad again, and maybe this is tied up. But there's Beast Mode again, high in his own half. AJG dumps it down, and Beast Mode cuts them off. Calm, there's a demo. Surely a goal is coming, but Razebull gets on top of it and gets the ball downfield.
Well, they've done it again. Complexity are really stepping up their game in the 5 seconds after the Calm demos or bump somebody. But they've got 45 seconds left in the game. They want to win it in 6. Series going to 7, of course, would be incredibly exciting, but it's not what Complexity would want. As version 1's record in those ace matches has been a lot better than it was in RLCS Season X.
Oh yeah, they've definitely a different looking team. They're not losing in decider matches anymore. And what a save from Calm. Razebull was sitting around like a shark waiting for that ball to come back. Couldn't get a bump either. Torment comes straight back down. More defense for version 1. It's over Shad's head. Torment puts it away from AJG. That's going to kill tons of time off the clock. And Torment knows it. squares up on the 50. Back down across the corner. Calm knows it as well. Just protecting it for beast mode. Excellent work. At the end of regulation, we go to Champions Field.
Version 1 have managed to get their game plan figured out, I think. That was a lot more standard Rocket League from them, and they do look like the better team when they play like this. They look like they're a little bit quicker. They look like they're a little bit more efficient with their movement, and Complexity's passing definitely falling off a little bit. We're seeing a lot of attempted passes actually just ending up on a version 1 player, and Complexity have got to get that right in game number 7. I'm sure they're going to bring their A game, but version 1, the team with the momentum right now, going into that ace match.
And Complexity spent, I don't know the actual time, but I think they spent 2.5 minutes on the orange half and only generated 4 shots. They stayed in midfield for so long, but version 1 just locked down the corners and they were impossible to get by. So for Complexity, seen them go to the physical game a couple of times, but we're at the rubber match. Game 7 on Champions Field, presented by Mobile One. Can version 1 complete the comeback here against Complexity and head to face G2 in the upper bracket final?
This is where Complexity secured their fall major spot against Space Station not so long ago. They have proven that once the pressure reaches the climax, they can produce their best form. Can V1 play flawlessly as well? The defense was unreal at the end of that last game. Like you said, shutting down every single chance the Complexity were trying to create before the shot would even happen. So they weren't even allowing shots, never mind goals.
Now you talked about, you talked about how version 1 had been, hang on a second. Oh, I thought Shad and Razebull might have had something going there. Well, you talked about version 1's success in decider matches. Extremely successful. 3-0 in game 7.
There he is.
And there's Com again. He's a big reason for it. He just barrels his way right into the net. Version 1 have the lead.
Oh, the speed of the recoveries in the back corner by Com. Absolute perfection. Outplaying the first challenge and then immediately retaking control of the ball so that there's no chance of another challenge coming in and taking it away from him. Huge bump by Com. He has completely turned this series around with the physical play. So clearly the car change was just to switch to whatever his heaviest preset is. Sometimes heavy car bug is good.
Yeah, how long does the car change last?
Whoa!
What?
Oh!
What? No! Absolutely not! Psyonix, please check Com's client. I'm not sure how that ball got out of the net. I don't understand. What in the world? Version 1 still have the lead, and there's Com again pushing it back to midfield.
Well, that definitely looked like it should have been a goal for Complexity, but they've actually managed to miss this one. Great save there. Great job by Com to pull it off the goal line and somehow get it to safety. Oh my goodness, though. Complexity, you're not going to get a better chance than that, surely. But it's looking like a more open game than game number 6 was, which was very clean and tidy in defense from version 1. Now, the chaos seems to be here, and chaos usually exactly what Complexity want. It's another whiff this time. It's beast mode hitting the post. The post outplaying the last defender.
Oh, and AJG puts it a little high, but beast mode and Torment both commit for this. AJG put that one up high. Shad has to protect this ball. Look at how tight the rotation is from Complexity. But he did the work to get it to AJG. Somehow this is working off the bar and out. And all of Complexity have to rotate back. Shad and Beast Mode. Beast Mode deleted. What a play from AJG. And Shad with the full tank of boost on the transition. Flips it over Torment. But Razebull and Shad end up getting tied up. Beast Mode got the clear.
Oh, Razebull. Oh. He had the idea there. Got the bump and tried to knock the ball on to the net. But again, no contact from Complexity. They were shooting brilliantly at the start of the series. Now they just can't get a hard shot to that. AJG's own goal. He had to do something. He couldn't let the ball cross the box with no contest at all. But that's not the touch he was looking for. He first wants to knock it into the crossbar. 2-0. Version 1 are massively improving their major chances at the moment. 2 minutes left for Complexity to pull themselves together.
That one really hurts for Complexity. And there are no bigger Complexity fans, other than they themselves, of course, than Reddles, Arsenal, and Daniel. As if Complexity can somehow come back here in Game 7, Space Station will have clinched a Los Angeles ticket. But that hope is dwindling quickly, and Space Station might have to wait a little bit longer for their major chances. Raise Bull, he's trying to make it a little shorter. AJG, no chance at it. Beast Mode takes it away. Shot, and AJG's there, but diving back again is Calm, and somehow they've kept Complexity out.
The chances, once again, are hard to come by. These are not clear-cut chances. Routine saves for version 1. As they transition into offense now, Calm off the crossbar. It's defended well this time, but that's not where Complexity need to be. They need to be the team on the front foot in this matchup, as now a terrible clear by Shad results in a third goal. Complexity have capitulated in Game 7.
Version 1 have been the clutch kings in Game 7, and it's off of a couple of poor touches from Complexity. Shad tried to flip back, but he just got caught out a little too far. Couldn't flip back to it, couldn't find the touch he needed, and he got punished. Complexity. The hopes dwindle a little further in the upper bracket. But here comes version 1 again. Calm, that's a double tap, and he just missed it. It looked almost routine, but he almost found it.
Version 1 just got to waste some time here. They're in a massively winning position. Complexity they've struggled to really put offense together, defense together. I think they're worst at both ends of the field in Game 7 as well. It's very uncharacteristic of them, usually able to produce their best in these moments. And what a save by Beast Mode again to knock it past the attempted dunk. Shad sticking around in the danger area. It's going to be open for Raze Bull, and he does snipe it underneath the pre-jumps. This is what Complexity need. They just need to throw caution to the wind, get everybody into offense, and pile on the pressure. So step 1 done, 2 more to go.
All of this kickoff is important for Complexity. They need to start out on the right wheels, if you will, with only 37 seconds remaining. It's pretty neutral, but AJG, he's not going to waste time. Beast Mode's missed the ball. Not the best shot from Shad. Torment can rip it away, but that's Raze Bull, and it's taken away by Calm. So Complexity throwing everybody they can, trying to whip up a hurricane. And AJG back over to Raze Bull. He wins another touch. AJG can't force Torment off the play. Beast Mode back in front to Calm. And if Complexity are trying to whip up a storm, version 1 are the eye of the storm. Unfazed by Complexity in game number 7. Time falling off the clock. The ball touches the ground, and version 1 move to play G2.
What a comeback by version 1. They were far, far away from their best as Complexity took a 3-1 lead in the series, but they just did enough. They held on, they kept fighting in those important games to get into Game 7. And when we got to Game 7, they were just by far the better team. They were the calm team. They were the team who knew exactly what to do. And per Complexity, they've fallen apart at the final hurdle here. Luckily for them, it's not their last life. They are still alive here. But unfortunately for all the Space Station Gaming fans, so is the possibility of Space Station Gaming not making the major. Version 1, with that win, have just made Space Station Gaming sweat a little bit more.
Yeah, all of a sudden, everyone's looking at Oxygen down the lower bracket, and the sweat droplets just multiplied after this win from version 1. Talking about Space Station fans, it would be unreal to me if Space Station have to somehow play another tiebreaker to get into LAN. Like that, at that point, you might be cursed. But look, it's still looking pretty good for you Space Station fans out there. It's looking very good.
Yeah, we don't want to get it twisted here. It's still looking very good. I mean, Oxygen have to beat FaZe, V1 have to beat G2, Oxygen have to probably beat NRG, as I imagine NRG are going to be in that lower bracket semifinal. And then Space Station would need to lose a tiebreak against version 1 as well, assuming version 1 don't win this event. So it's still very, very likely that Space Station make LAN.
Well, coming down to the wire, we're heading back down to the lower bracket to find who is eliminated and who moves on. Still, major spots on the line. You do not want to miss the next matches. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
You know how some carriers give you so little for your older busted phone you just end up living with it? I don't think so. Verizon lets you trade in your broken phone for a shiny new one. You break it, we upgrade it. You dunk it, doggy bone it, slam it, wham it, strawberry jam it. We upgrade it.
Get a 5G phone on us with select plans.
every customer, current, new, or business.
Because everyone deserves better. And with plans starting at just $35, better costs less than you think.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Tippy driver.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series presented by Verizon. This is the Mobile One Mountain Classic. I'm Leaf. Gibbs is here alongside me, and we have Shogun and Cole as well to talk about what we've seen and what we're going to see going forward. We got a few recaps we got to get to. We got to look back a couple matches because it's been a while since we've been on the desk here. Let's talk about G2 and FaZe. We saw that not too long ago, Shogun, and you were there.
Yeah, it certainly was. And it was an interesting series, to say the least. A series where you could say, yo, what was that? And another series where you could also go, what was that? Very much a series where teams did not have a middle ground. It was either brilliant offense or horrific setups for the opposing team to let them score. But it is G2 that came on through. They lost their game record, Cole, but they were able to come out on top. And Gibbs, did we discussed this? Are you not believing in this team?
I am not believing in FaZe yet. They haven't won.
I meant G2. Like G2. You don't have a history of like not believing in FaZe. G2 has always been the team.
G2, I like their offensive pressure. They do it so well. And I think it was a typical FaZe series where the goals were tied 9-9, but FaZe lost the series 4-1. That's what FaZe does. They'll blow you out in one of these games, but they have to find that form in more than just one game versus these top teams. And that has not happened all split long. When this team should be in multiple grand finals, they might not even make one.
But that's not what's important. We're talking all day about scenarios and what's going on with some of these teams still fighting for those land spots. And these are two of those teams. V1 Complexity, that match we just saw there. V1 coming out on top. Keep that dream alive, Cole.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like version 1 deciders are back on the menu, boys. We didn't have any in the group stages, them going 3-0 3 times in a row, but there was no chance of that in this one when it mattered most in the best of 7. Complexity started so well. I mean, they weren't flip resetting all over the place, but their shooting accuracy was so good. Every time they'd get a chance with a little bit of space, they would bang it so cleanly into that top corner. And version 1, they were really struggling to deal with it. Maybe just a little bit shaky, knowing that they have that major on the way. But credit to them. You know, I did not think for a second that they had not a reverse sweep, sorry, but 3 games in a row in them. They proved me wrong, and I'm sure they proved a lot of us watching wrong as well.
And that's what I loved to see out of this team. The mental game, completely different. Fall split, they were in a spot to make the major. They collapsed in Regional 3. Then here in Winter Split, I thought it might happen again because we saw in Regional 2, they were in a group with NRG. They lost to NRG in round 3 and fell to 3rd place in a 3-way tie. Then they fall out of that tournament earlier. Uh-oh, it's going to be the same story again for version 1 where they collapsed late. No, they had a group with NRG and they 3-0'd them. Now they come back here and win 3 in a row. Version 1 looks like they want that major spot. They haven't clinched yet, but they're getting closer and closer.
Well, with that win, they knock Complexity down to that lower bracket. Let's take a little peek at that. Down there waiting too is FaZe Clan, Oxygen, and the General NRG. Gibbs, with that, where do our scenarios land?
All right, so we're about to see Oxygen and FaZe, correct? Version 1, because of that win, puts so much pressure on Oxygen. Oxygen has to beat FaZe to stay alive. Otherwise, version 1 will clinch a spot as well as Space Station, I believe, unless Complexity wins the entire thing. So Complexity, again, still alive. But if Oxygen wins versus FaZe, it knocks out Complexity and it keeps everyone alive. So Space Station is still squirming over there and version 1 still has to perform, while Oxygen, they want that 3rd place at the very least. So there's still so much on the line. And I think for all of us, we kind of want that Oxygen win, so we go into the final day still not knowing all these teams.
I mean, that's the best. We're here for storylines. We're here for a show. So, of course, we all want that. Let's talk about it, though. FaZe Clan versus Oxygen is coming up next. We got only 2 more matches for you guys to watch today on day 2 before we get to day 3. And this is going to kick off that final stint here. For Oxygen, everything is on the line. This is super important, Cole, for them to get this win and for us to have some great storylines.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, those of us watching that love the chaos will be rooting 100% for the team in green right here, but it's not going to be easy for them at all. I mean, G2, they made FaZe Clan look pretty average at times, and they certainly punished them for their mistakes. But what I would say going into this series is that Oxygen Esports, they've just come up against randoms, and no disrespect to them, but that is an easier prospect than coming up against G2. So it's fair to say that FaZe Clan have had a slightly better warm-up. But then again, Oxygen have had a bit of a break since then. So, you know, maybe there's pros and cons for each team right here.
Well, we like to talk about these players and these teams, but none of them know themselves better than themselves. So let's listen to themselves. We have AJ talking about FaZe. Let's take a listen to that.
This major is super important to us because we got a new roster and we want to prove how good we can be.
Now AJ off the stealing. Resets, keeps it high. And then first killer to take over. And
I love it.
goodness, you gotta be kidding me. The team plays straight down the middle.
It feels really good with the new roster. It gives us more consistency than what we originally had, and we believe we can also have a higher ceiling.
It was something we saw consistently time and time again. First killer finding the shot here, and AJ will find the Brazil. 30 seconds left.
It'd be very bad if we miss this major. I wouldn't say we're fully set because we could bomb out at the third regional. You never know, but it feels really good for the position that we're in right now.
Typical now back to first killer. Somehow they spread the needles on this one. Look for the double tap. He drops another one in. Oh man, Space Station again can't touch the ball.
Our biggest competitors would obviously be NRG and just like all the NA teams. We haven't really struggled with the EU teams before, so we're not nervous. We're very confident. We have a good mentality at the moment for how we're playing.
Back out to the midfield. Here's first killer for the win. He puts it through. FaZe gonna take the win, sends Space Station home.
And AJ is still throwing shade at EU. He still talks about it. It's like, hey, look, EU's fine. It's easy. They're waiting for international play. They're not worried about these regionals.
Yeah.
I think they want a good seed so they get a good group. But at the end of the day, they know they have EU's number for now. But you still got to win your own region at times, too.
That's
so
true.
I want to see FaZe. They need to pick it up.
That is true. Well, let's see if the fans think that they're going to pick it up and win this one. It's time for the Verizon fan vote. Hashtag FaZe, hashtag OXG in the chat. What team you think is going to win this one? I know there's a lot of FaZe Clan fans out there, but I know there's a lot of people that like cool storylines and they like crazy scenarios. Maybe they're just too confusing. Maybe they don't like them. And FaZe is going to win this one. We'll find out in a few minutes. We're going to find out from the analysts though what they think about this matchup. I'm going to start this one off. I'll let you guys think for a few more seconds here. For me, it's easy. I just talked about how much I like a good show. I'm here for a good show. That's our job. I want a good show. I want crazy scenarios. I got to go Oxygen. I got to say they take this one and they keep all of that weirdness alive.
All right. Well, I'm going to go with 2 letters. We're talking about LJ all this time. But you know what? There's 2 lines I can just draw. And now it's AJ, baby. It's all AJ. We're going FaZe. FaZe is too talented. We talk about their talent all the time, and they beat the teams below them. Oxygen has been on par with them, but I still think they are below them. I think FaZe comes out on top.
Follow that, Shogun. Good luck, mate.
Firstly, Cole, you're the villain here. How dare you clap for that?
I'm ready.
How dare you encourage this from Gibbs?
Good job.
Listen, yes, there's one thing that we're here for. It's storylines, Leaf. But the other thing I'm here for is to be right. And I value being right a little bit higher. I've got to go with FaZe on this one. I think they are a step above. And whilst they did struggle against the pace of G2, I just don't think Oxygen can get into that sort of gear where FaZe are going to be making those sort of mistakes all over again. So I got FaZe.
Okay. Now, Cole, were you clapping for Gibbs' little whiteboard shenanigans, or were you clapping for the FaZe pick?
Look, Leaf, I'm a lover of shenanigans, okay? I was definitely applauding the shenanigans. I want to see chaos. I want to see Gibbs either giggle or squirm, depending on how he's trying to figure everything out. But I do not think it's going to happen. So, whack a FaZe Clan logo below me. It's what I think is going to happen here.
I think Twitch chat's going to disagree with us. I think they're going to go heavy on the Oxygen side. Is my
No, not a chance, mate. Ooh, that's actually close to that ball.
People don't like FaZe. They don't like these teams that come together with 3 superstars. I've seen a lot of these votes not go FaZe's way, but they do get this one.
Well, we're going to find out in a few moments if those dreams stay alive, because over in the Verizon Skybox, James and Daz are waiting for our next match, FaZe versus Oxygen.
Version 1 watching eagerly as this matchup plays out. FaZe and Oxygen. FaZe, a team that's already secured a spot at the Winter Major. Oxygen, the only thing that stands in their way is FaZe Clan. And right now, it is a must-win game. Their entire season is boiling down to this series, Daz.
Yeah, this is going to be something unprecedented for Oxygen if they're going to be able to take down a team like FaZe Clan. Oxygen is 0-6 and 3-20 in games against top 3 this season. We're talking G2, FaZe, NRG. So they haven't shown any type of success like this. Hey, but when it comes down time for the major, sometimes these teams tend to show something different.
And with so much to fight for Oxygen, will that light a fire under them? We saw them dispatch randoms with a sweep. It was precision gameplay from them. Gimmick, a huge part of the offense. And now we're seeing some offense come out. Typical. Interesting shot there. It tested Oxygen, but they held up.
Definitely got to watch out. Typical to AJ. You see those types of pass plays in transition. AJ gets so comfortable in the air. Oxygen are going to have to be able to intercept those, because once FaZe stop getting the passing game working, that's when they're in a prime position for a team going against them to really strike on offense.
Solo play from AJ. He's out of boost, though. Gets some help from First Killer, but Toasty played it well. Reading the situation. Now First Killer trying to get the back pass. Gets demoed by LJ. Toasty launches it in, gets demoed. First Killer picking up the mid boost. Gets a bump on LJ. That'll slow LJ down towards the ball. A lot of tactical plays here off the ball.
Oh, that's good.
And LJ, I mean, you got to go crossbar down, even if you're 6 inches out, right?
You would hope so. It was a little close. It was a little close. First of all, Toasty with the dunk. That's such a good setup. LJ has the net for free just because of the angle that Toasty gets on that 50. So well done. Oxygen on the board first. And when you look over the course of this series, these early goals going to mean a big deal.
Chance for FaZe to answer back. Toasty will catch it with some space, getting a Dominus flick there. Rebound out to LJ, blocked by First Killer. Gimmick, first touch. Second hits it out now to the middle. Toasty, backboard pass. LJ's up, but AJ does read it well. Strong shot back, but it's right to Gimmick. Not the best first touch, but we'll get the clear downfield. However, 2 demos. Numbers advantage for FaZe. First Killer trying to make the use of it, and it is good. AJ pinching it off the post and in, and it was a ground pinch from First Killer that set up the chance.
Yeah, the ground pinch, AJ's able to really follow it up. I mean, it was dangerous for Toasty as soon as he saw First Killer and AJ in the air, and he's sitting on that back wall. Not a lot to do. Defense just broke down based off of that mistouch from Gimmick earlier, and FaZe jumped right on the opportunity.
And you're right, it was that mistouch from Gimmick, and now we see more punishment come out quickly after kickoff. FaZe take the lead.
I mean, this is just a simple First Killer, go back left, get the boost, get a free solo. Oxygen are going to have to be prepared for situations like those, because you can't give them those opportunities.
You're certainly right. You give First Killer options. You even see there defensively, not sure if First Killer was going to go for that double tap off the backboard or a flip reset. And with First Killer, you got to just make that split-second decision and go with it.
Oxygen,
more pressure coming out. Ooh.
You see them just getting a little bit aggressive, sometimes too aggressive. Again, FaZe really good at picking apart strong defenses, and when you go for ambitious touches or when you try to get that lead man up for a demo and leave one person last back, FaZe are they love that. You can't let it happen. Look at this. It's beautiful. First Killer to AJ. It's 3-1 in terms of FaZe.
First Killer's speed, again, making the difference. You even see that second effort, getting the center ball out to AJ. First Killer all over the field, making plays. Despite that first goal for Oxygen, you know, it seemed like it was a good start for them, but FaZe, the speed has been a bit too much for Oxygen to handle in these last few moments. Even that kickoff goal, tough for Oxygen. We'll see how they bounce back.
For Oxygen, again, it feels like they're trying to play at a higher speed. Oh, wait, look at this pass. Toasty to LJ, gets 2, Gimmick, the low touch. They're able to strike back quickly and make it a 1-goal game.
And you saw AJ had to make the play, but he missed a small pad on his way back. If he's on 0, absolutely empty. If AJ even picks up 1 small pad, he's going to be there in time to make that 50. Oh, that would have made all the difference. And now Oxygen back within 1.
You can see the cams. These guys are locked in. Even if First Killer, he can make all the flashy plays he wants to and score they go down by 2. It doesn't matter. They understand that, when the major's on the line and this is a must-win situation, you have to remain composed. So this one's not going to get out of hand really early on for Oxygen. This will be more so how do things develop moving on in future games. And I like the fact that they're able to come back and get into this scoring immediately after letting First Killer get a good play out.
And the goal comes from Gimmick. That player who has all the experience, the roster move, bringing him in so that Oxygen can compete at this level. So far, it's working out. But FaZe, after that kickoff goal, they got a few quick goals back-to-back. Now just trying to preserve the lead. Attacks on here for Oxygen. A miss from First Killer, and that's a nice bounce for Oxygen. Sypical too slow to it. AJ slowing the ball down on his own backboard. Gimmick with 0 boost. He's going to have to retreat back. Toasty didn't even get a touch on that ball.
Oh, good try, LJ, for the read. That's another double commit, but it works. Okay. You can see a little laughs coming out from Oxygen. All right.
Yeah, I mean, you see Sypical. He's getting ready to defend, but he didn't know what to expect. He starts creeping out. He's mesmerized by both players going for the ball. The shot comes in, surprises him. And that's not the play you expect. That's not how you plan it, Daz, but it works for Oxygen.
Yeah, it does. But 30 seconds left. They got to get back locked in. A double commit for FaZe, and this time First Killer takes the shot and makes it. They get the lead again.
And it quickly off kickoff, and that is unfortunate for Gimmick. You see this weird touch straight up off the ceiling, and that is a rough break.
It is, and it's kind of like a taste of Oxygen's own medicine against them. AJ goes up, no intentions to really hit the ball. First Killer has a good line on the shot. What do you do there? You respect both players, and they just got thrown off.
Now another chance, infield pass. No one dove in. Boy. A long hit. Is it good? Toasty won't be able to get there. An all-in play from Oxygen, and it fails.
And FaZe is going to be the team that is really high risk, high reward on all-in plays. And you see why. First Killer just says, okay, clear this on target. We'll lock down game 1 like that.
So we saw the last second effort, and now it's just going to go straight in. Off kickoff, things have been miserable for Oxygen.
Oh my goodness, look away and you'll miss it, because I did. This is just, yeah, you got to go next after that.
Yeah, that's a tough break. But I mean, it wasn't even the first kickoff goal that we saw in this game. Oxygen, this is where you're going to have to slow things down and at least approach those set pieces differently. Oxygen clearly failing in that department. That has cost them the game potentially. If they didn't have to go all in, maybe we wouldn't have seen these last-minute goals. Obviously, looking at the scoreboard, if you just walked in, you missed all the gameplay, you think, oh, FaZe dominated this entire game. Well, it wasn't the case. Oxygen was in this one until the end.
Yeah, but even then, you do look at that. First Killer's numbers do kind of match up. I mean, most of the plays that he was involved in were really, honestly, highlight goals. I mean, you can even see some of them on like the replays here, where First Killer gets the double, good read. This one was just more so orchestrated really well by FaZe Clan, but they definitely seem in sync when it comes down to those offensive passes, James. And I feel like for Oxygen, they've been playing a little bit too risky, too fast, and that's kind of been hindering them because they haven't been able to execute. I mean, we've seen definitely some good touches as well. Looking at Toasty, him on the dominance he's gotten a lot of good, nice touches in front, but they have to be more coordinated if they want to take down FaZe Clan.
You're 100% right. You even saw that one touch from Gimmick that blasted the ball off the ceiling that set up that First Killer goal where AJ also jumped up for it. First Killer looking on point. And generally, First Killer, if he's playing at his peak or anywhere close to it, he can really take over a series.
Yeah, and you can tell that they have a lot of confidence going into this too, because they have that, the major lockdown. They know Oxygen want to win this really badly, and that might cause Oxygen to play at a more heightened pace. I feel like even knowing this, it just gives more ammo for FaZe to use and utilize against Oxygen.
AJ, that's 50, going back to back. First Killer gets bumped on the wall, will stay in the play, doesn't make contact on that hit. Now LJ tried to take space, but Typical shut it down. Wave dash pass into the middle, no one there.
Ooh, Good follow from LJ, looking for the double. Light touch off the crossbar. Follow up. Gimmick can't get around it. Was a great effort there from LJ, but just off the mark.
And in a game as close as this one, or a series where you're fighting from behind right now, Oxygen trailing after that game one, those are must-hit shots.
Oh, like this.
Oh, he's trying to go for the air dribble bump there, but AJ still slowing things down.
The carry. Oh, play out. Gimmick is up for this. Looking for that second touch. Tries to get it towards Toasty in a safe way, but AJ quick to jump on that. FaZe, as mechanical as they are, they know the opportunities, and they're even trying to create some of their own, as AJ just barely missed that top right corner.
But that was a nice air dribble. You saw how clean, how smooth it was. Oxygen, they do have that talent, that ability. But this is a tall task for them. Toasty, first touch, will take it down, trying to get it to the corner. LJ has it pop up. First killer off the ceiling, has his flip, goes for net, and a save from Gimmick. But that effort from First Killer, putting Oxygen off kilter. Now an infield pass. First Killer will chip it off the backboard. AJ, light lob, low boost for Toasty. He's overpowered, but still manages to make the play. That ball looked 90% in, but somehow Toasty kept it out.
And even then, you're seeing more passes, more shots come out from FaZe. And LJ able to start things off here for Oxygen. Despite that defensive stop, we're going to have to look at LJ. Going into this game, LJ is second in goal participation in this tournament at 80%, which means he's been leading the charge for Oxygen. He has to do that again against FaZe, but the problem is they're stuck on defense for almost half the game, and they can't even create offense or get a chance to.
And that's what FaZe Clan does. Individually, players so good that can take the ball into an air dribble play, force the defense to be frozen, or just go up high for these challenges, boost starve them. FaZe Clan, difficult to play against right now. They're looking pretty good. However, it is still all tied up. 2 minutes left to play. We haven't seen a goal in this one. And there's a team pinch. First Killer, backboard pass. Gimmick will break up the play, but that pinch, a good idea.
Yeah, a little hard for FaZe to really follow up on that one. They're looking for a way through. Very coordinated with most of their stretches. It's typical look for the First Killer. First Killer can't get it past Gimmick. AJ will try to keep this in, looking for more, but it will be a transition in favor of Oxygen.
Oh, what a lovely first touch from LJ. Tried to get that out to the middle, but Gimmick didn't commit on the play. Now right to LJ. AJ trying to clear. This is going to be awkward for FaZe. First Killer landing awkwardly as well, but fortunately for him and fortunately for FaZe, Typical gets a nice clear out.
Good touch there. But wait, Toasty moving downfield, has him on the back end. First Killer with the reach, but he's last back. LJ tries, bumps AJ, bumps First Killer, but First Killer got a piece of the ball. It'll pitch back out to midfield, and Toasty will just lob it back in front. It's a minute remaining. This is the strongest Oxygen have looked on offense.
It is, but First Killer stood in their way. Back-to-back defensive stops. Now another lob. AJ will get the ball out. LJ testing. FaZe, they're starting to bend under the pressure, but have not broken yet. First Killer, perhaps thinking he could score at that angle. We've seen him do it before. That time coming up short. Last 30 seconds before we go into overtime.
Ooh. This is dangerous. AJ's up. Good on Toasty for recognizing that. Does not want to give him the freedom of even possibly working with the ball. But now it's Typical. Off the ceiling, has a reset. Tried to get it past LJ. And you see that extra effort. Those jumps to get in front. Deny them space. Make them give away the ball. That's a double commit. And Toasty can run the other way. He's trying to get the flick past it. And no way. It's an own goal.
What a disaster, a roller coaster of emotions. AJ's pass to the middle was so good that it even faked First Killer out, and then Toasty trying to dribble it. You think you might score it, but he gets help from AJ, who was trying to make up for that play. Disaster for FaZe Clan, but they have a chance. It's over Toasty.
No way.
First Killer off the backboard. AJ redeems himself in a 0-second goal. The kickoff play bites Oxygen yet again.
Oh, they had everything lining up for them. The game was in their hands. And just like that, First Killer with a free ball off kickoff, you know it's most likely going in the net. Unbelievable. They got to play the OT.
Oh my, you saw the hands covering the face there. A tough play. And Oxygen has not won it, so it's overtime. I don't know what's going on right now. We thought it was over, but no. Somebody's sleeping.
This is not a highlight package. This is live, okay? This is live.
Oxygen wishing that was the way it was. But it's never that easy, not against FaZe Clan.
I know Oxygen fans are so upset seeing that on the screen. My goodness. Oh, FaZe.
First killer and first killer with the dagger in overtime. It's a highway robbery from FaZe Clan.
Oh my, first killer from their Oxygen's own back left boost comes out of nowhere and puts it into the top right corner of the net. And
hey, there we go.
That's the right one.
That's the right screen. They figured it out fast. And FaZe Clan, the kickoff goal, it proved to be, again, the death of Oxygen. Off kickoff, something has to happen. You cannot give these away over and over again and expect to win. And this is their entire split coming down to this series. And for it to be their kickoff game that makes the difference, that is going to feel terrible. They've got to make some adjustments.
Yeah, it seems like out of probably the 8 goals FaZe Clan have scored, 3 of them have just been off of kickoffs, which is honestly a big number here because that should be the part where you should have most things locked down. But FaZe Clan has been winning in that area, whether it's get the ball back to first killer who's going for the back boost or to even kill the ball so someone like first killer or Typical can pick it up off of a cheat. Everything's been working so far kickoff wise for FaZe and Oxygen. I mean, they played down the stretch. They looked really good even up to the final seconds. It was a good game.
2 seconds. They looked good up until those last 2 seconds. Even the production line thinking that game was in the bag. And it's tough to blame them. I mean, you know, to give it up in that way. But it just shows you the power of first killer. First killer making defensive stops back to back. Now we see a long range goal from Sipical assisted by first killer. FaZe, especially after that last game, you feel like they might be putting the pedal to the metal and pulling too far away from Oxygen to catch up.
Yeah, such a good 50 from first killer. Pitches out. Typical immediately jumps on top of it and reaches an open look. Oxygen, I know it was the things that happened in the last seconds of game 2 were wild, was a roller coaster, but they got to get things under control because FaZe will keep that momentum and push it forward to the next games.
Yeah, that is tilt watch. You know, you got to watch it and see if Oxygen can recover because losing in that fashion, it doesn't matter. Oh, and here we see another play from FaZe. The speed coming out. You wonder if it's too much to for Oxygen to come back from.
Oh, man. The initial shot from AJ was really good. Just for him to wrap around that with the air roll, get it past the defense, and put it up high. Really solid. Good on first killer for being there to finish that one. But, man, FaZe are just... They're so good, just individually and the way they follow up as a team. This is the highlights that you want to see. This is what we expected from this roster at the beginning of the split.
They've finished 3rd place in both regional events prior to this one. Still looking for that first win, and that's really the target, is to be the best. And a save from FaZe. Again, Typical on the goal line. It was a hard shot, top corner. Unbelievable. And that was smart defense from FaZe as well. A lot of times on double commits, you see players mistakenly try to cover the same angle, but there you had one FaZe player going low and the other going high, and they kept it out.
And even FaZe, knowing all of the options, the sync on defense is what's important. You still see, obviously, those signs of double commits, but it's been a lot less active. And things have been working out well for them. They definitely just seem much more in sync as Typical goes up, almost just outspeed, I don't think that's a word, for Toasty to the ball.
Outpace. I mean, we can go with that.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Well, we understand. I mean, you got the Jorbictionary out, which is no problem. You know, we'll look for the words and learn as we go along. First killer. Denied by Gimmick, but FaZe happy to keep launching these balls in, looking for rebounds. First killer, solo play, chance.
As AJ.
The flip reset doesn't even need it. First killer with the 50-50 has it bounce through at 20 miles an hour.
And this one hurts probably the most, where you see everybody in net, everyone really trying on that one, and it just bounces past the entire defense. First killer not even needing any help or a flip reset, just nothing. Just the lightest bounce to get past Oxygen's defense. Not a good sign as we approach the bottom half of game 3.
That was pain. To see that for Oxygen, you feel for him, especially after game 2. It seemed like it was in the bag. They got gifted that goal from AJ. And now after losing that game in overtime, and we see another first killer save, perfectly deflecting it to the corner. AJ showing us some chain dashing. Oxygen, I mean, just spectating this has been tough as heartbreaking games for them.
Yeah, I mean, for them, it does look bleak. But at the same time, we have seen some of those, those chances, those opportunities come out, especially, we look towards that last game. Obviously, this one gets away from them. And it seems like this could be a sweep. But both of these teams have some history behind them, James. They've both been reverse swept in the best of 7 before. So
it's not over till it's over. You're 100% right. It's not over just yet. Even if FaZe sailed to this win right now, a 3-goal lead, a minute and a half left to play. FaZe are in firm control. See if any life comes out of Oxygen in these final moments. Typical, sucking the life out of them.
Yeah, Sip's not going to make that easy for him at all. FaZe in control for just a free touch. He jumps from midfield. He has the entire net to shoot at. Very good placement from Typical on that shot. And FaZe Clan 4-0. This is just their game.
It really is. And we're starting to see the backboard open up for FaZe Clan. The speed, first killer hard hits. And that shot will be good. LJ trying to get some momentum going into the next game.
LJ, I mean, again, like I said, he was second in the tournament in terms of goal participation, sitting at 80%, which, I mean, for him is great, but for Oxygen, that should be something that they are looking to utilize so much. Just get LJ on the ball when things are in front, let him work, let him kind of dictate and follow up off of that, because even if he's not the scorer, he can bring in those assists just as much.
Well, they'll need some magic. LJ losing control of the ball. Toasty ripping a shot. Typical out. First touch around Gimmick. First killer beat to the ball by LJ. Gimmick looked like he was potentially trying a bump for AJ, but AJ calmly dealing with the pressure, and now first killer clearing it to safety. AJ just trying to play keep away. All but a team bump, and it works out. AJ into the challenge. Sometimes it's your day. It seems like it's FaZe's day today.
Ooh, it does, which is honestly really good for FaZe, considering, they're playing against Oxygen. We're trying to go for the major, and especially even coming off of the loss they took earlier to G2. This is a really good bounce back for them. Like I said, they're trying to get that first regional W.
LJ in the final moments, trying to get one more, but we've seen the back passes over and over from FaZe. Now the bump in the air, typical. That is pouring salt on the wounds of Oxygen. 5-1 FaZe Clan. They demolish Oxygen in game 3.
Oh, first killer go up for the bump. Just so rude. And it just jumps straight down. Oh man, this is a problem. This is a big problem. As FaZe Clan are going to put the series on match point. Typical being a big factor for them in that game, scoring 3 goals. It seems like there's no answer.
And really, Daz, that game 2, that was the hinge on which this series seemed to swing. It's still not over. There's still a chance for Oxygen, but what we've seen in these games after Oxygen losing the lead in those final seconds in game 2, FaZe Clan has started to elevate their gameplay. Oxygen playing a bit more timid, perhaps doubting themselves. But regardless of what it is, FaZe, they're starting to pull away from Oxygen. And that game 2 seemed to be the crucial point of the series.
Yeah, and of course, we have a timeout coming out from Oxygen, so they're going to try to see if they can talk things over. FaZe Clan is doing work here for a lot of teams. You talk about version 1, Space Station Gaming. They both clinch major. FaZe wins this next game. So this is going to be a very important timeout for Oxygen. We're right smack dab in the middle of the season, James. Moments like this could make or break things.
Oh, certainly. And, Daz, talking about it with you recently, it's also the point where you start thinking about the World Championship. We're getting close to the end of this winter split. This is Oxygen's winter split here and now. One last game to prove that they deserve to keep going. If they lose it, it's all over. But making the major in terms of the World Championship means so much. Those major points on the table can help immensely, and that is what Oxygen is fighting for, is that chance to double dip on those points to try to make it to the World Championship.
Yeah, lots of work being done, even leading up to this, right? You bring on Gimmick on the roster. Oxygen coming into this split have looked, fueled up and ready to go, and they've actually, we didn't talk about them in the fall. Now we're being okay. What's your favorite team? Who's gonna have it to make the major? Even on like other shows like First Touch, me and Rold is very confident that Oxygen were gonna be able to go through. And I think that they have gained a lot of new fans as well as that, who also are hoping for the same result. That being said, it's down to a situation that only one team has ever done against FaZe Clan, which is the General NRG, pulling off a reverse sweep against this team. Not something that happens every day. As you see them, they're cool, they're comfortable. Sip is chilling.
You saw smiles. You see smiles from AJ right now. It seems like the mood is good, and it should be. I mean, they know that they got away with theft, especially that game 2. The kickoff goal, first killer off kickoff, has been destroying Oxygen.
Yeah, they have been, and also got to give props to AXB, FaZe coach. He's definitely been talking to the team, but time for talk is done. And now we just got those 5 minutes on the clock. Can Oxygen pull off a reverse sweep? It starts here.
And it is possible. We've seen it before. Will Gimmick be the one to rise up? He was added to the team. Former world champion, and he's been around the RLCS for quite some time. And they need a leader at this moment. Will it be Gimmick? AJ up to first killer, has typical infield pass comes, strong shot, and it's good. The 1-2-3 passing play from FaZe will open things up.
Strong shot indeed. First killer, the small bounce, uncomfortable for the pass, but still Typical put so much behind it, and just off of the post too. Tough save, or tough try at least. Now Oxygen battling from behind.
And you saw Toasty, he had his nose facing towards his own net, trying to be able to play either direction, but Typical still blasts it at that near post, or the post that was closest to the defender, and it was awkward for him. Hard shot, great placement from Typical, and that FaZe play to start things out. Will that be too much for Oxygen to come back from?
It really depends. AJ having a lot of room to work with, does get that pass Gimmick in the air. First killer to Typical, a free shot, a demo. They were looking for the top left corner, but they couldn't find it. Now Gimmick will try to force it the other way, but that possession just goes right back to FaZe Clan. You can't give up the ball like that.
AJ. Now Typical, weak shot in. LJ, light touch. Gets the boost from the corner. First killer breaking up the play. Ground pinch, catches Toasty by surprise. First killer, the net was open, but now another pass in. First killer gets denied on the first shot, but stays in the play to make this second opportunity work.
It's just, if I can't score, one of my teammates probably can. How can I set them up? Immediately. The comms got to be great here for FaZe Clan. Instantly, first killer with that beautiful pass. Now, FaZe Clan up by 2. They just keep it moving.
And it was that double commit that set up the numbers advantage for FaZe. Now a rebound chance again. Dangerous for Oxygen. They escape with their lives this time. But defensively, we've seen a few mistakes now for Oxygen when they need to be playing perfect.
Good touch from Toasty. But the passes keep coming. The first killer almost making contact with that, but the fact that no one was able to challenge him and that gets through is part of the problem. LJ trying to create something. Gimmick doesn't want to go. Comes a little too late, and the defense is there to make the save.
And field pass. Approaching the halfway point of the game. FaZe up by 2. Scoring chance now for Oxygen, and it's good. Toasty will get the goal, but he got the demo. It looks like it tipped him. But this was a smart play from Oxygen.
Yeah, get that first touch out and leave it for LJ. Get this demo on typical, open net, and yeah, you get a little touch coming out from Toasty at the end. As long as Oxygen get the goal on the board, that's all they care about.
And for Oxygen, approaching it one step at a time.
Oh, wait.
Chance for LJ. The shot blocked by First Killer. What a save.
What a save indeed. For the fact that he had to reach over there. He's pretty much guessing that that's going top right. Because the way LJ shot that, he could have put that any place. Great work. Oh, no, but a double commit on the side of Oxygen. FaZe Clan, they're under a lot of pressure, but they can break out in a counterattack any moment.
Counterattack coming. Double tap from AJ. Gimmick will clear it downfield. LJ to the middle. Toasty, the hard shot. First Killer, again a save, and another touch downfield. First Killer, we talk so much about his offensive plays, but defensively this series, he has been rock solid for FaZe.
Gonna need that defense too. As LJ tries to pick up the ball. Look at that. Immediately, Typical says, no, not going to let the play develop. We'll get in front of it. First Killer hops on top of the ball. It's a pass to AJ, and this time the save will be made with the shot off the post.
Oxygen hanging in there by a thread. Now on the counterattack, 50 from LJ. AJ will block it out to the corner. Toasty again towards the backboard. Typical trying to control it. Pressure from Gimmick. It's wrapping around. AJ tipping it off to the sideline. Toasty with boost. Playing keep away. FaZe trying to stabilize. Typical up to First Killer, and that's a big boom. LJ couldn't get to it. It's floating out mid. AJ to a sip.
What is happening?
He was trying to set it up, but the touch, not what he was looking for.
They had a lot of time there, but didn't think about where everyone was. AJ, what? Oh my goodness, what a save from LJ. I thought that was just in the net. It was an unbelievable shot from AJ. My goodness.
Defensive stop after stop. The miss, but First Killer gets in AJ's way. First Killer now 50. The ball back to FaZe's corner. Scoring chances galore for both sides, but the defense making plays on either end. Now Toasty to Gimmick the redirect. Oxygen tie it up.
Unbelievable. He's on their own back wall when he makes the redirect, James. Toasty gives it right to him, and it's the little chip to get it past Typical. And Oxygen are starting to breathe again.
Oh my, and Gimmick actually ran into his teammate, and that helped stop his momentum to put him in a place to even get that redirect. That was a wild play for Oxygen, and there's hope. FaZe, we've seen them have last-second heroics all series long. Now First Killer on the dribble, gets the bump on Toasty. First Killer with the dagger.
If there's anyone who can do it, it's First Killer. Give him room and give him boost. That's all you need. And Toasty, he didn't even bump him. He just went right over him.
Well, I saw some sparks, but I don't think it really even mattered. Toasty had no shot on that play. First Killer had him dead to rights. Now a chance for AJ to put this further out of reach, but he's 50. Toasty, can he do something? Flip reset from Toasty. Backward play. AJ screams in and prevents Gimmick from taking the shot. FaZe Clan will win it. What an effort from First Killer and FaZe Clan to make the sweep happen.
That was big. FaZe Clan ended up taking that one. And congratulations to SSG and V1, because with that result, it books their ticket to LA. My goodness, Oxygen, they had a lot of fight. They put everything on the table, even down to the last few seconds. But it just wasn't enough to beat FaZe Clan.
It wasn't enough. And FaZe, for them, I mean, yes, they lost earlier to G2, but the clutch factor we saw out of them in this game was wild. The games that they stole, the last second plays that they made, and particularly from First Killer. This is one of those series where he took over. He really did take over. The plays in high pressure situations. The game is on the line, and First Killer delivered over and over again.
One of the great things about this, though, is he wasn't alone. He did take over, but he had help. AJ and Sipical were definitely like just keeping up with him in terms of offensive pace. They look like a machine out there. And this, like I said, going into this one, FaZe Clan showing us the team and the potential of why they're a top team.
So FaZe Clan take down Oxygen. And with that, like you said, Version 1 and Space Station booking their tickets to Los Angeles. We'll be seeing them at the Major. And to watch the rest of the Mobile One Mountain Classic play through, you're going to have to stay with us after the break.
You know how some carriers give you so little for your older busted phone you just end up living with it? I don't think so. Verizon lets you trade in your broken phone for a shiny new one. You break it, we upgrade it. You dunk it, doggy bone it, slam it, wham it, strawberry jam it, we upgrade it.
Get a 5G phone on us with select plans.
Every customer, current, new, or business.
Because everyone deserves better. And with plans starting at just $35, better costs less than you think.
This might not be your car, and this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine, and maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobile One.
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Tippy driver.
Running around like dollars in the wind, bending over backwards just to let you in. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the I'm sick of fighting the things that you said. I don't wanna burn all our bridges ahead. I'm tired of going to bed when you left me on red just to turn up the noise in my head. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. I've been putting in the hours, I was. putting in the
Welcome back to the Mobile One Mountain Classic. Stacks alongside Dazarin here for our final match of the night. It feels like CRL all over again. Hey, Daz, we've got all the scenarios you need for how teams can clinch their spot in the major. Are you ready?
Yes. What are they? I'm itching to know.
For NRG, they're already in. For FAZE, already in.
Okay.
G2, already in.
Okay.
And for version 1 in Space Station Gaming, they're already in. So there's your 5. With Oxygen out of the picture, it's got to be heartbreaking for them, man. Like to come so far and come this close after an incredible winter split. Oxygen falls short. We have our 5 teams, and now jockeying for position at this point, Daz. NRG still fighting for the number 1 seed overall.
I think NRG are fighting every single game. Based on what we've seen this
They're
tournament,
fighting for a lot of things.
It looks like this is not being really good here for the general NRG. I think this might be their worst performance of the season, and they're playing on Complexity, who have had their best performance this split, but also coming off of previous worst performances of the season, as they finally decided to turn it on a little too late. And this one it couldn't be more lopsided. Even sometimes when you look in terms of like the stats, like NRG almost has 1+ everything compared to Complexity. But things definitely have changed, because even though we're looking at average numbers, these teams have not been putting on average numbers, especially when you look at NRG, who are barely, they've been hanging on by a thread this tournament. They almost lost out in groups, and then they go into the lower bracket and are still having close games with other teams. I believe they went, who did they go 5 against? Was that Torrent today?
Yes. They played Torrent earlier. Yes. Yeah. So for Complexity, I think the takeaway is this. Sure, they had a disappointing start to the split, and that's what cost them their shot at the major, ultimately, right? Because they got into the fall major because they worked harder than everybody else. They took that extended break coming into the split, and they've learned that lesson the hard way. You can still get some valuable points here. There's still Worlds qualification at the end of all of this. There's still the wild card to fight for. Certainly nobody's going to mail it in here. And this is a great litmus test, I think, for Complexity. Regardless of how NRG is playing, it is still the general NRG. It is still the best team in North America. And even at their worst, we saw them last week not playing well at all against FaZe. They turned it around, got a reverse sweep. They were the runner-up. So, yes, if Complexity can put together a strong performance here, I like their chances. We'll see if chat likes Complexity's chances. The Verizon fan vote in the chat. Use the hashtag COL or hashtag NRG to tell us who you think is going to take this series. Are Dazarin's concerns founded well here in that NRG maybe not playing so well? Complexity can come up and bite them here? Or do you think NRG is going to take this series and move on into yet another Championship Sunday?
I like another, because this one is already just building a lot of conversations here. Complexity have everything kind of going right for them in terms of like this matchup. NRG, I'd say, are probably still the favorites. If you look at a broader perspective, on theory, they should win this. But if you look at their performance this tournament, if you just base it off of that, they should lose this. Complexity were top of their group, and they've been looking really strong over the course. I mean, they took down Space Station Gaming, and Space Station Gaming maybe like 30 minutes ago was shaking looking at the last series until FaZe started to activate. So for me, it's like, okay, knowing all of this and having all this info, what are we going to see on the field? Have NRG finally started to get things together? Chat doesn't. I mean, chat has a lifeblood of FaZe. I mean, it's just, I love it. 81% in favor of NRG.
Chat's drinking the Kool-Aid right out of their general NRG thermoses here. And so am I. I got NRG. I don't think Complexity has the firepower to beat NRG, even when they're not at their best.
I want that to be the case as well. I'm a big fan of the general, but I'm not drinking the Kool-Aid. I like to be a little realistic about it.
You? Oh, no, Daz, come on.
See, as we get this series on in front of you guys, Complexity versus the general NRG. I mean, it's just about showing up on the day sometimes. I usually don't use that term a lot, but for these teams, you got to look at who's been playing well. Are we going to see Justin step up? Or are we going to see Complexity, who were so close in their last series, where they went the distance against version 1? Will they have that same level of performance? Already some offense starting off as Shad puts a shot on.
Garrett trying to channel his inner Justin there and catch up to that ball that was just ricocheting across. He could not, as AJG's effort denied by Squishy. Y'all heard it here first, everybody. Daz does not think NRG is going to win.
I didn't say that.
You said you weren't drinking the Kool-Aid. Justin's shot gets by AJG as he was being chased around in the goal by Garrett. And it's 1-0 NRG.
Yeah, you see that demo come out, and then Justin also got the fake on the play. Everything worked well there for Justin. NRG on the board early. Great offensive push from them.
What do they have for an encore? Justin up against Razebull. This kicks right out for Garrett G, who's been given the time to play this ball to the corner. Complexity trying to play a little bit slower, but here comes Shad. His pop. Saved by Justin, and more importantly, controlled by Justin from the backboard as NRG goes right back to work on offense. NRG playing with a little more confidence. Point-to-point passing. Squishy coming from on top of the backboard. Can't get by Razebull. And Razebull let that first touch get a little too far away, but then the dunk sets up Shad and Complexity. Game on.
Yeah, this one a little weird coming out from NRG. Good 50 from Razebull, but Garrett just kind of gave up the net. And Shad, I mean, he'll score that every day. Complexity with the tie and lots of time left on the clock, and it just goes to show this one could go any direction.
AJG against Justin. Got a piece of him, but Garrett G comes in to the rescue. Squishy for Garrett, and great job by Razebull jumping in front, not letting Garrett G get set up. This goes all the way across in the direction of Squishy, and he couldn't take over. That kicked right out for AJG. Here comes Shad waiting, and he'll go underneath the score.
Oh, look at that offense from Complexity. You see him going for some bump plays too. Garrett very uncomfortable in the net. Razebull got a piece of his Finnick, so he couldn't reach there in time to stop the goal from Shad. Well done by Complexity.
First minute belonged to NRG. Second minute belongs to Complexity. We'll get into the third minute in just a moment, but NRG on the attack. Squishy. Indirect for himself. AJG intercepts, so now Garrett G doesn't have enough to follow this play up, and Shad will dish that off to the side where Razebull was waiting in the air. Neither team particularly in a hurry to move downfield. They're not throwing the ball away. They're not employing any kind of dump and chase strategy. It's a lot of deliberate passing. Almost like both these teams are kind of taking this opportunity even to work on a few things with not a whole lot of pressure on either side here.
Yeah. If anything, pressure probably would be on Complexity. And you talk about the Worlds conversation. We are midway through the season. They need as many points as they can get. So even though the chance for the major is gone, still getting those individual points to help them reach over other teams for the World Championship is just as important, which is why I think that they're still going to try to give it their all, but they know that, okay, let's still take this carefully, as they haven't been playing perfectly all split, and they want to be able to keep up the consistency.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about this kind of being the final test for Complexity. They certainly came into this event knowing they needed to win and they needed some help. And they could still win this whole event, but all the help that they could possibly get at this point would not propel them into the major. With that said, the test is, how have they improved from day one of the winter to this final weekend? And I think we can all agree, Daz, it has been a marked improvement, as this happens to fall right through all of NRG, and AJG will just roll it home.
Yeah, AJG literally just gets the lightest touch possible. Light touch, doesn't jump, doesn't do anything, and NRG kind of outplayed themselves on that play. 3-1. It's Complexity in full control of this game.
NRG trying to break out of their funk here as this goes all the way across, and Garrett G got this in front, but nobody else was there. Squishy too far back, maybe expecting a power clear. Squishy will try and set this one up. Garrett G coming on from the wing, and his shot blocked away by Shad. Outside of that first 90 seconds or so, Daz, NRG hasn't threatened too much at the Complexity half of the field. The Vamos defense has been on point. This goes across and rolled off of Raise Bull. That disrupts NRG just a little bit. And this fan favorite in Complexity, while the Verizon fan vote didn't quite bear that out, certainly feeding off the energy from those loyal supporters they do have.
They're gonna need a little bit more than that, and they're gonna need something like what Squishy just put in. Beautiful work done here. You see Justin taking his time. It's the high flick. He sees the chance for the backboard. Raise Bull has to be able to make a connection with that, because if he doesn't, Squishy's gonna put it on target.
33 seconds for Complexity to hang on in game one. Justin up top, boy, we've seen him score so many clutch goals. Even when he's so-called slumping, still a threat at any point. This goes across for Raise Bull, and not cleared away by Justin, so Garrett G has to roll to the corner, and he's taken out by Raise Bull. Another big clear by Squishy, but not across the midfield line with 10 seconds left. Shad trying to burn away these final few seconds, and Raise Bull puts it home.
Raise Bull able to secure the game. Shad just simple pass. He pumps it right off Squishy, and again, defense not looking good at all for the General, and easy goal for Complexity. They've been getting a lot of these for free. You can see it on the cams. They're more than happy to take it.
And so the final few seconds burn away with that strike from Raise Bull. Complexity takes game one. And hey, they stood toe-to-toe with the #1 team in the region and did not flinch. Complexity up a game.
Up a game, and at best of 7 here. I mean, you look at the numbers, everything in favor of Complexity, especially. I mean, putting on 10 shots against NRG, and almost half of them going in. Where you see it even when you look at some of the replays, the bumps worked out well, making the defense uncomfortable to the point where, I mean, Garrett going off the ceiling for that one, and there's no one jumping. He has a full free touch there. So definitely looks a little shaky on NRG side. Complexity of just playing their game.
As somebody once said that I happen to say a lot, we've seen them in this spot before, Dazarin. NRG down a game, not playing at their best, as they haven't been all weekend. They have 4 lives, now make it 3 lives in this series. We go on now to Forbidden Temple for game number 2, and the General will still try to turn things around against Complexity and break their hearts once again. Championship Sunday on the line here, as Justin will start things off right at Raise Bull. Squishy waiting back, and now he will play this. And given so much time and space, And more often than not, you give him that much time, Daz, he's going to burn you.
We're seeing a lot of teams, get taken down like that. Complexity going to have to come out with a different approach. Garrett will try to clear it away. You see RazeBull up very early. Like the fact that, that light touch to the back wall, getting that extra control, super important. But there's a little bit of a disconnect on defense, and it's a free top left shot for Squishy.
Doesn't matter what's going on, he's still got it. Shad and AJG run into each other. Squishy, upper 90, 40 seconds gone by, and maybe this is the turning point for NRG.
Yeah, I mean, even if NRG on defense are giving away the ball a little bit and becoming a little antsy, it doesn't mean that their offense is lacking. When you give Squishy a free shot, of course that's going to be, put on placement. Another one in the different corner. That time, that's top right. Squishy again.
You can't give him these looks and expect to be successful. I mean, AJG is in the area. He has a sense of where Squishy's going, and he still can't stop him. 3 goals now for Squishy in the series, both here in game 2 as well. AJG up top, got to the ceiling, and he's able to challenge this. And even then, Squishy manages to do just enough to disrupt the effort of Complexity. This goes downfield. Squishy got the bump, and Garrett gets the goal.
It's a good bump and a good open net here as the pinch happens. And no, you're not going to get back in time, AJG. It'll just roll in. NRG up by 3. And you said it, they've been in this situation before. Now we're starting to see them turn it around.
3 goals in the span of about 35, 40 seconds. And Justin almost converted another. Trying to keep the floodgates wide open. Garrett G plays over to Justin, and now NRG starting to look just a little bit more like NRG. Squishy up top over AJG. And Garrett G will have this on the side. Over to AJG. Just how long can we keep this going? Out in front, RazeBull denied by Justin G.
And there's no G there.
No, there really isn't.
As Shad's up, looking for a follow-up touch. Justin, we'll leave that. Garrett got sent to the ceiling, and Squishy will have to come in and try again to back and forth right now in that midfield space. As you want a 3-goal lead, you think things are still comfortable here for NRG. But again, going back to the group stage, we've even seen NRG score 3 goals in a game, and you still drop that game. So not to be, just don't take your foot off the gas yet if you're NRG.
Especially not an insurmountable lead for a team like Complexity, that when they do score, they very much can score in bunches. So AJG won this through, but it's right at Garrett G. RazeBull gonna have a second touch, perhaps. No, he ran out of boost. And so AJG doing all he can to get in Justin's way. But I got a piece of that ball as Shad lobs one right back into AJG. Not a ton of boost on the side of Complexity, but they've done enough to slow down NRG and keep the pressure on, but they come away empty-handed, and NRG back on the attack. There's Garrett Parr down 4-0.
Chad picked that ball up when he was low boost to just try to make sure Justin didn't get a 50. Didn't realize he didn't have that much boost. Squishy with a good beat, and became a race that Garrett G dusts the defender to. Now 4. The tally mark continues to go up for the general NRG. It's sitting at 7 shots right now from them, 3 coming from Garrett.
It's a pretty good conversion rate too. I mean, you see a team score 4 goals. A lot of times they've done it with 10, 11, 12 shots. NRG has been deadly efficient. This shot blocked away by Garrett G. Now AJG up top. Justin's got this. Nobody around for Complexity. They're just one and done on the offensive end as that gets behind AJG. RazeBull's got to chase it down. Garrett is waiting, and he'll just dump that in behind the attack. And NRG looking to move downfield again, not content with only, by their standards, a 4-goal lead.
Yeah. And just seems like yesterday and even the start of today, not what they want. trying to build off that, get some clear dominant wins. I think is always going to be a good sign of a effective play. Minute remaining on this one. Complexity definitely looking towards the future as they got to shake this game off.
Well, the good news is, after this game goes final, again, barring a miraculous comeback at the hands of Complexity, there will be no reverse sweep shenanigans to worry about jinxing. Both teams looking to go 1-1 here going into game 3 in this long best of 7. Justin maybe looking for one more, but Shad shuts the door on him with 30 seconds left. Now Garrett G for himself, and he scores! Incredible!
Hat trick for Garrett, playmaker for Squishy. Beautiful first touch off that back wall, and the follow. He still had a dodge on that. Oh, well done.
Top play worthy for sure. Yet another highlight moment from Garrett G. And a 5-0 lead for the General NRG. Closing in on an equalizing win here in this best of 7. Raise Bull will score little more than a consolation prize at this point for Complexity. But at least they see the ball go through and they get a little physical play on Garrett. So maybe therapeutic if nothing else.
Yeah. You know, getting one towards the end of the game always good. Like you said, it's a long best of 7. So need to see just a little bit more things work out on offense is always a good sign where you don't get shut out. Especially
I was going to say, one thing we've seen more often than normal for NRG in this series, Squishy directly involved in just about every scoring play. 3 goals, 3 assists through 2 games. Normally we see Squishy kind of playing the table setter from afar. Outlet pass maybe to Justin, who sets up Garrett. Has not been the case here. Squishy getting his hands dirty. He gets the playmaker. Garrett gets the hat trick. Justin gets to enjoy a win, and we move on to game 3.
Yeah, I mean, Squishy has 100% goal participation there, involved in every single of the 5 goals. So it's really good work there. And NRG bounced back, which is going to be really good because, again, this is still for them going through the lower bracket. This is their first time in the lower bracket and showing that they can still play up to pace despite all of, kind of like the general talk about what's been going on in terms of their performance. I think is always going to be a really good sign, especially when we get towards these later in matches. So Complexity, now they're going to have to respond at a big game 3.
Complexity might have had a bit of optimism after seeing how NRG came out in game 1, thinking, hey, all right, maybe we got them at not their best still. And then game 2 rolls around and maybe you're getting NRG at typical NRG levels. We'll see as we get now into game 3 here on DFH Stadium. Squishy playing one to the backboard. Shad's got the initial touch, but he will not get through Garrett G. Raise Bull will have to come in from behind and play that as Garrett's demolished behind the play. And AJG, the culprit there, can't get the shot through.
Oh, man, Shad a little too fast. That ball will get away from him. And it'll also get away from AJG. So third man challenge from Raise Bull in the midfield line. It is going to buy them some time to reset. Just at the right time, too. You saw a good shot from Squishy.
Raise Bull trying to line up a double at angle downward, though. And Squishy comes across with Justin kind of hanging in the air in the center of the goal. Might have had that lined up anyways. And now Garrett G stuffed by Shad. First minute goes by. It's a stalemate in game 3, but Shad with a drive gives Complexity the advantage.
Good work on Shad. This play starts, and he's upfield, says, AJG, give me a pass. Great cutout and placement on point. He's feeling it.
Third goal for Shad. So he leads his team now in this series. Garrett G looking for an answer, and he'll find none as Shad just whips one right by. Maybe another power clear coming out of AJG. It is. And it was not particularly well read by anybody. Shad has that deflected away from him. Justin not going to be able to stay with this play. Maybe he will after the demo by Squishy. And Justin scores his second of the series.
Look at this. Gets played through, demo on the ball, and open net. Things like that, those transitions, getting aggressive, always have been, pretty good foundational play. And you see it there then.
I mean, Squishy has done it all, hasn't he? He's been an enforcer, and then Justin scores this after Complexity couldn't keep it out of harm's way.
Okay. AJG in a tough spot, has to make a read, and did make contact towards zone net. So, unfortunate play there for Complexity after a great goal Shad scored. It all falls apart so quickly.
I may be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure I'm not. All three members of the General NRG, 3 goals apiece. The assists vary, only slightly. AJG skying one up for Shad, as Complexity now has to figure out which head of the Cerberus they want to try and neutralize. And I don't think there's any good answer. Now Raise Bull, trying to set up Shad. The backboard and power clear away by Justin, only as far as AJG. Good positioning, bank shot, and AJG's shot denied by Squishy.
Good save from Squishy. NRG gonna look to move the other way. And the way that this team can deal with offensive pressure and completely just turn it around. Love to see it, but more pressure still coming. Oh, Shad! Just barely missing out. That would have been a great goal if he made contact.
And that might have slowed down NRG as well, make them respect Complexity's reads just a little bit more, but they come up empty. And now this goes right at AJG. He'll play it out to the corner where Garrett G was waiting all along. And another ball played all the way across for Shad to send downfield. And Justin takes over from Squishy. Here is Squishy, yet again. Indirect for himself off the ceiling, and that's a critical touch by Raise Bull because Justin was waiting for a mistake, but none was coming. So now he'll try to create his own opportunity, and AJG shut it down.
So Justin using those mechanics. Squishy also, the team has been feeling in terms of offensive pressure. But Complexity have been able to perform, and we've seen them get a lot of close pass plays, even another one there in midfield. Shad gonna take his time. Good carry. Great second touch to get past Justin. It gives a lot of room. He's still staying on top of the ball. Won't be able to get a demo. Squishy's really up in the air really early. But that setup is going to buy a lot of real estate here for Complexity. They just got to hold on to it. As you can see, Garrett clearing away the danger.
Both teams looked to have established a lot of momentum after that awkward moment there. After their individual wins in Game 1 for Complexity, Game 2 for NRG, respectively. But this has been much more even. Justin down for Garrett, and that's deflected out to the corner. Raise Bull giving chase as Squishy plays it right back to the opposite corner. Down to 40 seconds. Justin for Squishy, and a 2-goal lead for the General.
It's looking like they're in sync, Stacks, finally. This one, you see Shad trying to get that pop out, but Justin had a good read on it. Turned that into a pass play as Squishy hopped at the moment.
Justin, again, this is all relative by his standards. Kind of quiet until this particular game. He's got 2 unassisted goals, and he helps out on Squishy's strike there. And of course, his defense has stifled Complexity for the most part. He'll launch this downfield for Squishy again, and he almost got there ahead of Raise Bull. Now to 20 seconds left. Complexity got to score right about now to give themselves a real shot at a kickoff goal to tie things up. And Justin brings us right back whence it came. One last look for Complexity, or not. Squishy has that off the side. Garrett G will let Justin take over. The final few seconds will burn away, and NRG takes 2 in a row, up 2-1 in the series.
Well done from NRG, back-to-back victories, and this is just something that is starting to become standard for them. NRG is now first in North America for win percent in a series after losing Game 1. This is in best of 7 specifically. I believe they are 11-9 and I believe 3-4, so like 55%. Yeah. So I mean, the amount of being able like to just adapt over time has been very key for NRG. I mean, this is a team that doesn't take tactical timeouts. So now we're seeing them do more of that adaptation over the course of time, and a complexity. You can't say that they've been playing bad, so to speak. They've looked really good this tournament. The best they've looked this split. It's just NRG understanding. Okay, we got to make an adjustment. What's that look like? And they execute every time.
Look, we could show you a whole bunch of numbers here. I got a bunch written down. Look, all they equate to is NRG is really good. That's really all you need to know. They have just some bizarre numbers that set them apart from the rest of the field in almost every situation. And they always seem to find a way. Up 2-1 in the series now as Justin will dump this down into the complexity end. And Garrett G couldn't control, so RazeBull gets a shot. AJG couldn't get the midfield boost, and Squishy scores an open net.
Just a long clear downfield. Defense caught out. I think it was really, AJG was racing Garrett G for some side boost. And Squishy saw it, said, all right, we'll just sail this one in.
Lost the race, lost the lead. 1-0 to NRG. Shad off the kickoff. RazeBull bumps into him, trying to propel this a little further, and AJG couldn't get a touch because Garrett G just got that away from him. Everything coming up the general NRG now as we get into game 4. Complexity's got a lot of work to do to stop this momentum. A goal here would go a long way towards that goal, but not happening this time as Justin wins the challenge, and Shad will have a full tank of boost, but an awkward ball that he has to wait and pop up to his own backboard. And then AJG gets taken out, so slight numbers advantage for NRG that RazeBull deals with, but he couldn't keep possession.
And still trying. Here's Justin.
I thought he was going to score that.
It definitely was possible. A little tough. And, oh, that's a bad back pass. You see RazeBull jumping on top of it. Now Shad, quick offense here for Complexity. Now it's going to be a transition. Garrett G in the air. What's he going to do? Does he have two? He does. He dropped it down, but just off target. Would have been a great play.
Complexity hanging on, down just one goal. 90 seconds gone by, and an opportunity here denied by Justin. And look how great the rebound control there was. That didn't pop out to an oncoming attacker. It died right there in front, so his teammates could come in and also play that ball. NRG not letting Complexity get those second and third chance looks. And as a result, still 1-0 to NRG.
3 minutes left in game. Plus, he's trying to get a little creative. You see these passes downfield, might be a chance. RazeBull won't be able to get it past Squishy. AJG looking for a pass to Shad. Shad is sitting there on the wing, gets a demo on Garrett. Can RazeBull get there? He can't, but Justin was there at the goal line. That one won't count for Complexity, even though they worked so hard.
Physical plays, it opened things up for NRG against Complexity. They tried to return the favor, they're still trying. RazeBull got one demo, and that's all he's gonna get. Shad keeps this in front. AJG turns and goes under, Squishy to tie.
Good patience from AJG on the goal. Shad, I mean, that's a great read to get the pass out. Because he's in the air, someone else makes contact with the ball to set that up for AJG so he can get the light touch. Great stuff. Complexity just making things work with what they got.
Popped up by RazeBull now. Complexity, some new life in game 4. Looking to tie this series up. Again, our last series of day 2 of the Mobile One Mountain Classic. We hope you've enjoyed a very exciting day so far, even though Space Station Gaming not a part of it. Their fans certainly happy with the results so far, as their team has clinched a spot in the major, as has version 1 with their stellar effort, guaranteeing at least a top 3 finish. Now Justin will leave this for Squishy to take over. AJG's bouncer denied by Garrett G. Nobody else could follow up the play, so now Shad will take over. He had AJG way to his right. Instead opted to bring this back to the middle where RazeBull can play further. And Garrett G stops that dead in the corner. And this is out downfield from Justin. Oh, AJG, bouncer. Oh, he needed one more touch. Nearly got there. This will angle downward, and Justin had it all the way.
Minute left here in this game, and you look at NRG, a team that is constantly talked about, whether they do good or they do poorly. You know, we talk about the bigger picture, and people look at NA versus EU. Actually, sometimes it seems like it's NA versus NRG versus EU. It's NRG gonna pick up that one. Justin with the read on the defense, and it's an open net.
Yeah, this is kind of the Achilles heel for Complexity. They've left the net open far too often, and it may burn them for the last time here in Game 4. 51 seconds. And the kickoff goes right to Justin. So tick-tock goes the clock, even more seconds burning away. Shad coming on, couldn't get in Squishy's way, so AJG has to wait at the back. RazeBull collects a full tank of boost, and then he's just got to burn some of it, driving around in a circle just to get to that ball because NRG beat Complexity to it. A whiff by AJG opens the door for a shot here that's denied by RazeBull. That ball's sitting right on the goal line. Nearly could have put this game away, but still some life for Complexity. They have to recover, though, and get some offensive pressure, and that's a good start from RazeBull. Got too far ahead of him, and Squishy, what a great fake challenge, forcing that out of RazeBull. Popped away by Justin with 8 to go. Squishy came up empty, though, and this is still on target and in. Sometimes it's just your night.
It is. And then finally, after a lot of bad nights for NRG, they get a nice little pinch goal. Justin will take credit for it. Just a poor challenge there from Complexity, and we're starting to see a little bit of a collapse here.
NRG drops the first game 4-2, and since then have outscored Complexity 11-3. The beasts have been awakened. As we move on now to Game 5, Dazarin, and I would imagine if Complexity has any hopes of coming back, you can't take your timeout with you into the offseason. You'd think they might take it here, but we haven't heard any word of that yet, so does seem like Complexity is just going to ride this out the same way NRG did against FaZe a couple weekends ago and see where the dice fall.
And maybe they just want to just keep going. Totally could understand that. Seeing just exactly, you know, some of their play, they have been able to kind of keep up in terms of like the speed with NRG, but I think it does come down to some of the important 50-50s or like touches in possession. What is Complexity doing with the ball, so to speak, as they are not calling a tactical timeout here. They're just going to keep playing on. I feel like they just maybe they have some momentum going. They just want to use that and push it forward towards the game.
And maybe they're just thinking, hey, there are some situations where, you know, the extra couple of minutes won't make that big a difference. We'll find out. So we now go into Wasteland. Could be the final game of day 2, unless Complexity can do something about that. Here goes AJG with RazeBull to his left. Just could not connect. Led him a little too far. AJG trying to pop one out for Shad. He has done so, but Shad got knocked away by Garrett G. Couldn't follow the play. Now we'll see if RazeBull can set anything up. He can't. Squishy just too strong at the back, and he'll disrupt Shad's efforts as well. So Complexity is at least has the possession to start Game 5. Haven't had anything yield from it as Garrett G barely made the save on AJG.
Good defensive stops from NRG. Complexity trying to strike off the gate. You see Squishy there with the pre-jump. Looking for a way in. But still, pretty even here. Both teams been kind of trading possession, trading opportunities.
Always got to keep your head on a swivel more than ever this season with how physical teams are and how important demolitions have become, especially from a team like NRG. Just outpacing Complexity, and then Squishy goes under the ball, takes out Shad, but no follow-up from behind the play. And this, near the mark, RazeBull couldn't convert. Missed opportunity for Complexity, and they won't get many more like that.
It is a race up and down the field. Now, maybe a chance here. Squishy, does he have another touch? No. Justin will play 50 there, and it'll be Garrett who has to buy time. And even then, he's just maneuvering around the defense as Complexity's been trying to demo him since he took the ball from his own half.
I mean, there's just no time to be satisfied with the cool play you just made. You make the initial stop, you've got to worry about the next man coming in from NRG. Finally, a shot gets through. AJG gives Complexity the lead.
AJG is setting things up. He's hanging around on the wing, gets a really good 50 play straight towards him. And, I mean, that's picture perfect. Beautiful top right shot.
AJG from Raise Bull with 3:03 to go. Is this the sign of the turnaround that Complexity needs? Raise Bull around the corner, only as far as Justin. And that play from AJG just to no space in particular. Certainly to nobody. But they don't get punished for it. Complexity keep NRG off the board on that counterattack. This pass goes across and Shad was way, way back. So NRG can take over after another turnover. Trying to dip that one underneath Shad, and Shad didn't take the bait.
AJG with space.
Oh, numbers. They've got numbers. They got to score here, right? They don't. Oh my goodness. How many chances have Complexity had, Daz?
Oh,
another one that this is just chaos in front, and that shot's high. On any other day, Daz, this might be 5-0. Instead, it's a tie game as Squishy scores.
Out of all that confusion, Squishy picks up the ball with 100 boost in the tank and just carries it home. Complexity. What went wrong? A whole lot on that offensive drive, and they couldn't recover.
An absolute comedy of errors over the last 45 seconds that Complexity can't convert on. And after all that, they only have conceding a goal for their efforts. Raise Bull tried to drop one down to Shad, who was just waiting patiently until Garrett erased him from the field. And now Raise Bull pumped the brakes on the ceiling. Bouncer still loose around the goal line. That's a great defensive effort by Squishy.
Good turn the other way. NRG still trying to see if they can, build up on that lead. Complexity have been, efficient in getting the ball upfield, but working with that has not been successful for them. Some of their opportunities have been so close, but yet so far as they got to stop the transition. Squishy, does he have the read? He does, but it's off. Oh, it would have been a beautiful top left corner goal. He'll have to try again. Infield pass. He was looking for Garrett, but Garrett was looking for a demo. Miscommunication will give the ball to Complexity.
Nobody's going to win this game. Somebody's just going to survive. And it might be Complexity. That one's blocked away, though, by Squishy. And AJG is there to block Garrett's effort. This goes downfield. Squishy tracking. Garrett G going after Shad. Chase him into the goal. And Squishy scores!
Oh, man. He's feeling it in the air. Going for yet another one of these. That light touch out in front gets the follow-up. And even though AJG is up in the air with them, he just can't stop that goal.
We've seen Justin score back-to-back unassisted goals in this series. Squishy's done it as well in one of his finest offensive performances of the season. 7 goals now in the series for Squishy. And none more important than that one that might propel NRG to Championship Sunday. Complexity looking to score 2 goals in a game for the first time since game 1. They need to prolong the festivities here as Squishy collects right on the crossbar. Looked like he was going to run out of real estate. And this is deflected by Shad. Garrett G is up, though, ahead of Raise Bull's defensive effort. And Raise Bull's got to turn on this to get to AJG, but he's not on the field anymore, so Justin can take over. Down to 12 seconds, and Justin might have put NRG into Championship Sunday for good.
Yeah, that one. Control, plays it past Shad. Even with being bumped, still putting the shot placement on. NRG keeping things going. They look really good here, Stacks.
For all the talk about how NRG, yes, they lost to randoms. They haven't lost to a team outside the top 10 in over a year. They hadn't been giving up more than 5 goals in a game to anybody other than FaZe or G2 until this weekend. All that history, throw it out the window. NRG back to Championship Sunday yet again.
And they're going to have a crazy matchup too. I think that's going to be another matchup against, well, what do you know, FaZe Clan. So that's going to be a hype one whenever that one goes live.
So what you're telling me is, of the teams remaining in this tournament, They're all major teams.
Well, would you look at that?
Funny how that works.
Complexity still, showing up, and Complexity, even with this loss, I mean, this was a team that went to the fall major, and they kind of showed signs of fall major Complexity in this particular tournament. Fortunately, they won't be a winter major team, but that doesn't mean that their quest, I'd say, for the world championship,
their journey to the world championship,
is over.
Right, and Complexity can take a lot of positives out of this weekend because, let's face it, this was by far their best weekend of the winter. It's a shame that it came when it was too little too late, but Complexity now knows, all right, we can't slack off going into the start of the spring. We need to bring it from day one of the spring split. That wraps up the action here on day 2. Let's send things back to the desk now as we close out the second day of the Mobile One Mountain Classic.
Thank you, Stacks. It was an exciting and exhilarating day indeed, and we've come to a close almost. We got to recap. You got to listen to us for a few more moments here. We've come to an end of day 2. Tomorrow we'll crown a champion. So let's take a look at exactly what we saw. Let's go all the way back to that FaZe Clan Oxygen matchup there. I guess the hopes there for Oxygen definitely didn't work out, Gibbs.
Yeah, it just fell short. FaZe Clan looks so incredibly talented. Like we always talk about this team. When they're playing teams lower than them, they dominate. But I think if you're a Space Station fan or a Version 1 fan, maybe go pick up that FaZe decal in the shop because they got those two teams into the LA Major with that win. Knocked it out, Oxygen. But FaZe, I love every time I see them on the field versus these teams that are not necessarily in the top 5. It's just, will they get those big wins against like the top 3 of NA? We'll see tomorrow. They have to make a lower bracket run where they play Energy first, but FaZe looking good, but they still haven't reached that potential just yet. So I'm still waiting on it.
And then looking forward to what we just saw there to wrap up day 2 here of the Mobile One Mountain Classic was Complexity versus the General NRG. You want to break this one down for us, Cole?
Yeah, I mean, NRG, they've done the whole upper bracket thing. The first couple of regionals of this split, they're there. They're in the upper semis, the upper bracket final, top 3 guaranteed. This time, you know what? Let's mix it up. Let's go for a nice little lower bracket run, through Envy, through Torrent, and now through Complexity as well. You can see the scores there, 5-0 in that game there. They made it look pretty easy at times. Complexity, they fought valiantly, but you can tell their split is coming to an end. And I mean, it's not the best version of NRG that we have ever seen, not utterly terrifying, but they had some lovely moments. In particular, Squishy, he scored some beautiful goals, proper highlight reel plays from the Canadian.
Did indeed. Shogun.
Hi.
We had some fun storylines at the beginning of the day. And we're hoping a lot of them would carry into tomorrow. Are you happy, you sad, or would you rather think just be okay, wrapped up? Now we know.
You know what? It's not always that I'm going to be happy that I'm right. That today's probably one of them that I'm not overly happy that I've been right about some of these results. We could add a lot more going into tomorrow, but the good thing is we've got tomorrow where all of these teams are going to be playing for the momentum and, more importantly, the positioning going into that major. You want the best possible rankings that you can get. I think North America is sending their best teams, and I think it's really good to see that this competition for these top 5 spots has become so much more varied on the teams that can possibly jump on in, where previously North America hasn't really had that available to them. So there are really good signs right here for the region.
Well, let's wrap it up with some visuals here. Look at that bracket, just where we end up by the end of the day. Gibbs, again, we talked about the scenarios. It was fun to go over them, but we're in the clear now, aren't we?
There's still some things to play for. There's always something to play for. Seeding-wise, the number 1 seed.
I meant complicated math-wise.
Yes, there's not as much. Like Energy right now, they are still the number 1 team, but that could change tomorrow with G2 and FaZe. And then Space Station is in 4th still, but Version 1's still alive in this tournament. So Version 1 can pass Space Station for 4th as well. But Garrett G, I want to give him massive credit. Back in Regional 1, I asked for his power rankings. His top 5 or the top 5 go into the major. So hats off to him. A job well done there. But we definitely got the best 5 in NA. I think Oxygen is getting there, and maybe we'll see it in spring, but they just barely miss out. But Version 1, they finally had a good Regional 3 to clinch one of these things, and that is great for them because they've always been a team right on the bubble. So I'm excited to see them in LA.
Well, let's get some final thoughts here now as we close down day 2 and get ready for Championship Sunday tomorrow for the Mobile One Mountain Classic. We'll start off with Cole at the end, go to Shogun, and Gibbs, as per usual, can finish us off.
I think it's pretty much what we expected today. You know, G2 easing away against FaZe Clan, who then outshone whoever it was they were going to meet later on. But definite shout out to version 1, who, inspired by Gibbs's purple shirt, ended up making it through to the upper bracket final. They've made the major. Brilliant news for them.
They're wearing the same shirt. That's what's
a bit different. I was checking.
It's a bit different.
It's a little bit different.
We need to get an eye test for you, Shogun.
We do.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, he's got a little bit more purple in it. I think the main thing I'm taking away from today, though, is the fact of just how good G2 are now. There was a lot of question marks about this Atomic thing, but we saw how they did against FaZe. Then we saw what FaZe did over in the lower bracket, where they were just stomping all over everybody. So for G2, it seems like it's a new era for them, and it's an era where they can now start fighting for championships all over again.
And I was holding this in all day, and we can talk about the teams all we want, but guys, this is the Mountain Classic.
Yeah.
And there's been no special guests. I have to make some phone calls. We need special guests tomorrow, all right? So I'll be back. Leaf, just close it out.
Okay. So
is this becoming
really
a habit
upset.
now where we just leave you on this desk?
This is the slowest. That was the slowest angry walkway I've ever seen, by the way.
If everybody at the desk agreed to leave, Leaf would just be like stuck there all by himself. We could make this a thing.
Okay, well, either way, apparently, guys, we can't do a show without Gibbs anyway, so we're all done here. But apparently, he's working on something. I don't know. Pay attention. I'll check out Twitter or something. But be here tomorrow, I suppose. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you for Championship Sunday on the Mobile One Mountain Classic.
turned 18. Saw your whole life in front of me, and to know one day I'd miss cleaning up your cold tea. Now I'm sitting there singing broken heart, broken heart. Helplessly I'm praying, blaming God. Ooh, she told me don't worry, we've been apart before. The world's part of heaven, we'll be waiting for you once more. She told me don't worry, told me don't worry now. Told me don't worry, told me don't, told me don't. She said we soon made three, doctors and friends and family. When it was time to leave, there was only one, and it was me. Got so good at working next to you, next to you. Couldn't bear the thought of something new. Ooh, she told me don't worry, we've been apart before. The world's part of heaven, we'll be waiting for you once more. She told me don't